What is up, everybody? What's going on? How are we doing tonight? A little bit late, but we're here at about 9:26 p.m. Eastern time, right on the dot, right before 9:30. Only like 30-ish minutes late. But what's up? Hopefully everybody's had a very good weekend, a good Saturday, Sunday. Hopefully even your Friday was good. As I said last stream, it's been gorgeous here in Connecticut. Really, the East Coast, I would imagine, as a whole has been very nice. So getting outside, feeling the weather, enjoying it because it's short-lived here in this region, unlike you spoiled Californians and everyone else. But yeah, happy Sunday, everybody. I know we're gearing up for work tomorrow, a lot of us, and so this will be a shorter stream. I won't be on for longer than maybe 2 hours or an hour and a half, but really 2 hours at most. I always say that, and then I go for 3, but really tonight I'm going to keep it short, primarily due to the fact that, of course, one, it's Sunday, but two, there's not really much going on outside of the main story that I'm going to get into with these cargo ships being attacked and the war being at a stage where a restart is actually imminent. And maybe you're confused as to what I'm talking about. Don't worry, you're in the right place. We're going to go over all the developments and the details right now. So if you haven't already, like the stream, please. But we'll get into the news. I saw a really funny clip with Cam Higbee earlier. You may have seen it. It was on X. It was hilarious. So I'm going to play that on stream, and hopefully we all get a good kick out of it. And it was about Cam and Nick, and it was like this black girl, and it was so funny. If you saw it, you probably got a good kick out of it. And then we will also react to Tucker Carlson and Patrick Bet-David. I guess those two have been going back and forth. I know I'm a bit late to it, so many of you may have already seen the video from Tucker, but he responded to Patrick Bet-David's ridiculous claims about Catholicism. I think he likened Catholicism to Islam, something like that, or maybe Adam did. I think it was Adam who did it, which, of course, no surprise from Adam Sosnick there, right? We never really hear anything smart come out of his mouth for that matter, and so not a big shocker there, if you will. But yeah, we'll react to that. We will get some good clips out of that, I'm sure. A lot of you guys will enjoy it, and my cortisol will spike because I've been really I've had it with the PBD show as a whole in regards to this war. I spoke about it last stream. I reacted to some of the clips. Patrick Bet-David said, the good part about this war is because now Donald Trump can take control of the Strait of Hormuz with Iran. And so now it's like a business that, I got to stop with the impersonations. But no, what he was saying is that now the United States and Iran can work together in the Strait of Hormuz, and we can make some sort of economic benefit. It can be, something that we can monetize, can be lucrative for us. Yeah, that would work if like the IRGC and the United States actually got along, buddy. So, and I went into detail about it on my last stream. I can't even remember all the contents of what he was saying right now. Kind of removed it from my brain because of how silly it was. But if you missed that, check out my last stream, and I'll probably upload a video on it tomorrow. So you don't got to go digging for it. Just get ready for tomorrow's video. But we'll get into the news. We'll get into everything. Let's see. I have some chats, I believe. Tears and Pistols, thank you so much, my friend, for the 10 gifted and the $30. Shout out to you. Thank you so much, Tears and Pistols. Just showing support 07 to you. W's in the chat for this guy. Michako with the $100. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Much love. W's in the chat for Tears and Pistols and Michaka. Really love you guys. Appreciate that, man. He says, shout out to your brother, Myron. He's with the OSS 300. Yes, I know. He's currently with the community of OSS 300 specifically. So I know he's busy and occupied doing that, which is why I'm live now to kind of fill in the gap, fill in the space, if you will. So we'll have a good stream. It'll be fun. I'm probably going to go off and get emotional. I don't want to, but anytime Patrick Bet-David is brought up, I can't help myself. But shout out to you, Michaka, Tears and Pistols as well. Thank you, guys. Super Hobby, $2. Thank you so much. Sup, bro? What's up, bro? MB34012 says, with how irrational Trump is moving, it is really controversial to think that Israel has blackmail/Epstein files on him. Oh, is it really that controversial? Yeah, I know. It's not. It's not. And we'll get into that in a moment. Not really Epstein, but Donald Trump's decision-making. And I suppose, Chief Taro, 20 gifted. Thank you so much. Should I always go live on Sundays? Do you guys like the Wait, maybe you guys like the Sunday streams more. Well, then, Wait. I'll just go live on Sundays. Thank you so much, man. Shout out to you, bro. Appreciate it. 20 new members. W's in the chat. Tell Chief Taro thank you if you just got a membership. Shout out to him. God bless you, my friend. Always showing support. You're a familiar name here in this YouTube chat, so thank you so much. You make the show go. Shout out to all of our chatters here. Very early on in the show, showing love. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. So, anyways, thank you, man. W gifted rubs hands. Ryan, man, thank you so much, bro. Wait, everybody's going crazy. From OSS 300 to Riyadh, P.S. Myron has a better hairline, by the way. Okay, that's the first time I've heard that. Everybody says mine is better. So, but nah, his hair is busting now after the transplant. His shit is clean. So, I can't lie. Thank you so much, Ryman. W's in the chat to all of our super chatters. Thank you, guys. God bless you for the ongoing support, the never-ending support. Like I said, all familiar names in the chat. So, thank you so much, guys. Can you guys not hear the soundboard? Oh, all right. Don DeMarco for everybody. There we go. That's for Tears and Pistols. That's for Michaka. And that's for Ryan and Chief Taro. Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you for the super chats. And then DPG, thank you, my friend, for the $50. DPG says, I was going to send more, but Myron stayed here and told me no. Apparently you fit his book title. Hey, DPG, whether it's $2 or $100, bro, God bless you. Thank you so much for the support, man. It means the world. No worries at all, man. Thank you. Really appreciate it. You guys have been helping this ship sail farther than I thought it would. So thank you so much. God bless all of you. God bless all of you. One more, Don DeMarco. I know I'm killing it. One more. One more. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Very gracious of all of you. Really appreciate it. And yeah, everybody's making fun of Myron's hair now. Look, here's the thing. Myron actually does have way better hair than me. Low-key, I'm jealous. Hopefully he's not listening because I never told that nigga that. He has way better hair than me. Bro, look at my hair, bro. I mean, my hair is fine, but it's not. He's got like soft, nice hair, pause. You know, my hair is like, it's hard. It's black people hair, you know? So he's got the nice soft Arab-like hair. Kind of jealous. But yeah, shout out to all you guys, man. Thank you for the chats and the gifted memberships. Chief Taro, DPG, Ryman. We've got Tears and Pistols, Michaka, and MB and Super Hobby. Thank you to you guys as well. God bless all of you. Appreciate it. Someone says he's not going to have his hair much longer. No. Look, I'm going to do everything. Yo, I already have the plan set out. Look, when my hair starts to thin, I'm going to immediately. By the way, did you know I take pictures of my hair every single week? I take a picture of my scalp every single week. I swear to God, people think I'm crazy. I take a picture of my scalp every single time I wash my hair in the mirror. You know, like I reverse the camera, take a photo, and I put it in this hair album. And I track each photo methodically to make sure that my hair looks the same in every single photo. And actually, my hair has gotten thicker since October because I've been using a better shampoo. But anyways, you know, I'm watching it. The moment that shit starts to thin, immediately finasteride, minoxidil, maybe dutasteride if finasteride doesn't work. What's this new thing? This like serum you put in your hair, RGB, something like that, RBG, whatever it's called. All you bio nerds probably know. All the LooksMaxer, biohackers, peptide fuckers probably know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I'm really excited to hopefully implement some of those things. Well, actually, let me rephrase. I hope I don't have to use those, but let's be real, bro. All right, all roads lead to Rome. My dad's bald. My brother started to lose it at around 30. So, hey, nigga, it's a matter of time. Desert Joe, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Desert Joe. And then Tears and Pistols with the 5 gifted. Whoa, guys, you guys are going crazy. You really don't have to give me this much money. Thank you so much. I forgot what I even have to cover in the news now. Roger Boot. To get a hairline as good as Myron, OSS 300. Roger, thank you so much. Desert Joe, another shout out from the OSS. Watching you live in Florida in the big meetup. Much love, brother. Thank you so much after the big meetup. Tears and Pistols, another 5 gifted. Govin says, quit your Matrix job. Soon enough, you know. Shout out to all you guys, DPG and everybody else. Thank you so much, man. W's in the chat. We just started. God. Appreciate it, guys. Appreciate it. Okay, I got all these chats right. But yeah, so I'm going to be right on top of the protocol, man. Once my hair starts to thin, it's finasteride, minoxidil. And I hear all my friends, they're like, you can't take finasteride. You know, it can make your dick stop working. Do you think I give a fuck? Let's be real. And sorry, I'll pull back the foul language. Sorry, mama. She's going to text me right now. I already know and say stop cussing. But, I mean, you got to, look, checks and balances, people, priorities. What matters to me is looking good. Look, I don't really dabble around anyways. So, you know, God forbid, let's say I take finasteride and I have a little less sex drive. You think I care? I got a full head of hair, nigga. Give a fuck about that shit. There's probably some other drug that can counteract that and then help me there too. Whatever, you know. So I'll biohack my way out of that. White Noise Merchant for the hair fund. Thank you so much. Thanks for the $20, bro. God bless. Bro, I still got my hair. I'm good. I'm good. But all roads lead to Rome. You know the rabbit meme with the stopwatch? That'll be me. I'm going to lose my hair at some point. I already know. But there's some older gentlemen from my mom's side of the family that still got their hair and shit. So maybe I'm okay. I don't know. Every sibling gets a little bit of a different genetic profile or DNA. So we'll see what happens to me. But hold on. We got Myron calling. Yo. 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 Can you hear me? Yeah, you're on stream, by the way.
Yeah. I'm here with the OSS 300 ninjas. That's why they're supporting you, and I'm telling them to give less donations because we're gonna do you.
I know. No, I see, bro. Somebody said. I think DPG said. Myron said give less. No, tell him I really appreciate it, bro. Shout out to all those guys, man.
I'm here with the bros. I'm here with the bros, but I just had to, come in and say what's up and everything, and keep doing what you're doing. What's up, God?
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. No, shout out to all you guys, man.
That's why I won't go too crazy.
No, I appreciate the love. Seriously, it's gonna be a good stream. Now it's a good start to the stream, man. I'm like, yo, what the hell? Like, I couldn't even start the stream because it's like $50, $50, $100.
Right now, I'm with them in Miami, and we got your stream up right now, and I've been making fun of you and shit. So like, yeah, they feel bad. So like, man, we gotta support this broke nigga, man.
Yeah, no, this actually helps the ship sail a lot, man. I'm a brokey over here. I've been trying to tell people I'm not rich like Myron, so. No, but on a serious note, tell them all, if they can hear me, thank you guys. Really appreciate it.
I got you on speaker. They can all hear you.
Yeah. So much love, guys. Thank you so much, man. We're on stream now, so.
You're never going to be one of these Hollywood dumbass 20-year-old streamer niggas. Like, you're always going to be humble.
Of course. No, of course, man. Yeah. From humble beginnings.
Yeah, we're different.
We come from humble beginnings, man. We come from different beginnings, man. Humble beginnings, so.
Yeah.
Always very appreciative of the support. But thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. Much love.
All right, Blackie. I'll see you.
All right, nigga. Peace. He had a fucking audience crowd response. Did you hear that cued laugh? Very funny. Nah. Shout out to Myron. Shout out to the OSS 300. Thank you, guys. Seriously. Means the world. And Dominicano with another 20. Thank you so much, bro. God bless. 07 to you. And Ms52A with the £1. Thank you so much, bro. Okay. Did I miss any chats before we get into the show? No. Okay. We're good. Crazy start, huh? 07s. It's all good. Don't worry if he put an O/. Next time, wear a shirt. Thank you. Michako with another 100. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. 07s, W's in the chat. I'm getting cucked because it's like, here's some money, and then we're going to fry you. Here's some money. Then nah, I'm playing. Shout out to you guys. As Myron would say, this is making the Blackie very happy. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. Shout out to you, Michaka, all the big super chatters and the small ones, too. Appreciate you guys. W's in the chat. All right. I don't want one to slip by me, so I think I'm good now. I can look away from the screen. But what were you talking about? My hair? Yeah, I still got hair. Myron, you watching? I still got my hair, buddy. Stay mad. But no, thank you, man. All right, so war updates. Gotta focus. So what's going on right now? Me and my brother covered a lot of this. Let me just move this so I can look straight at you guys. So, of course, over the last few weeks, we've been seeing several different developments, a lot of changes. We had the ceasefire, which started around April 7th. This was from Trump's previous tweet at the end of March, and where he said, we have like 7 or 8 more days. He kept extending the deadline, and then we got to April 7th, and we had a legitimate ceasefire. After that, of course, the U.S. delegation and Iranian delegation met for peace talks, to actually conclude everything and get us on a board to peace. As you guys know, there has been this ongoing conflict in the Strait of Hormuz primarily, and that's what's been really affecting the United States as well, economically, as well as the entire world in the global oil market. So, everything has kind of been jumping back and forth, but the real issue in kind of putting the stake in everything is the fact that Donald Trump has been just lying. He's been lying on Truth Social. The parliament speaker of Iran, Mohammad Ghalibaf, had actually reprimanded Donald Trump for lying on 7 different points. And he said that every single thing was not true and that the Iranians were not even speaking with Donald Trump. Of course, you know this if you've been watching the show. We've been having to refute Donald Trump, not because we're attacking Trump, but because of the fact that we're actually trying to get the news out, the right news out. And so it's been a little bit difficult, or proven difficult, for us to actually discern what's going on. And if you've been paying attention to the news, it's probably been hard for you at home to really figure out what's going on. And that's all, of course, intentional. That's a part of the plan. For better or worse, I guess you can make that conclusion yourself at the end of the stream, because we're going to see what just happened in the last 12 hours, which is kind of like the biggest thing that's happened ever since the ceasefire started, aside from the bombing in Lebanon. But hopefully that's permanently diffused, because Israel and Lebanon came to, and I quote with heavy quotations here, ceasefire. So they came to some sort of peace plan, at least short term. However, it seems like Israel's still bombing certain provinces and municipalities in southern Lebanon, as well as the fact that, did you see Apple Maps took out the village names in South Lebanon? Really scary and concerning. So lots of things there. But today and prior, just last Friday, we had the Strait of Hormuz allegedly open. Abbas Araghchi took to Twitter and he said the Strait of Hormuz is now open for safe passage. Now, whether the IRGC was making money on tolls on those ships is up for debate. U.S. officials were saying they weren't. The IRGC and Iranian news outlets were saying they were. Of course, we know in the fog of war, we have to take everything with a grain of salt. But likely they probably were making some sort of economic benefit, or it was lucrative for them to keep the Strait open and make some money. And so, that's what was happening. But of course, Donald Trump, and this is the issue here, you got to pay attention. Donald Trump imposed a blockade on Iranian ports. When Donald Trump did this, he kind of, I would imagine, wanted to implement the fact that the United States is still in control. Of course, with Iran seizing the Strait of Hormuz, which, by the way, is their territory, it's their water, they really grabbed the United States in a difficult position, really by the balls, no homo. And where now we had no choice but to either stop this war or finish it, right? And finishing it probably meant a long-winded conflict, one that would last another few months, God knows, even a year or so. And so, of course, Donald Trump looks like the losing position here. All of the EU countries have condemned this war, condemned our initial attack with Israel coinciding with us on February 28th. And all of the NATO nations have been reluctant to actually join the war, in which Donald Trump has not been shy to condemn them of on Truth Social. He's called them paper tigers. He said that they're useless. He even considered pulling out at one point. He said, we're helping Ukraine for no reason. What are we getting from that? So Donald Trump has been voicing all of his concerns and his dissatisfaction with the entire world, because they're not helping us in a difficult situation, which is the fact that Iran is able to put pressure on the global oil market. So what does Donald Trump do while the ceasefire is going on? Mind you, while the ceasefire was going on, he blocks Iranian ports. Now, along the entire coast of Iran are these ports that are responsible for goods, cargo, everything else that helps, of course, the country run, as well as the fact that they can export ships from these ports to make money, like any other country in the world. The United States imposed a naval blockade on these ports just a few days ago, Monday, to be specific, and Donald Trump announced that, CENTCOM announced it, and it started at 10 a.m. Monday, if my memory serves me correctly. In response to this, of course, Mohammad Ghalibaf, in his 7-point refutation of Donald Trump's Truth Social frenzy, said on X that we will not open up the Strait of Hormuz until Donald Trump opens up our Iranian ports. Because, of course, that's only fair. If we can't make any money using our assets or receive any shipments coming in like imports, well, then why are we going to open up the Strait of Hormuz so the United States can feel some pressure relief and potentially even escalate this war farther while we don't have any leverage in our corner at that same time? So the Strait of Hormuz is closed again. And there were some reports that the IRGC had fired bullets over to ships that were passing through without either paying the tolls or ships that were passing through overall. The IRGC had also set up certain passageways for these ships to pass through. And so they were really just in full control of the strait. Even if it was open, they were making money on it or they were in control. They made sure the United States never really had the full say in the situation. Of course, this is one of the desperate tactics that they had to resort to because of the fact that they are outmatched militarily by a long shot. Of course, we all know that. They've been destroyed militarily. Tehran has felt the damage as well as other provinces, Isfahan, Natanz, Fordo, so on and so forth. And so it would only make sense for them to not only attack U.S. bases in these Gulf countries, which have now made them lose a lot of money, as well as the fact that they can't even push their oil through the Strait of Hormuz. But it also makes sense that they would use the Strait of Hormuz to their advantage as well by blocking it entirely. So Donald Trump imposes this blockade. He wants to show that the United States still has quote-unquote escalation dominance, in which we actually don't. We kind of lost that ability as well in this war. And what does Iran do in response? They ignore it. So today, an Iranian cargo ship by the name of Tuska, that's the name that it goes by, was shot, at least specifically in the engine room, by a USS naval ship. And in firing and destroying the ship, or at least destroying the engine room, eventually we seized the ship. Donald Trump spoke about it on Truth Social, of course, as he always does. And I have a New York Times article just to give you guys a nice little rundown of everything that's happened since the last time I went live and reported on this. And so now this is potentially the first step of what is going to be a second stage to this war. Everybody like Suleiman and others on X have been predicting this war will restart. And effectively, the chances of that have increased significantly because the United States just struck an Iranian cargo ship and seized it. Apparently, troops went on board and everything like that. And I'll read Trump's Truth Social post, which is a bit funny, and then we'll see where everything goes from here. But now we're kind of in a sensitive stage because Iran is going to respond. And they already have. There have been drone strikes allegedly on U.S. vessels inside of the Strait of Hormuz or the Persian Gulf as a whole. I'm not really sure as to all the intricate details because I haven't seen any verified reports of that. However, it seems like the sources that I've gathered that from have always been congruent with mainstream media just a couple days later. So we'll see what happens, but it seems like Iran has already responded, and they're going to continue to respond because of the blockade on their ports. And this is what the parliament speaker, Mohammed Ghalibaf, said in the beginning. He said, if we don't gain access to those ports, well, then why would we open up the Strait of Hormuz? You know, it's an even exchange. Now, this is the problem. Donald Trump is in an interesting position right now, and I'll say this before I read the article. He has to stop this war, but at the same time, he has to make it look like he still has the upper hand, or he's still the one in power for some regard. And so for him, what would be a better decision than just stopping the war overall, which, by the way, that's the best decision, how can I maintain the power dominance, the optic look of the United States being the strongest country in the world by ending this war without making it look like we were defeated strategically? Well, I'll impose a blockade on their ports, and then that will last until a ceasefire is agreed upon. And that's what he had said. That's what was reported in the news, that we're going to impose this blockade before the ceasefire. The problem with this is imposing that blockade on Iranian ports really made the ceasefire difficult. Do you want to know why? Because today, as I'm speaking now, or really earlier, because Pakistan is about 7 or 8 hours ahead of us, there were supposed to be peace talks with the same U.S. delegation that had peace talks earlier this month. Iran rejected these peace talks, and it seems like they never really entirely agreed for a second stage, but they rejected these peace talks likely because of the fact that we are blocking their ports. And so in response, they blocked the Strait of Hormuz. So we're not even in a position to be having any sort of peace talks. We're not even in a position to further this ceasefire to a permanent peace. And the reason for that is because Trump escalated in a manner that quite literally was not necessary. Abbas Araghchi opened up the strait. Whether the Iranians were making money on those ships or not is up for debate. But even then, should you had those peace talks, or if you had those peace talks, maybe that could have been something that J.D. Vance or Jared Kushner, Stephen Witkoff, the entire Middle Eastern envoy, could have spoke to the Iranians about and said, this is what we need to do with the Strait of Hormuz, and we would have had so much more of a right to actually impose some rules or some regulations on their water, their body of water, if we were not blocking their ports. So he has to maintain, and I mean Donald Trump really, has to maintain this look of power while simultaneously still, quote unquote, controlling the situation and looking like we're winning, and also trying to reach a peace deal. You cannot do all of those things at the same time. And whether you say it's, talks in bad faith or whatever, I don't think so. I think the United States really does want peace. I just think it's very difficult for the United States to actually reach peace if Donald Trump wants to look like he has the upper hand. And that's because he just doesn't. And there's no point in lying. There's no point in coping. There's no point in acting like we have the upper hand. We don't, and that's totally fine. Look, militarily, we destroyed them. Tons of missile launchers have been destroyed. And a lot of their military infrastructure, their Navy, their Air Force, we do have those bragging rights. And so what would make the most sense is saying, hey, we set their nuclear program back a few years, especially with Operation Midnight Hammer, or many months. And so now we've achieved some of our goals, at least limiting their ability to enrich uranium, come to a big dirty bomb as soon as possible, even though they really never intended to. The whole point of them hedging a bomb was to scare us away from attacking. That didn't work. So now they're actually probably going to make a bomb. But that's a whole conversation for another time. That's really in and of itself a whole different issue that I spoke about, I think 2 days ago or a couple streams ago. But, you know, Donald Trump has to kind of balance being a loser and also ending the war without looking like a loser. And at the cost of course, his look and his power structure and the way he's perceived, he has pretty much undermined all diplomacy to look like the stronger guy. That's the issue here, and that's what's going on. And if you've been paying attention, that's what he's been doing the entire time. He has to really make it look like things are going the way they are and that the Iranian delegation is begging for a ceasefire. They're begging for peace talks. But of course, all of the official statements from the Iranian parliament and their foreign minister of affairs, they're saying that we're not actually desperate for a ceasefire. We're not desperate for peace. We will love peace and we will come to the table about peace so long as the stipulations in that peace plan actually make sense for us. And so for this war to end now, the United States has forfeited all of its right for good talk, or good faith talk, sorry. And so now for this to end, the Iranians are going to have to get a wish list. They're going to have to get this dream list of stipulations that warrant this conflict actually over and allow them to move on from this conflict without being worried or concerned that the United States or Israel is going to stab them in the back again. And so we can't just make maximalist demands. We're going to have to pull back. And there has been this alleged, supposed kind of set of plans that we are going to propose to the Iranians in this second round of talks that did not happen today because of Trump's poor actions in imposing blockades on the ports. But even if we do come to the table diplomatically and talk to the Iranians, the stipulations that we're going to have to propose or offer to them are going to be even less extreme for us and more extreme for them, in the fact that we're going to serve their interests more and more and more incrementally until the point where we're really just doing this for no reason, and we started this war for no reason. And of course, the United States is going to come to that realization. We're going to realize, hey, we have now had 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds of peace talks. Each and every time we've escalated the situation to undermine diplomacy. So if we make a maximalist demand, the likelihood of it actually being accepted from the Iranian delegation lessens each and every time we have these talks. And so how much more of the snowball effect can we afford until we make the decision that we're just going to have to start a full-on invasion again, right? Or a full-on boots on ground situation, whatever it may be. We may have to restart this war in a way that's a little bit more extreme than we did initially. And that's because the air campaign, it works to some degree, but it's not actually going to achieve our goals. Our goals in this war were, of course, seizing the enriched uranium or relocating it, getting the IAEA involved, destroying or nullifying their ballistic missiles program by limiting the distance that they can travel as far as the eye can see, as well as everything else like the proxy network, Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. And these are all things that Iran is likely not going to come to the table about, especially the missiles. The nuclear enrichment is something they're willing to talk about, but the more we exacerbate the issue, the more we try and finagle in the Strait of Hormuz, which is something they obviously have had control of, well then the less the likelihood is that we'll actually get anything we want out of these peace talks. We're destroying our own potentiality at reaching our own goals by continuously stabbing them in the back in the midst of this ceasefire. And of course, this all stems from, like I said, Donald Trump wanting to look like he has the upper position. And so JD Vance is not even benefiting from this at all. And there were some reports earlier from a White House correspondent, I forget her name, last name is Kremlin. She was saying on X that Donald Trump had said that JD Vance is not going to travel to Pakistan for security reasons. And then she retracted that statement and said 2 White House officials actually said JD Vance is going. So there was at one point earlier today a little bit of confusion or mixing and matching as to who's actually going to Islamabad for the second round of peace talks. And could this be a situation, and this is of course speculative, where JD Vance is now upset or frustrated with the president's military decision because of the fact that that's actually destroying JD Vance's ability to broker a peace deal? Certainly. And if you're JD Vance right now, you'd have to imagine, or you'd have to really be upset. Think about it. Put yourself in his shoes. He wants to be president in 2028. At least that's what he's obviously campaigned for. He's hinted at. And what's the biggest bragging right he can take from this whole conflict is that, of course, he ended it. That would be a huge piece of leverage for him on the debate stage. That would be a huge talking point for him anytime he's having a rally or at any point in his presidential campaign. That'd be huge, and a lot of people would endorse him because of the fact that he ended this senseless war in the Middle East and he stopped Donald Trump from, quote unquote, destroying the global oil market, whatever else he could say, because there's many ways you can weaponize this for your own campaign. That's all being destroyed because he can't even make it to Pakistan to have these talks because Iran is saying, no, you have to control the president. The president is blocking our ports. And we told him that if we come to an agreement on these peace talks, we will at least make the Strait of Hormuz fully open again. Now, who controls it? That's a different conversation, of course. But we will open it entirely so that Asia and Europe and these other countries don't suffer. Just today, the Netherlands said that they're actually facing now an oil crisis or an energy crisis, and they're declaring or close to declaring a state of emergency. And that's because of the fact that, of course, these European countries rely heavily on these Gulf countries for the oil first. I believe it's Asia first, and then actually after that, it'd be the European countries. And, what does this mean for our relations with the Gulf countries? Of course, they rely on our dollar. They propel our dollar by selling that oil. Is that going to be the same after this? And, the UAE is having an emergency situation with the dollar as well right now. And so it's just this whole situation where everybody's suffering. And Iran knows this. And so to them, the situation is, how long can we make the United States suffer without direct warfare? Because at least during the war, we can strike Iran. At least during the war, we can try and seize the uranium. We could try different things with our advanced military, with our technology. But during this ceasefire, then we're nerfed. We actually don't have all the options on the table to try and win militarily. We tried with the CIA operation, that whole F-15 that was shot out of the sky, John Ratcliffe reporting to the White House. That seemed to not work. That was probably a door opening for a boots-on-ground invasion or seizing uranium, with the whole scientist ID being on the ground. My brother went into great detail about that on his video and his YouTube channel, so go check that out if you haven't already. He broke it down very well. But right now, the United States is nullified in terms of our capability because of the ceasefire. Iran is not, because Iran still controls the Strait. So Iran has their biggest weapon right now. They're still using it. We don't. And so to me, of course, the ceasefire ends in 2 days on the 22nd officially. But to me, it may not even get there. Maybe we'll just resume this war. What's the point of even honoring that date or that deadline if Iran has rejected the peace talk? They have not showed up to Pakistan. They have not sent their delegation. And their demands still lie in the realm of maximal. So it's a situation where we actually had a chance to kind of just end this and put a fork in it. And now it seems like we are reaching our second wind here, and the war will unfortunately restart. That's what I'm seeing. I'll read this article. Let me see if I have some chats. Let's see here. We'll read some super chats. Michaka, next time wear a shirt. I think I read that. Thank you, man, for the 100. Riyadh says, "Oh 07, any collabs planned / want to do?" No, not on the top of my mind. Nothing really. DPG, another $20. Hello, Blackie. Nice to meet you. I had no idea. Thank you, bro. Very funny. Very funny. I've got no shirt on right now, right? Thank you, DPG. Tears and Pistols 5 gifted. Shout out to you. Thank you, bro. God bless. DPG, another 10. Wait, I need a refund. What we doing? All right, I'll send it to you. Thanks for the 10. Myron said we need to give to charity $10 only. All right, well, if all you guys send $10, it's more than enough. No, I'm kidding. Thank you, Roger. Thank you so much. All love 07. Thank you, Michaka. DPG, how do I send negative donos because you're robbing, bro? Yeah, you could send like a -100 to just take your money back. Justified Misogyny says, do you think we should leave NATO? I think so, in my opinion. I'm not opposed to it. It's just, here's the thing. And I told my brother this. If we leave NATO, we leave NATO. If we leave NATO on the basis that it's not beneficial, then certainly, right? Of course, NATO benefits from the United States more than, we really benefit from them, besides being able to flex our muscles in their regions or having military bases or a presence. But we spend so much more money than all of the other countries combined in NATO almost. And so, it has to do with the Ukraine conflict, sure. But overall, I would love for Trump to say, I don't want to be in NATO because of these, well thought out reasons. And here's the entire structure of my argument. Not, I don't want to be in NATO because they didn't help me die for Israel. I don't like that. So I don't want him to pull out of NATO on that basis. That's what I said before. But I'm not a big NATO. I don't see the huge benefit these days in this multipolar world. I suppose you can make the argument that it's crucial, but definitely not pulling out because they don't want to die for Israel. That's a silly reason. That makes us look bad. Denver FK, it says, block the blockade. Yeah, blockade the blockade, because that's going to work. And now it hasn't. That blew up in his face. Thank you for the $2. Tears and Pistols, another 5 gifted. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, Tears and Pistols. Showing a lot of love, bro. Appreciate it. Kushner is the problem in bed. Bibi Satan and Iran are not stupid. My brothers and sisters in Lebanon are getting wiped out by the satanic. Yeah, man. Prayers for Lebanon, bro. Prayers for Lebanon. Prayers for southern Lebanon, Beirut. The Lebanese people don't know, man. The Lebanese people have been suffering not as much as the Palestinians, but pretty close to their level. The Lebanese people have been bombed in doses unexpectedly for the last 50, 60 years. And southern Lebanon is no stranger to that. So prayers for Lebanon, man. Lebanon has been a big, big enemy of Israel, especially southern Lebanon. And they're no stranger to strikes, drones. You know what they do? They fly drones in the air around southern Lebanon or in Lebanon late at night just to keep the people up. It's like psychological warfare. Did you know that? Like, it's obvious they want to annex it, but prayers in Lebanon, man. For the Christians, for the Muslims, everybody as a whole. 36 Dixon Designs just joined. Quick recap of if possible, bro. I don't know when hopefully you caught some of it from when you chatted, but just scrub back. I went through everything. Super Hobby, $10 sticker. Thank you so much, bro. Super Hobby, another 07. Thank you, Super Hobby. NHH 07. Okay. I know what that means, but got to be vague here on YouTube. So, anyways, yeah, so that's kind of the recap. Blockading the blockade has not worked. Big surprise, big shocker. But let's read this article from New York Times. Really, this is an update. Tyler Page, Shireen Hakim, and Sanem Mahouzi. I don't even know if I'm saying these names right, but here, should be able to see my screen. So let's make sure this is proportionate. Okay. So, another chat. Let me just get to this before I start the article. Buffalo Blanco, 5141. How can Trump salvage this? Because as we are, the midterms is going. Okay. Because as we are, the midterms is going. I think I know what you meant. As the midterms are going, they're going to be in favor of Democrats. As usual in midterms, I expect impeachments. What are your thoughts? Yeah, it's very realistic now. It's very realistic now. Impeachment has always been like this kind of empty bluff from the left in regards to Donald Trump, especially back in 2017 and 18. But now it's legit. So that can be the case. And I mean, hey, if Trump keeps us in this war, man, maybe that's the best thing that can happen. Maybe that's the best thing that can happen. I don't need to tell you why this war is bad. I have been for the last 40 days, but really, do you need me to tell you? No, you don't. So I don't think Trump can salvage this. Even if Trump pulls out right now, we pull out all of our military, we pull out all of our naval forces, we pull out all the Marines, it doesn't really make a difference. We've done the damage. We've effectively shown that we cannot control ourselves. Israel controls us, or we don't manage ourselves. Israel controls us. Iran has been expert in highlighting that. The Gulf countries will no longer utilize our military infrastructure the same way they once did or depended on it for security, because the very security that it was supposed to offer has now put it in imminent danger via the drone strikes. Prince Sultan Air Base, the Udeid Air Base, the biggest one in the Middle East being in Qatar, all of them have been destroyed, 13 top to bottom as a whole throughout the entire Gulf. And so even if we pull out now, the damage is done. And so that's why I've said previously, if you think about it, it's like, hey, we might as well just finish the job, And I'm not saying we should. I'm just saying, from the mindset of the admin, from the mindset of Pete Hegseth or Donald Trump or the Joint Chiefs of Staff, maybe now the best option is to just go for the kill because the iron is hot. That's my thought process. And so that's why I'm concerned with this whole naval blockade on these ports. That prompted, of course, another closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And at this point, there's no other way to look except a war restart, unfortunately. So it's poor decisions on Trump's behalf. And It's brinksmanship, it's posturing, it's him not wanting to look like the loser. But really, I mean, what are we doing? You know, that blockade was a horrible idea, and it charged up the already charged up IRGC to make another decision that hurts us. So, and it was crazy. In the span of like 48 hours, the Strait was opened, then it was blocked, then it was like open, then there were tolls in the ships, and now it's blocked again because of the Tuska seizure. So we'll get into that right now. I'll get into those details. YB Lit, thank you for the $10 sticker. God bless you, bro. Appreciate it. Always showing love, man. All right. Let's see. Truth Social. Should we read Truth Social first? Trump's been losing it. He's been going crazy. All right. We'll wait a moment. We'll read the New York Times first. So here's the latest. A U.S. Navy destroyer on Sunday attacked and seized an Iranian cargo ship that defied an American blockade of Iran's ports, President Trump said, posting a fresh threat to the fragile ceasefire that is set to expire this week. That's on the 22nd or the 21st. I've been seeing 2 dates. Mr. Trump announced the attack hours after a White House official said the U.S. was dispatching a high-level delegation, including Vice President J.D. Vance, to peace talks in Pakistan, even as Iranian state media said Tehran had not yet agreed to a meeting. And again, this is something we constantly do. We say that something's going to happen. We say that something's in the works or in motion, and then Iran is like, we didn't agree to anything. We haven't even spoke to anyone. This continues on to say, the guided missile destroyer USS Spruance fired on the cargo vessel in the Gulf of Oman, Mr. Trump said on Truth Social, blowing a hole in its engine room before Marines took possession of the vessel. The president said the ship was under U.S. sanctions because of, quote, history of illegal activity, end quote, and that the U.S. forces were seeing what was on board. Mr. Trump did not say whether there had been any casualties. Iran's semi-official Mehr news agency reported that the U.S. forces had fired on Iranian merchant vessel, but said naval units from Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps had forced the Americans to retreat. The attack occurred in the Gulf of Oman, south of the Strait of Hormuz, the economically vital waterway that has become a flashpoint in negotiations. Iran imposed a blockade on the channel itself, through which roughly 20% of the world's oil normally travels, and the U.S. countered by blocking traffic to Iranian ports. Stupid idea. On Saturday, Iran attacked 2 Indian vessels attempting a transit, acts Mr. Trump described earlier on Sunday as a, quote, total violation of our ceasefire. The fate of the Strait is top of mind for American negotiators who Mr. Trump said would travel to Islamabad, the Pakistani capital, this week for talks. That was supposed to be today, of course. The stakes for the negotiations, should they happen, are high. Failure would risk reigniting the fighting and extending the global economic upheaval wrought by the war. And of course, these talks have, for all intents and purposes, failed because they have not happened today. A White House official said Mr. Vance was expected to lead a U.S. delegation accompanied by the top Trump aides Stephen Witkoff and Jared Kushner. The negotiations would be the second meeting of high-level officials since the ceasefire went into effect on April 8th. The ceasefire is expected to expire on April 22nd, and the rhetoric is intensifying as the deadline approaches. Mr. Trump on Sunday renewed threats against Iran's civilian infrastructure if the Strait is not reopened and an extension of the ceasefire is not reached. Quote, we're offering a very fair and reasonable deal, end quote, Mr. Trump wrote on social media. And guys, don't worry, I'm going to go through all the Truth Social posts where he went into a second threat on the power plants and everything else like that. I hope they take it, because if they don't, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran, Trump said. The last round of negotiations led last weekend by Mr. Vance in Islamabad ended without a breakthrough. The meeting had been the highest level encounter between Iranian and American leaders in decades. So here's a Truth Social post. So this is from, I'll read the whole gonna blow up the power plant threat in a moment, but this is a little bit more fresh or relevant in regards to the cargo ship. Trump says on Truth Social, today an Iranian flag cargo ship named Tuska, nearly 900 feet long and weighing almost as much as an aircraft carrier. Of course, he's trying to make the situation sound more dangerous than it actually was. Tried to get past our naval blockade, and it did not go well for them. The U.S. Navy guided missile destroyer USS Spruance intercepted the Tuska in the Gulf of Oman and gave them fair warning to stop. The Iranian crew refused to listen, so our Navy ship stopped them right in their tracks by blowing a hole in the engine room. Right now, U.S. Marines have custody of the vessel. The Tuska is under U.S. Treasury sanctions because of their prior history in illegal activity, sorry. We have full custody of the ship, and we are seeing what's on board, President Donald J. Trump. Now, there's a video actually released by the Pentagon of this entire issue and us warning and then eventually striking the ship, and it's right here. So let's take a look. Oops, let me get my headphones on, guys.
Motor vessel Tosca. Motor vessel Tosca. Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Okay, we gave the flare. Now we're getting.
And I believe those are actually warning shots. Those aren't the actual shots that delivered the strike, if I'm not mistaken. And that was the fate of the Tosca ship. So it says here, CENTCOM released footage showing the U.S. Navy firing warning shots at the Iranian commercial vessel Tosca in the Gulf of Oman. The vessel was later seized by the United States. So again, that's going over everything I just explained to you guys, kind of airing my frustration because of how unnecessary it was. But here is the threat from Donald Trump. This was earlier this morning. And this was earlier this morning, and it was in response to Iran firing bullets at these Indian vessels, likely because they were not obeying orders to actually go through the passageways designated for oil tankers or oil vessels, or maybe they weren't paying. I don't know what the details are there, and I tried to figure it out, but there's a bunch of blurred lines, gray area, because I'm not really too confident in Iranian media reports. Of course, they're going to try to bolster up their position and make bold claims, but it seems like they fired on that ship, and this was Trump's response to it. So we can read it. And again, Donald Trump, never shy to type up a mouthful, but we'll read it through. So Trump says on Truth Social at 8 a.m. this morning, Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz, a total violation of our ceasefire agreement. Many of them were aimed at a French ship and a freighter from the United Kingdom. That wasn't nice, was it? Okay. And obviously, this is in response to either those ships not listening to the Iranian-controlled Strait or in response to the U.S. blockade. I'm not defending it, maybe a bad idea from Iran, but this shows that the United States doesn't actually have any escalation dominance that we can exercise. My representatives are going to Islamabad, Pakistan. They will be there tomorrow evening. Didn't seem like that happened. For negotiations, Iran recently announced that they were closing the Strait, which is strange because of our blockade. But because our blockade has already closed it, they're helping us without knowing, and they are the ones that lose with the closed passage. We're not blocking the Strait of Hormuz. They are. $500 million a day. The United States loses nothing. In fact, many ships are headed right now to the U.S., Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska to load up. Compliments of the IRGC, always wanting to be the tough guy. I debunked that yesterday as to how that's not going to be good for the United States long term. Or 2 days ago, Friday. We're offering a very fair and reasonable deal, and I hope they take it, because if they don't, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy. They'll come down fast, and they'll come down easy, and if they don't take the deal, it will be my honor to do what has to be done, which should have been done to Iran by other presidents for the last 47 years. It's time for the Iran killing machine to end. President Donald J. Trump. Can you take him serious at this point, man? I can't even take him serious anymore. Can't even take him serious anymore. So that's his response. And of course, that's his response on Truth Social. But what's our actual physical response? At this point, Iran controls the Strait. And now, remember, Abbas Araghchi, we're still at war, guys. Okay, remember the fact that we are still at war. Never forget that. A ceasefire is a ceasefire. It's a temporary end to the fighting to try to come to some sort of permanent solution, which would invoke, of course, peace. And so, for lack of a better term, this conflict is ongoing currently, and it's happening as we speak. Just there has not been as much fighting. Two sides are kind of taking a break. Of course, a lot of people introduce the fact or the idea that the United States only proposed a ceasefire so that we can gather our marbles and try a different situation. I think that we may have actually wanted to pull out once we realized how asymmetric this conflict was. But let us not forget that Abbas Araghchi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, opened the Strait, or he said he didn't open the Strait himself. Of course, it's the IRGC and the Supreme Leader who have final say. But Abbas Araghchi announced on Twitter just a few days ago, we are opening the Strait of Hormuz, And so that was a big step in the right direction, because that was Iran displaying, at least physically with their actions, that they don't want a long-winded conflict either. And so they want to help the United States, or at least kind of come to some sort of middle ground. Now, are they going to give up the Strait entirely? Obviously not, because the war is not over. That has been their weapon to get the United States to the table. Why would they let go of that weapon when the United States has not actually come to the table with a valid peace proposal? Do you think they're going to actually open the Strait of Hormuz again? The answer, if this war continues on, is likely not. And if they do, it will be heavily fortified by the Iranian military, and they will make sure they make money on every single ship. We can continue to block those Iranian oil ports, but us blocking those Iranian ports, not oil ports, but just ports for goods as a whole, us blocking those ports are not nearly as painful as the Strait of Hormuz being blocked for the entire world. That's 1/5 or 20% of the world's oil. By the way, the Gulf countries are suffering economically as a result. They're not able to export their oil, 80% of which belongs to the Gulf that goes through the Strait of Hormuz, exporting to Asia and Europe. So we had a chance to, even if we didn't want to end this war or look like the losers, although if you have a brain, you know we're the ones who are losing, we had a chance to look a little bit better. But now that we've blocked these ports and in response there's been this whole series of events, likely Iran is not going to open up the Strait of Hormuz again, at least unless they're making a ton of money on it, which they were previously. And of course, Chinese vessels have been passing through without an issue. So you got to love it. You got to love it. 5D chess. What happened to all the MAGA guys? Trust Trump. It's 5D chess. You don't know what you're talking about. You're an IRGC member. You're a Muslim jihadi. Really? You know, as the time goes, it just gets worse and worse for you guys. Because I can go back on my Twitter timeline to day one of this war, and there's not one statement I want to retract. You know, you make predictions, and then you think that, oh, this might be wrong. I might look dumb later. That hasn't happened. Every single thing that I or Myron said has either come to fruition, is yet to happen, but is imminent in happening because of Donald Trump's poor decision-making militarily. And so it was actually reported that Donald Trump was not in the room, and he was intentionally left out of the room when they were planning on how they were going to retrieve the fighter pilot that was knocked out of his F-15, the Wizzo. Allegedly, that's what I'm reading on X. And here, actually, I can pull that up. I'm not sure if it was the fighter pilot situation or another, but I mean, this is the same guy that's being left out of rooms, and it's because of his erratic, volatile behavior. You know, Donald Trump has said in his sentiment against the Iranians, or, you know, echoed the idea that the Iranians are volatile, they're erratic. They're actually just reasonably responding to all of our escalation tactics. So, let's see. And I see some chats here. I'll read them in a moment. And of course, the USS Gerald R. Ford is back in the region as well after its incident. So, no real signs of things slowing down here. You know, top to bottom from everything that I've reported, it seems like this war is back on its way to starting back up. It looks like the ceasefire will be short-lived, as everybody had predicted or kind of expected, and probably a matter of time until the war is restarted. Now, at this point, it's only sensible to talk about whatever happens in stage 2. So, I mean, what happens in the second stage of this war when it is quote-unquote restarted, and which I hope doesn't happen. Look, this week we still have technically 2 more days, about 48 more hours until the ceasefire is officially over. Who knows if the United States is even going to wait until the 22nd to start up strikes again or an air campaign again. Who knows if they're going to wait. There's no point anymore if Iran controls the Strait or they're blocking it and they're making money on it, and our oil port or our goods port closure is not actually helping us. So maybe we will just return the war sooner than the 22nd. But let's say we honor these next 48 hours, right? Theoretically. And this is all just for the sake of speculation. Well, then what the hell could we really tell the Iranians to end this conflict? We don't have much time. We are going to have to concede to many Iranian wishes. And that's the only way this is going to end. Think about it. We have really no right to actually make a maximalist demand and expect it to be fulfilled because of our bad faith escalation in the region, even despite the ceasefire. And so I saw this earlier, and I don't know if it's verified, but I see a lot of people that I trust reposting and retweeting it, and so we can just take a look at it. But you can see my screen here. This is from Megatron on X, and a couple other accounts have posted this. It says details of the latest U.S.-Iran draft proposal according to the Amit, Siegel, and various other sources. So these are the stipulations. Iran agrees to a 15-year enrichment suspension with the exception of research reactors for medical isotopes. Iran's stockpile of 60% and 20% uranium would be partially converted to reactor fuel and partially downblended to a lower enrichment level. However, it will not leave Iran. And if you don't remember from the previous peace talks, they wanted this uranium to actually be outside of Iran. So again, something else that's kind of like more pushing towards the side of an Iranian wish list than anything that the United States would want. By the way, remember the grounds in which we started this war on. We started this war saying we're going to get rid of their regime. We are going to destroy their missiles program. We're going to completely seize all the uranium, which would be a long-winded process, several months long, maybe even years. Get certified scientists inside underground in these missile cities that are heavily fortified militarily. You know, we were making all these bold claims, at least indirectly, inadvertently. That's what we were saying, because we were invading Iran for a reason. That was, of course, to seize this uranium or completely destroy their ability to make this big, dirty bomb, in which they hadn't been planning on doing until we struck them. And now they definitely will if we don't stop them. And now look at where we've gotten to. Now we'll leave the uranium in Iran. It's like, as the war progresses, Iran just seems to kind of get what they want, a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. And so if you're the IRGC or you're the delegation, you stretch this out for long enough, maybe the United States will just leave you alone and not actually propose a plan in regards to the uranium. But, you know, that's, and I know I'm being a little bit unfair. Maybe some people will say I'm not being gracious to the United States, but this has dragged on too long. This has been 50 days, you know, and we started this war thinking that it would be 4 or 5 days. So you just got to be honest with yourself here. Full IAEA supervision on Iran's nuclear sites, opening the Strait of Hormuz with the possibility of collecting tolls. The U.S. will offer Iran phased sanctions relief. The U.S. will unfreeze all Iranian assets currently frozen abroad, amounting $20 billion or more. And then the U.S. will commit to a non-aggression pact with Iran that is ensured through a UN National Security Council resolution and a treaty ratified by Congress. The U.S. will withdraw all its military forces from the Persian Gulf. That is, in and of itself, the biggest L for the United States if it were to actually come to fruition. And so I don't expect that to ever be the case. I would never think that J.D. Vance and the Middle Eastern envoy would agree to this, or, of course, Donald Trump or the MAGA administration as a whole. But, I mean, this is what's circulating now. And this plan, whether it's true or not, is likely a plan that Iran would say, oh, okay, you know what? Maybe aside from this and that, this works. And that's the problem. Phased sanctions relief, in essence, is just sanctions relief over a long enough period of time. And the biggest grievance from the Israelis previously with Obama's nuclear deal back in 2016 was that because Iran now has sanctions relief from the United States, they can bolster up their proxy network even more and pose a larger threat than they currently do to the Israeli people. That was the dissatisfaction or the anger that Netanyahu was voicing to Congress after Obama had set up and brokered the Iranian peace deal, or the Iranian nuclear deal, the JCPOA, in which several countries like China and Russia and the entire EU were on board for. And so, you know, sanctions relief is likely not going to be feasible, not only for the United States. I don't think it's the biggest deal for us. Of course, we know it's not, but for Israel. And where is Israel in all of this, right? All of these plans about the uranium and Iran's stockpile of 60%, 20% uranium would be partially converted to reactor fuel, so not all of it. So they'd still have some of the 60%. By the way, all you need is 90% before your weapons grade, before you're ready to make that bomb. And so is Israel going to be on board for this? I mean, if this is the plan, what the hell did we start war for? What the hell did we start war for? We likely could have gotten a better plan without starting war. Did you know that? So, because, I mean, these stipulations are clearly favoring Iran. This is an Iranian wish list. This is their Christmas list. And so to think that this would actually be fulfilled in Islamabad, Pakistan, highly unlikely. But this is what's circulating, and so this is what I'm reporting to you guys and giving you the information on. But, of course, this would be the IRGC's wet dream, but this would be a nightmare for not only the United States, because we look stupid for starting the war and giving them everything they want in the end anyways, but really a nightmare for Israel and the Israeli people. So that's the biggest issue there. We certainly had a better deal before all of this. And this just goes to show Donald Trump has no clue what he's doing in the Middle East, you know? And I'm going to say this because I guess I have to make this obvious. And this is the problem now. I rip on Trump, and people see my shorts and people see my YouTube videos and they go, oh, this guy is like, you know, obviously left-leaning and whatever. And it's like, no, absolutely not. I don't want to be cringe here. I am a conservative, but I'm very right-wing, and I don't support any democratic idea. I don't support any progressive ideas or ideas from the left. And so I don't want people to misconstrue my attack on Trump, but my attack on Trump is justified. And I really just want a lot of you MAGA guys or the MAGA base to come to terms here and understand that this has now become a senseless and really disastrous conflict for not only the United States, but the entire world that in many ways depends on the United States. And after this conflict may not depend on us. And so can we flex our muscles like we've always been able to? The answer is if this drags on for longer, absolutely not. And this is the problem with Trump, is this was figured out. And this comes from Trump's ego. This comes from his ability to not listen to people who actually are qualified to give him this kind of information, like the IC, like the Pentagon, who told him, Mr. President, if you start this conflict with Iran, it likely won't be 4 or 5 days. It's going to take probably boots on ground to effectuate regime change and seize the uranium. And he ignores them and he listens to the Israelis. But if Donald Trump listened to his intelligence was likely telling him something like the Iranian nuclear deal would be the best bet. Diplomacy with Iran is our best bet. And starting a war with them would be asymmetric for us. It would kick us low every single time. And I'm sure that was expressed to him in a much more articulate manner with evidence. And to that, he said, fuck you, I'm going to listen to the Israelis. And this is why I say, not only is it important to condemn Trump right now, but this attack is warranted. He's earned this, you know? It's not like he started this war because he genuinely sensed violence and terrorism from the Middle East. You can definitely make the argument. I'm not saying it's true. You can make that argument for George Bush all day long. But you cannot make that argument for Donald Trump. And people say, well, let's not overcorrect the issue on Iraq. Actually, yeah, let's overcorrect it because we got into that war for Israel. So yeah, that does actually require an overcorrection. That requires completely changing the structure of how our politicians are funded, how our government is set up, how it's working, or not how it's set up, but how it works as a whole in regards to the influence that's imposed on the government. Yeah, that's actually a situation where we do need an overcorrection because that war was catastrophic. And somebody from the farthest right of the right will tell you that, as well as the farthest left of the left. There's no doubt about that. Whether you're libertarian, you're center left, you're center right, you're conservative, you're democratic, you're progressive, whatever you are, you're trans, everybody will say the Iraq war was a disaster and it was senseless. And so something like that actually, yeah, it does require an overcorrection because meddling in Middle Eastern affairs has never proved useful for the United States. Every single time, it has never helped us. I mean, everybody says that. Joe Kent, who was a Green Beret, has been deployed to 10 or 11 countries in the Middle East several times, has said before, and now he's saying after he stepped down that, you know, our operations in the Middle East, for better or worse, really didn't serve us much. And, of course, now he stepped down from chief of counterterrorism and whatever else, but, you know, and it's crazy I have to say this, but, like, a lot of people see me rip on Trump and they think that I'm, like, being this weird leftist, like changing my views. It's like, no, I'm not changing my views. I'm just grounded in the fact that this is senseless and this is stupid. You hate immigrants here. You hate migration. Well, this is going to increase that, you know? The United States is the best country in the world. It is the most powerful. It is the greatest nation in the world. And these conflicts, specifically these conflicts, will, in fact, remove our right to brag about that. No doubt. So, let's see. Char Binks. Oh, Ken Rose, thank you so much. Oh, oops, I gotta go up. Lotus, thank you for the 5 gifted, man. Appreciate that. I didn't see it, bro. I apologize. Shout out to you. Lotus25, appreciate the love, man. Appreciate you for being a member. Thodic, $10, keep cooking. Shout out to you. Ken Rose, $5. Thank you, Ken Rose. Always showing love. Char Binks, $5. The Strait of Hormuz is open at 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. What else operates on the same hours? Wall Street and Trump's inside traders. Yeah, I mean, you could make that argument, but at the end of the day, we're blocking their ports, and so they're going to have to do something in response to them because economically their government is suffering from that. And so an entire blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is the obvious next step for the IRGC, and that's likely what's going to happen starting tomorrow, or at least for the foreseeable future once the ceasefire is over. Remember, there's still an ongoing ceasefire that the United States technically, besides the Strait on the cargo strip, have not violated. And so that's being honored to some degree, but all roads lead to Rome. The wind is kind of blowing in the direction of a restart to this war. And, you know, Donald Trump can try and benefit from that strait being open, but how much of a benefit is it for the stock market or, you know, futures, S&P 500, NASDAQ to benefit from that temporarily if Iran is making tons of money on these vessels passing through their 21-mile passageway, that being the Strait of Hormuz. So there's a bigger issue there. And I did see the S&P 500 hit an all-time high the other day, and there has been some kind of like response economically on the stock market to peace being imminent. But remember, that was under the pretext that we were supposed to have peace talks today. That has not happened. JD Vance is not in Pakistan. Unless they're making it a secret, unless it's some big secret, that has not happened. And so, you know, it kind of leaves us with one or two real conclusions here. And that is likely that maybe later this week, we will go back to where we were in the middle of March, which is striking Tehran or even worse. Let's hope that's not the case, but blocking those ports may have started the war again. Carlos, FN57, W Riyadh, W OSS 300, W OSS, W Myron. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. All right. So, yeah, that's Trump going crazy on Truth Social. Let's see what happened with Tucker Carlson and Patrick Bet-David. Who saw this fight coming? So I guess I have this video from Valuetainment, but let me find Tucker Carlson talking about it. Like the video if you have not already, guys. All right, we'll just watch Patrick's video on it. Hopefully you guys haven't seen this. If you have, I suppose enjoy my reaction, but I haven't gotten to watch it yet, so let's see. Tucker's been good. He's been great. He's been great on this issue. Oh, wow. The UAE informed the United States that it's going to have to depend on Chinese currency for oil sales if it runs low on U.S. dollars, according to the Wall Street Journal. Nice. Another W, though. Don't worry. We're being panicins. Trust the process, guys. Trust the process. Iran has been nuking the world's oil supply. Iran has been threatening the entire world. Gas prices. All these economies are screaming and suffering. Don't worry. You're panicking. Are you serious? Anyways, let's watch this video. Get this full screen for y'all. Okay. Why is the chat here? I need the chat right there. Organize it. Should I make the chat a little bigger? All right, it's too big. All right, there we go. Pause.
Here's Patrick.
Thoughtic says, maybe Trump knows it was an L from the start, but is being blackmailed by Bibi with the Epstein files. That option is never off the table. Certainly, you know, you could speculate, right? Like, why is Trump doing this? Sorry, I know we're going to start the video, but that's a good point you bring up. And this has made people go, what the hell is wrong with Donald Trump? Like, why is he doing this? There has been that confusion from the beginning or the outset of this war. But if you've been paying attention, Donald Trump tarnishing the Iranian nuclear deal was all you had to know to really make the prediction that he was going to start a war with Iran. I didn't make that prediction, by the way, but the writing was kind of on the wall because he not only imposes or reintroduces sanctions back onto Iran, he destroys the nuclear deal that Obama set up to guarantee diplomacy and peace for the forthcoming future, the foreseeable future. And then he renders the IRGC a terrorist organization. And then the leader of that terrorist organization, the leader of the resistance, the axis of resistance, Qasem Soleimani, is killed by the United States. I've said straight so many times, states. And so Trump takes credit for that, whatever. And then later on, the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, is killed just a few years later. And so systematically, we're just like knocking down these domino pieces that help Iran in bolstering or flexing their power in the Middle East and really just keeping Israel at bay. And I've said this before, you know, I don't want to repeat myself too many times, but then the whole situation in Syria, right? Of course, Hassan Nasrallah falls, and then Mohammed Jolani, the current leader of Syria, sees that opening, now that Syria doesn't have to worry about Hezbollah as much, or them moving throughout the region being IRGC, IRGC proxies, any remnants of that, then he seizes power, he takes power, and Donald Trump is like just sitting back, letting it happen. And Turkey's all over it. Turkey's funding it. And Jolani has these weird but kind of confirmable detections or really connections to the CIA. And you got this whole mess going on with Al-Qaeda and ISIS. And it's just like everything is pointing to the fact that if you've been paying close attention, Donald Trump certainly planned on, if not starting a war with Iran, setting up Israel to be able to do it by themselves. That, no doubt, was the plan. And I think that might have been the plan. That's my own personal speculation, is that Donald Trump was weakening Iran so Israel can kind of do the job, but he was never able to really weaken Iran as much as he would have liked to or really was able to because of their mosaic defense. The fact that they don't completely depend on leadership, really, because all of these leaders are killed, but Israel was not strong enough to really take out the IRGC or effectuate regime change, because remember Operation Rising Lion, the 12-day war and everything, Israel was getting smacked. They were getting hammered. And the Israeli government had actually issued a threat to anybody who was reporting the damage in Tel Aviv or anywhere on the ground in Israel. And if you were showing the strikes, if you were showing any Iranian missiles hitting infrastructure, making it look like Israel was getting hit or hurt hard, well, then you could have been put in prison for that. And of course, the end to that was the strikes on the 3 nuclear facilities, Midnight Hammer, Operation Midnight Hammer. But, you know, it seemed like we kind of just wanted to open the door for Israel, so there was a little bit less resistance, but that didn't happen. That didn't work. And that's because Iran saw it coming. You know, we telegraphed our moves. We telegraphed our moves very clearly. When we greenlit the IRGC as a terrorist organization, Iran knew it was over. They knew with this administration, with the whole MAGA campaign, with the whole MAGA group, they were never going to have sovereignty, and they were never going to have the ability to really be able to flex their guns in the Middle East without a strong response from either the United States or Israel. So it's been obvious, you know. So for me, I think this was Trump's whole purpose from 2016. I think that's why he was elected, but also just the fact that Israel, and this was what Marco Rubio said, Israel is so obsessed with the idea of overthrowing the, not only Ayatollah, which didn't work, by the way, but really the IRGC as a whole. We had no choice but to get involved because they were about to start a conflict that they would not be able to finish. And what better way to define a moral hazard for the United States?
Bet David on his podcast a day or two ago. Watch this.
I don't know why Catholics, have this issue with Jews. I don't know what it is. They have this. I don't listen. I get the Jews have issues with Christians, and they'll make fun, and they'll say stuff like, "Oh, your Jesus is gonna do." They'll say, "Well, he was a Jew anyways, right?" Yeah. But then Catholics have that issue with Jews. And they act like, they're all innocent and everything. And when you look at Catholics, the amount of centralized power they have. Centralized. If you know what the total Catholic population is worldwide? It's like 1.213 billion. Jews are 15 million.
15 million.
But Jews are decentralized, meaning Jews don't have somebody they listen to that says, "Hey, you better do this." Catholics, God forbid you say something about the Pope. They're like, "Hey, man, listen, who is that Pope figure
based
in the Christian community? We don't have one." No. If I ask you right now, who's the Pope?
Yeah, so, okay, Jews are decentralized. No, they're not. Jews are centralized. They very much are. And the amount doesn't actually equate to the influence. Those are two different things. Okay? Their influence is remarkable. And where they are positioned is more than enough to offset their actual number in totality. So yeah, there's about 15 or 16 million Jewish people worldwide, but where they stand and where they lie actually equates to the way the world works now. It's not the case for any other group of people except them. That's the reality, and that's like what you're just going to strategically step over as you're talking about this. You will leave that talking point out. I remember Dinesh D'Souza during the debate with Myron, my brother. They were going back and forth, and he says, "Well, I think it's crazy that Myron says that they're in control of the United States, but there's 300 million people in the United States and only a few million of them." And it's like, okay, do you know where those few million actually lie, though? All in the perfect crevices to make decisions for our nation. And this is, by the way, I'm not saying that begrudgingly. Shout out, and I'm really careful with this topic because of YouTube. They're very smart. You can't do anything except give credit where it's due. That's what they've done. And that's what they've done to answer to the diaspora that they've been in for thousands of years. The whole MO with that group of people is they have been persecuted, they have been attacked, they have been expelled. You've got the situation in World War II. And so for them, it's never again. For them, it's we will ensure we dig our boots in the ground, we plant our stakes, we set our pillars up as strong as they've ever been, and we are never threatened with such a situation again. And so for them, it's important to get in those positions that are strategic for influence, get a lot of money, maintain that money, use it for the right reasons. And this stems from the fact that they all stick together very closely. So whether you want to say they're decentralized or not is irrelevant. They stick together, and they happen to be the same people who grab our president over the shoulder like this and say he's the best Jewish president ever. They're not centralized. You know, Miriam Adelson for the embassy in Jerusalem, that's not centralized power. Then what is it? Giving Trump billions of dollars? I don't know about that. Are we not going to talk about that? And then you're talking about the Pope. Like, what is the Pope? The Pope is not nearly as powerful as them. You know? So
in the Christian community, you don't have somebody to look at who is a witch pastor.
Yeah, exactly.
No, they don't.
We don't have one.
It's an independent network.
It's just the Bible.
So if
That's
you
not
look at
interpreted.
only Catholics and Muslims have somebody that they look at as their supreme leader, like, you know, you got to go to somebody. But even more, it's Catholic.
Well, there's
Not
only
even-
two theocracies in the world:
Catholicism.
Islam. I'm sorry, the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yep.
And the Vatican.
Yeah.
Those are the two major
So-
theocracies.
So actually, the Vatican is very much like the Nazi Iranian government, the theocratic government, the mullahs. It's all basically the same. They've got the complicated dress. They hate the Jews, as Patrick Bet David just said. Catholics have a problem with the Jews. A problem with the Jews. It's slander. It's an attack on the world's largest and oldest Christian denomination, and is taking place openly.
And another thing to add, Tucker is right here. Can you believe that Patrick Bet David, a self-proclaimed Christian who's a Syrian who escaped the horrors of the IRGC in the Middle East, is now echoing a voice against Catholics, his brothers and sisters in faith, for the sake of defending the MAGA campaign? How far does this guy have to fall? This is a new low he has stooped to that I never anticipated he would. That's remarkable. This guy is a Christian. Let us not forget, Patrick Bet David is a Christian. And by the way, he's not dumb. I don't take him as a dumb person. This is him grabbing at straws in extreme desperation to defend this failing GOP, that being Make America Great Again, Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, JD Vance. And there's no more defense left for these guys. That's empty. That's gone. And there has never been a topic where it's easier to be on the right side. And so if you can't draw the line in the sand and actually decipher what's right and what's wrong and where you stand, well, then that not only shows that you are either politically illiterate, I think it really shows that you're controlled. To attack the Pope, to try and draw a parallel between radical Islam and the IRGC and the Vatican to kind of deliver the message that Catholics are extreme, and that it's like, aren't you Christian? Why are you doing that? You know, to me, that's like sellout behavior. That's wild. Yeah, okay. Shia Islam, by the way, not even Sunni Islam, we have that power structure. In Sunni Islam, there's no hierarchy. We don't have a religious zealot. We don't have an ayatollah. We don't have a religious leader. We don't have anything like that. There's nothing like that in Islam. I'm telling you as a Sunni Muslim myself. For the Shias, yeah, they do have that, but they make up about 10 to 15% of Muslims worldwide. They're a staggering minority of Muslims. Most Muslims are Sunni. Now, whatever subcategory they fall into is a different situation, but of course they're all Sunni. And so in Sunni Islam as a whole, there's no real religious authority over you as there would be with like the Pope or the Ayatollah. That doesn't exist. You have your local imam, you have your local sheikh that you go to and you ask him questions. Maybe if he's a high-ranking one, or you have a mufti in your area, he gives the fatwa or the religious ruling. But like complete say, authoritarian rule over a group of people in a religion, that doesn't exist in Islam, not in Sunni Islam. And Sunni Islam is the majority. So why are you drawing parallels between a minority sect of Islam and Catholicism? Well, because that minority sect of Islam is at war with Jewish people. And so they want to draw that parallel that Catholics are at war with Jewish people, and they're not. All the Pope is saying is, hey, Trump, you're being dumb right now. We condemn this. And Donald Trump has now come to attack the Pope and say nasty, vile things about him. And now Patrick Bet-David can't even have the decency to voice condemnation for that. It's like, this is a new low. You would think you would go, I'm not with what Trump said the other day. That's a little bit beyond the pale for me. No, he goes, yeah, actually, Catholics are like Muslims. They're all terrorists. They all hate the Jews. What the fuck? We are stooping to new lows here. Yo, can you believe it? This war has gotten so attritional. This war has gotten so asymmetric. This has made Trump look so bad that now they're trying to call Catholics terrorists. What? Because the Pope, the religious leader of the Catholics, said, hey, this war is not good. That's all he said. He voiced condemnation for the war, just like NATO, and it's like no one's safe from Trump's attacks. The entire MAGA base that got Donald Trump elected, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, all these guys have voiced condemnation against this conflict, and what did they get in response? A 500-word essay shitting on every single one of them. And now the Pope says, hey, not a good thing, Mr. Trump, pull out of this war, and now PBD joins the train and says, Muslims and Catholics are terrorists. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's a pretty nasty low to stoop to. And there's other ways you can kind of spin it. I talk to people on a show. I'm doing it right now. Honestly speaking, if there's a topic that I'm unsure about or I'm not sure how to really address it, I'll just say that, or so I'll ignore it. But to address it head on and take this like anti-Catholic position, and I get it, he's not Catholic, and I know Catholics don't agree with Protestants and Protestants don't agree with Catholics, and you've got so many different denominations, but overall, you guys do share the same belief, different ways to kind of get there. But the crucifixion, Christ dying for the sins of mankind, believing that. Now, whether it's a faith-based and action-based denomination or just faith-based like Protestants, whatever, the point of all this is it's like he's almost backstabbing his own group of people. That's gross. That's really gross. Really gross. And I know Tucker's about to go off, but I got to go off because that's wild. And I have to really draw that out verbally and explain that to you guys and articulate it, because don't ever let that slide over. Don't ever let that slip by you or go over your head. He's genuinely grouping in Muslims and Christians as terrorists coming from like this similar entity or the same ideology, which is going against Israel, so he can further defend Donald Trump and demonize the base outside. Well, guess what? The base outside is now the popular one, and the base inside is becoming less popular day by day this war extends. So this is a sinking ship. And I've been saying since the beginning, I don't know why the PBD guys don't just jump ship. And I know they may have something going on with Trump, and so they got the hotel in Florida or whatever. I know something about that. I heard about it. But really, this is the credibility of your show. This is the credibility of your persona, who you are as a speaker, who you are as somebody who teaches people how to think, because that's what all these guys do. Patrick Bet-David, Nick Fuentes, Myron Gaines, Sneeko, anybody else, when you watch these guys, they are effectively telling you how to think, right? To some degree, because you're getting the news from them, you're getting their opinion, you're getting their spin, you're getting how they read it, their speculation, their prediction. And so Patrick Bet-David yields that great power. He has a large audience, a very massive one. And to draw that parallel between Muslims and Christians to negatively kind of discern the fact that they come from this like Jewish hating, terroristic, one leader rules all authoritarian, Nazi-like identity is really disgusting. Really disgusting.
And it's all coming from the same source, which is Israel. The issue is Israel. Anyone who supports the Netanyahu government, not Israel as a concept, not all Jews, no, the Netanyahu government, anyone who ratifies every decision, no matter how violent or grotesque or genocidal of the Netanyahu government, those are the good people. And anyone who doesn't is a Nazi. And by the way, their religion itself is a Nazi religion. It's an inherently anti-Semitic religion.
So Tucker, it's interesting. I watched this video a few times, and respectfully, I want to respond to you because you're a formidable voice. Whether I agree with you or not, you're somebody that's very good at getting your message out there. And I think at this point, if there's anybody that believes in your ability, it's a guy like this who, after I sold my company, I gave offered you $100 million contract. I even went on your friend Megyn Kelly's show when I announced it, and she was asking specific questions. I said, yep, we went to your house, we made the offer, then we spent some time together. I came to Maine, and we did your show, and we've had a couple good conversations together. So I believe in you. I think you're funny, quirky, very good communication, and you have your way of doing things. It's almost like
And Patrick Bet-David is an expert at giving people credit before he deconstructs their arguments so he can discharge them. You know, like this is a psychological trick.
You do twist words a lot, and I noticed you did that with me. He hates Catholics. You know, he hates this. Catholics hate the Jews, and all this stuff that you did. It's a little bit of your shtick, which I get. But let me kind of get into.
Yeah, but you just drew. Okay, I can't let this play because I'm gonna forget to say this earlier or later rather. You just drew. By the way, I'm Muslim, but you just drew a comparison or a parallel, whether you meant it or not, between Muslims and Christians, specifically Catholics, for the fact that they respond to one religious authority. And so it's like this Nazi, anti-Semitic kind of theocratic regime that opposes the MAGA campaign and this war as a whole. And it's like, no. That's why he's calling you out. And you kind of know what you did, but let's see how he tries to bandage it here.
A few things I want to address with you in this video, and maybe you're not aware of it. A few things you need to know about me. My number one priority is to make sure America stays as the greatest country in the world.
Then you cannot be in support of this war. I've said it a million times. I'll say it again. If you support this war, that's your prerogative, but you clearly do not favor America first. That's it. It's that simple. And if you think that supporting this war favors America first, something might be wrong with you. Maybe you don't understand how the world works. Maybe you don't understand how the global oil market has been affected as a result. But it does not take an expert. And as I've said, and I'll say it again, there's no topic to be on the right side of that's better than this one. This is the easiest topic to be presently in front of, current event, and go, that's the right side. I'm going to walk over there. The fact that you cannot do that speaks volumes more than I can articulate in this response.
Period. Full stop. I'm America first. I'm a Christian, non-denominational Christian that you need to know about me. And by the way,
then condemn the genocide in Gaza. How about that? Condemn the genocide in Gaza and call Israel a terrorist state. Since you're a Christian that has no affiliation anywhere, nothing extends anywhere, my first and only issue, my first and only priority is America and Jesus Christ. So that be the case, if it's true, and that's a big claim, and that's a claim that I respect, fine. Condemn the annexation of the West Bank. Condemn the attempted annexation of southern Lebanon. Condemn the genocide in Gaza. Condemn the 100,000 people dead, from almost which half are under 18, several of them being adolescent or even younger children. Condemn that. Since you're just this Christian who has no ties anywhere. No one's in your pockets. No one's influencing you. No one's controlling you. Perfect. Fine. Condemn those things because Nick has, and so have others. And you don't got to be this Muslim lover. You don't got to be this Middle Eastern lover. You don't have to be this apologist for brown people. But can you condemn senseless killing in the Middle East for the benefit of making a country that's already way too strong, stronger than it needs to be, that may eventually actually undermine us, which they have done? You know the Beirut bombings that Pete Hegseth uses to weaponize this war and say that it's justified? Israel knew that that was going to happen, and 200 Marines still died as a result. So who's a bigger enemy? Seeing somebody in front of you who's about to punch you, or your friend who knows they're going to hit you and doesn't tell you? If you have a friend who knows your adversary is going to attack you and your friend doesn't tell you your adversary is about to attack you, well then maybe your adversary is closer to you than your friend. That's way worse. Israel's our greatest ally, but they never warn us about these conflicts. They never warn us about these terrorist attacks, these sleeper agents. So actually, who's a bigger threat to the United States? Because if I had somebody close in my circle and they didn't tell me that I was about to get blindsided, forget the person who's going to blindside me. That's their right since they're going against me anyways. I'm going to take out the person who didn't tell me. And their obligation is to tell me because we are allies. That's the whole point. Yeah, give me the Christian nonsense. Don't give me the Christian nonsense. Thodic, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you, bro. God bless you. God bless you, bro. Appreciate the love. Don't give me that nonsense. Every Christian has figured it out now. It's up to you. Thodic, $100. Whoa. Thank you, bro. W's in the chat. 07's in the chat for our boy Thodic. God bless you, bro. I appreciate the love. Thodic is my greatest ally. Hold on. Yo, I'm on stream, just so you know. What's good?
Yeah, I know you are. Yo, I'll be home in like 11 minutes. Are you gonna get off right now or what?
No. Actually, what would be perfect is if you get home and then we jump on Discord, and once I get off, they transition over to you, and you go from there, and we can go for a little bit.
Bro, I was only gonna get on for like maybe an hour just to yap with you. But if
Let's go. No, that's perfect because that's the amount of time I'm expecting to go for from now.
Okay, cool.
That's perfect.
What topic do you want to talk about? You want to talk about these dudes hitting the ship, or did you already talk about that?
I spoke about it, but I want to get your thoughts on it, and then I also want to react to a little bit of this PBD with you. I know you did it on OSS, but I think my stream will really enjoy it.
Yeah, sure, we can do that.
W. All right, perfect.
Yeah, because I know you love Tucker, so yeah, we can do that. We can do that.
Shout out Tucker.
Just
I'll be
home in like 10 minutes. I'll jump on with you for a little bit, and then I'm gonna pass that after that. I've been up for like over 24 hours. I'm cooked, man.
Perfect. Chat spamming W Myron. Let's go, W Myron. Yo, just text me when you call on Discord because my computer doesn't give me the notification for some reason. So just text my phone.
Yeah, blanky.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Later.
Peace. W Myron. Let's go. Thodic, thank you so much, bro. Thodic with $150, man. W. W's in the chat for Thodic, our greatest ally. Riyadh did come down $2. He's a numbers guy, though. Loomer has no butt. Laura Loomer has no butt. Okay. Yeah, but so here's the thing. I'm a numbers guy. Yeah, I'm a numbers guy. Anyways, all right, let's get back.
I'm Armenian, which, by the way, the first nation that accepted Christianity as their religion was Armenians. And the only ones that debate Armenians on them being first is Assyrians, and my dad is Assyrian. Maybe that's the reason why my parents divorced each other twice, married each other, and divorced each other. So Armenian, Assyrian, Christian, America first. I want this thing to be the greatest country in the world. I want capitalism to be common sense for everybody to realize that if a new person wants to come up and have their dreams become a reality, I want that to be out there. But I wonder if that's where you are today. You were always there for many years until what's happened with you the last couple of years. So let me kind of address a few things. So you said something a couple weeks ago. You said Sharia law has made Islamic societies more advanced than the West. Huh. It's interesting. Sharia law has made Islamic societies more advanced than the West. It's a pretty bold statement. I mean, it's like you're selling Sharia law more than you're selling America. You had a guest on a couple weeks ago. Your guest said, that capitalism should not be anywhere near Christianity. Christianity is socialism at its core. You almost agreed with them. And you're like, yes. And you almost agreed with them. So socialism, Christianity at its core, you almost sound like you're supporting maybe a Mamdani in New York or maybe an Ilhan Omar. Maybe those two will be in your podcast in the next few months. I don't know. I'm trying to see what you're solving for. See, this is kind of where I'm at with my life that most people don't know about.
And like I said, expect him to take a nasty dig after giving him that much credit. I'm not surprised. Okay, so let's remember how we started this entire beef or this response video. Tucker said, you're likening Catholics to Nazis. The Pope is right. That's gross. Do better. This war is bad for the United States, and you're clearly in support of it. You now attack Tucker because he says Sharia law, which, by the way, does work because the Gulf countries are the safest in the world. You're attacking him for that, and you're attacking him for having a guest who expressed some positive ideals for socialism. Look, we all hate socialism here, but are you actually addressing the initial reason as to why this response started? This has nothing to do with anything. I get it. People don't like Tucker's whole pro-Qatar sentiment, and so I understand that. And he has been a big supporter of Muslims, but I think Tucker, like all these other people who have now recently found out like the real shocking truth, if you will, have, you could say overcorrected, but have now leaned in this direction where they go, wait, it's really not Muslims. And that's Tucker, that's Candace, that's all these other guys. They realize, oh, it's not Muslims really. And we don't agree with their religion, and maybe we don't even like it, but Muslim societies would probably thrive if it were not for Israel, because the Gulf countries are a prime example. And that's what they're doing. So I get it. Tucker was former CIA. I get it. He's in Qatar a lot. You're completely inclined, or you're completely in your right to be wary about that. But ultimately, PBD is not really responding to anything here. And I'll let him keep going, but Sharia law actually does make countries safe. Because Sharia law says, hey, if you do something you're not supposed to do, you will be punished in full force for it, even if that means death. And so I think just last year, Saudi Arabia had executed a record amount of young people for drug exports, using drugs, or whatever have you, closely related to marijuana, if I'm remembering the report correctly. That's under the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And although that may be harsh or crude, these are also countries where you can trust that your wife can walk around with a baby stroller at 2 a.m. late at night and go to the park if she wanted and nothing would happen. Not that that's normal, but the fact that that's a reality, the fact that that's possible says a lot. These countries are overwhelmingly safe. I think right behind Switzerland, the next three countries are like the UAE, Bahrain, and Qatar, if I'm not mistaken. These countries are overwhelmingly safe. And the biggest ask for people in the United States, unfortunately, these days is actually safety. Because a poor innocent Ukrainian refugee was just stabbed on the neck taking the train back from her pizza job. You know? So like, yeah, this country does actually have a big issue of senseless violence, mass shootings and everything else in between. I'm not saying the United States must have Sharia law to fix these issues, but I'm saying severe punishment for such disgusting actions would benefit us. Would they not? And that's the very same thing that propels Sharia law to make these countries so safe. So, and this is the thing. It's easy now for PBD to weaponize that against Tucker because now it's a situation of, oh, he's an Islamist, so I'll attack him from that angle. He is expressing some pro-Sharia ideology, so I'm going to attack him from that angle. How about the fact that you clearly hate Muslims and you use that as a basis for a shadow, but kind of almost at this point direct justification for Israeli actions, which is at its core Zionist talking points. Don't you know that? The Zionists directly benefit from Americans thinking that Muslims are responsible for this mass issue of world terror, because if they do that, that will always draw a veil between Christians and Zionists and what they're actually doing. But if you look past the whole anti-Muslim sentiment and you peel that layer back, there's nothing there except the Zionist entity. So
let me kind of share it with you.
And this guy is about to probably support that idea, I bet.
For 7.5 years, I worked with Mormons. Guess what? I read everything I could on Mormons, and I realized it's not a denomination for me. I'm not interested. I watch all the videos you're not supposed to watch. Ask me how many bad experiences I had with Mormons. 0. They're phenomenal people. I work with Seventh-day Adventists, and I learned that on Saturdays, there's Saturday, Sunday, all these different things. Very interesting. Guy named Juan Rivas, big community. Not for me, but guess what? I got along with them. Jews. I notice Jews, when I do business with them, it's very interesting if you negotiate with them. They're going to be very, very making sure they get all the benefits on their side. But ask me how many times I've had issues with Jews. Never. Okay, if you ask me about Catholics, I built an insurance company with 60,000 insurance agents, 54% Hispanic. And what do you think most Hispanics are? Catholics. Never had one issue with a single Catholic in my life. And last but not least, Islam, Muslim. I lived with them for 11 years. When you say Sharia law has made Islamic societies more advanced than the West, I lived with the IRGC and the Hezbollahs in Iran, where my mother and my sister were frightened to walk outside. That's this guy. I lived with them, okay? Not hypotheticals. And, we are now both very wealthy. You come from a very wealthy family. I think you also may have married into a wealthy family. And you made a lot of money. You made a lot of money in your life, and your business is doing very well today. When you go to dinner, you're having dinner with people that are going to make sure you see the best side of everything you go to. When I went to Mumbai, they showed me the best part of Mumbai. I went to the slums because I wanted to see what it looked like. Whatever part of the world I go to, I get treated royally today. Why? Because they want to show me the best. But I lived in the worst when our family had nothing. Literally nothing is what we had when we lived in Iran. Regular places, we lived in the city of Tehran. But you know as crazy as that is? Do you know my chef that lives with us? When we go on the road, he's with us all the time. Do you know he's Muslim and he's Turkish? and he's still a Muslim? And do you know what Turks did to Armenians and Assyrians? You ever heard of the Armenian genocide or the Assyrian genocide? You ever heard of that? 1.5 million, 300,000.
We've heard of it, and it was a disgusting action from the Ottoman Empire. What does that have to do with anything of the topic and why you're responding right now? I assume I can't sit here and listen to all of it. I'm going to finish it. I assume he's doing this to eventually elucidate a larger point. What are you talking about? You say that my family was afraid to walk outside because of Sharia law and the brutal monstrosities, the atrocities that the IRGC was responsible for. Fine, I'll concede. The IRGC is not a pretty regime. They're an evil one that does not line up with my theology, by the way. Got no problem there, got no dog in that fight. But you're also saying you're gracious, and so you give a chance to the best of groups of people. Okay, then, so what about Dubai? What about Abu Dhabi? What about UAE as a whole? What about Qatar? What about Bahrain? What about all these countries? What about Saudi Arabia? What about those countries? What about Oman? All of these Gulf countries are incredibly safe for Christians, for Muslims, for Jews, for Hindus, for Buddhists, whatever you are. They're very safe. And sure, are they a little bit more intolerant to religious differences? Yeah, but that's their prerogative. Don't like it, go somewhere else. There's still freedom of religion. There's still guarantee to practice your religion safely. Oh, but the tax. Hey, the tax is put into military spending to defend you, dumbass. That's why it's religiously written that way. So it's like you talk about Muslims and then you talk about the IRGC, but their sect of Islam represents a staggering minority of Islam, and they're the only people that actually stand up to Israel, which has been wreaking havoc in the Middle East for 75 years. So again, I ask the question, from this rhetoric, who is he serving? Because it's really not looking like he's serving any sort of Christian value whatsoever. To me, that's not the case. That doesn't seem to be the case. And it's like this weird, vague rip around like, but Islam. And this guy has been attacking Islam for years. Totally fine. Attack Islam. And I've said this before. You want to attack Islam? I won't like you. I'm a Muslim. And so I'll take my own side. I actually have a dog in that fight. But you want to attack Islam? Whatever. That's your prerogative. But you better condemn Israel as well. Because if you don't, we know who you're paying. Or we know who's paying for you. We know what side you're serving. You know, I always see Steven Crowder. Islam. No Israel. No Israel. No West Bank. No atomic bomb. None of that. Imagine Muslims stole the atomic bomb. And he's going to bring up the Armenian genocide. Hey, bro, that was a horrible point in history. What does that have to do with the topic? And by the way, every group has dealt with its own share of genocide. All of them. That's like history. That's how it worked. Every group. That one, a little bit more recent, I suppose, I guess, but regardless.
200,000. I love this guy. He's a great guy to us. He's very good to us. Because I isolate the relationship with that individual. And I still tell him how concerned I am with what Islam could do to America. I am still concerned.
Sunni Islam is no threat to America. Oh no, Qatar's gonna take over. Oh no, the GCC is gonna take over the world. Said fucking no one ever. Really? Get a grip. Get a grip. Get a fucking grip. Muslims make up like 3% of the US, or actually I think it's 1.3. Isn't it 1.3% of the population? Yeah, they've got some enclaves in Michigan and Texas, and I understand that, but Muslims are a non-question here. There's none of them. There's barely any. In comparison to the whole of the United States, there's none. And then in positions of power, even more so. They're going to take over the U.S. Most Muslims in the U.S., did you know, actually assimilate quite well. A lot of them do. And that's what they won't tell you. West Asian, kind of like Arabs, Pakistanis, Browns, and Arabs, they actually are quite decent at assimilating. It's actually the Indian Hindus that don't know how to assimilate. It's like, and again, I'm Muslim, so if you sense a bias, that's fine. But they just don't pose a threat. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. And so you ask your Turkish driver, whatever he is, but what if Islam takes over? You still haven't answered why you attacked Catholics, by the way. Like, and I'm not here to defend Catholics, but that's kind of like the whole crux of this. That's why Tucker Carlson was upset.
That of what's happened in many different societies. Look at, you know, what they're doing in Minnesota, many markets that we read about. Look at what's going on in New York right now. Look at what's going on in a couple places in Plano.
What's going on in New York? What's going on in New York? Thodic, thank you so much for the 100. Thank you so much, man. Super Hobby, thank you for the sticker. Here, I'll read some chats really quick. Sorry, guys. Isaiah the Crusader says, like the video, you brokies. Thanks for the $2, bro. Hard R OSS, $2. Nice name. Remember PBD left his country due to Islamic takeover in Iran, forever biased, crop top blouse. Thanks so much, IMZ. Yeah, I understand. Hard R OSS, and maybe I should be a little bit more gracious to that fact. W Riyadh, do you think PBD actually believes this? I think he does. Thanks for the $2. And Super Hobby, thank you for the sticker. God bless. Thank you, guys. Thodic, thank you so much, bro. So anyways, I'll let him keep going.
On how they're growing. And so Charlie Kirk, whom you and I think, both admire, Charlie Kirk once said, I think it was 2 days before he was killed. I think it was 1 day before he was killed. He said, Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America. Let me read it to you one more time. Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America. Do you agree with
That's a Zionist talking point. No, it's not.
Charlie? Because I do. I do.
Disproportionate amount of Jewish money and control and power is actually what's slitting the throat of the America. Slitting the throat of America. That's what is.
It's all like,
we serious, bro? Is it 2005?
okay, let's make it not a big deal. Let's be tolerant. Let's be tolerant Christians. Sharia
No one said to be tolerant.
law has made Islamic societies more advanced than the West. Let's just be tolerant. It's okay.
But it has, though. But it has, though. But it has, though. Let me explain why. What's the biggest kick in the ass to the West now? It's the lack of condemnation for violent crime. It's the lack of condemnation for no assimilation. It's the fact that whites and Westerners as a whole are way too tolerant. Like it or not, and I'm not the one who said this, I'm just telling you why Tucker said it, Sharia happens to be the antidote to all three of those problems because Sharia is non-tolerant, Sharia punish violence crime, and as a whole, it kind of addresses all of those issues. It's not cucked, if you will. And so the reason why Tucker is saying that is because obviously the United States is in a position where it cannot, I'm not saying it benefits from Sharia as a whole, but taking some pages out of that book could help. It could definitely help. And extreme situations, of course, always calls for extreme measures. This country is completely hijacked and controlled by another. And this is what you're talking about. Charlie Kirk tweets that Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America, whatever he said. Silly talking point. And this is what I always say. Christian Zionists, and whether they realize it or not, and if they realize it, it's even worse because they're intentionally lying. These people use Islam as a ruse, as a way to make the greater point that there isn't a issue of Jewish people controlling our government in the United States. That's the whole point. And so once you grow a brain, look at why we're at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran because of Islamic terrorism. Try again. We're at war with Iran because Israel wants to destroy Iran. Not hard to figure that out. By the way, you're using Charlie Kirk's tweet about how Islam is the sword that's going to slit the throat of America. Like, do you know that Charlie Kirk, that same person, actually said that the war in Iran is Israel's war? Did you know that? So the same guy you're using for a Zionist talking point is also the same guy that's saying this is a pro-Zionist war that you are fighting Tucker Carlson about right now. Careful with what sources you use. Come on. Silly.
Let's be tolerant. Let's accept all this stuff. Let's allow all this immigration that's going on in UK. It's not a big deal. They're not that bad. It's fine.
Yeah, but what's happening in the UK is not happening in the United States at all. Not even close.
They don't live the way you do. They just don't. They don't live by the values you and I live in America. They don't. Now, if you, I have a lot of friends that, like Andrew Tate chose to become a Muslim. If you've already converted, but you've not made the announcement publicly, listen, to each his own. You're making that decision as an adult. I support it. More power to you. But my priority is America first. My priority is to...
But it's not, you liar. But it's not. Be very careful of, and I'm not saying this as this pro-Muslim apologist. I'm saying this because I know what I'm talking about. Be very careful of somebody who says they're America first, but also spends a great deal of their time shitting on Muslims. Usually there's an issue there. Usually there's an issue there. Because being truly America first is synonymous with the disproportionate amount of Zionist control inside of our government. And if there is no acknowledgement to that, then you actually don't know what America first means. Because that's what the conversation now is in regards to America first. Has nothing to do with Muslims. It never has. It actually never will. So
make sure we advance America in a way that young men are able to make enough money to get married and have 3+ kids, preferably 4, and be able to have their kids' dream become a reality, where if they want to go build a business and make billions, do it. If you want to make millions, do it. If you want to go in the military, do it. If you want to go out there and, have a regular job, making $58,000 a year at whatever company, but you're happy about your job because you're a school teacher, go do it. That's what I want. And as a Christian man, non-denominational, Christ is King, I say that comfortably. My life changed the day I accepted Jesus Christ as my Savior, January 21st of 2004. I will say that to a Jew, to a Muslim, to a Catholic, to anybody. That's my faith. And every day I fall short. When we first moved to Florida for the...
So I'm an unapologetic Christian and Christ is King, but at the same time, I'm going to avoid the real issue that our country faces. I'm going to support this war in Iran that serves Zionists and tell you why Muslims are the issue when they make up 1.3% of the population. None that up there.
First 30 days, every single night, I would walk and I would listen to this version of Amazing Grace because that's the only thing I relate to.
Now here we go. I'm such a Christian, but you won't condemn Israeli actions.
Those words, you know the words. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. That, I want to read this thing to you, that saved a wretch like me, like this guy, regular guy, a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see. Jesus Christ changed my life. And I'm a Christian man saying this, a business owner. Most people don't know what I do throughout the day. I run companies for a living. I'm not a media guy. We've grown this business from...
I'm not a media guy. That's what you're known for. What are you talking about? Yeah, we get you're a businessman. You have many skills, many talents, many responsibilities. You're a father. But you sure as hell are a media guy. And so you got to be careful, or you ought to be careful and think twice about what you say online, because you be getting a lot of backlash for saying the wrong things, like supporting this war, but also being quote unquote America first. You are certainly a media guy.
9 employees to 165 employees.
How the fuck do you have millions of subscribers, millions of viewers, maybe billions of viewers, and you say you're not a media guy? That's actually everything you are. Front-facingly, that's what you are. What you are to yourself is irrelevant, because when you turn on the camera, that's what we see.
I'm in meetings from morning till night, and I love what I do because I live in the greatest country in the world. So, message back to you. I don't want to be enemies with you. Although if you want to be enemies, I'm okay with that as well. It doesn't bother me, but I don't want to be enemies with you because I actually want to believe deep down inside you love America.
Ace Tone, welcome to the Riyadh Squad. God bless, bro.
You love America. I want to believe deep down inside you're there. And whether you know this or not, you have a lot of influence right now. I do think one of the topics that's going to be an issue on the ballot for 2028 will be Israel, control, AIPAC, all of that stuff. And I'd like...
You bet your ass it will be.
...to see how that, pans out and how it goes, because I like debates. I watch these debates. I watch what takes place. I watch to see where the market is going to. So I don't know. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know if you're trying to get behind a Massey, because I think he's a pretty capable, talented guy. I don't know if you want to run. I don't know what you're solving.
He's definitely going to try and get behind Vance.
Solving for. I don't know if you're like, well, I don't care if we win the midterms. I don't care. Let a Democrat win. Maybe sometimes America needs to go through the pruning process because I want to see destroy the GOP and start all over again. I don't know. Maybe that's the vision. If it is, more power
Just casually stole Nick's plan.
to you. That's not my vision. My vision isn't that. And I have a
or mention Nick's plan. Like, we know who you're referring to.
sprinkle of libertarian in me because I want to be left alone and just kind of allow me to do that kind of stuff. So whenever I have the conversation and I listen to it, Dave, I agree with a lot of the stuff libertarians also believe in, but I think there's an end to it because we've already started a country the way that we are. And so you and I both get accused of something. I want you to process this, and I want you to know I'm open to it. You get accused of, this guy, Tucker's taking money. Oh, Pat's a Zionist. He's taking money from Israel. Never been to Israel. AIPAC messaged me and told me, you want to come to Israel? I said, I have no interest in going to Israel for you to pay for me. I'm going to go one day with my pastor. We've never taken money from anybody. And I'm so confident with myself on what I've done because there's only one.
Yeah, even if you haven't taken money, which we can't verify, but let's just grant that argument or be gracious in the fact that you're telling the truth. Okay, you don't take money from them. No one's saying that. Clearly, you have somebody you're afraid of upsetting. And maybe they help you with something you're not mentioning, whether it's the back end of your business, several assets of your business, the way it works, maybe even somebody who gives you money, and so maybe you are being dishonest. If you continuously prop up Muslims as the issue and hide behind them to avoid the fact that we're at war in Iran for Israel and not for the United States, well, then you're a fool.
Thing I fear in my life, and that's God. I don't fear anything more than I fear God. And trust me, I fear God a lot because this thing's like this.
The spamming caps in the chat.
If you ever wanted to have fun, and let's just say, put it out there on the line, and again, I'll put the onus on you if you're open to this or not. Let's go hire 3 accounting firms. You pick one, I pick one, and let's get a third party that we both agree on, maybe like a KPMG, PwC, and BKD, hypothetically. Some of the biggest firms you probably recognize. You have money. You've done well for yourself. Let's have them do audited financials on me, my wife, and you and your wife, and report back to see if I've ever gotten paid from Israel and report back to see if you've ever gotten paid from Qatar or Pakistan or any of these guys. All the businesses, all the LLCs, all the accounts, you know how.
That's fine. And let's say there's no Israeli money in your pockets. That makes what you're doing even fucking worse because you have no vested interest in actually making this lucrative. At least if somebody's making money from Israel, they're not telling the truth. They're saying it for the sake of money, right? And you can argue for better or worse, but you're being wrong for free. And maybe, I guess, one will make the argument, well, Riyadh, you got to remember he's Persian, he's Iranian, his family was persecuted. Totally fine. But he said he's America first, did he not? Or did I hear somebody else? He said he's America first, and he says that he will only support anything that is in support of the idea of America first. Then why have you been voicing support for this war since it started? And why have you been stepping around the fact that it's Israel's war, not ours, but we're doing it for them? How about that?
This kind of works, they can kind of figure that out. And let's be honest with the audience. Let's be honest with the audience. If you're open to it, I'm available. We'll have to spend $500,000, something like that, because it's going to take a few weeks for them to do it. I am fully open to that idea if you are. And by the way, I know this may make you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to accept this offer. But I'm telling you, I'm comfortable if you want to do it. You don't have to do it because it's a little bit private. So I'm sure you're going to come out and say, how dare he want to look at my wife's bank accounts and all this other stuff because...
Or this could be 5D chess and you know that you actually take Israeli money and Tucker's not going to spend $500,000 to prove something that no one important is actually saying. Who's saying that Tucker's taking Qatar money? Laura Loomer? No one cares about what Laura Loomer has to say, with all due respect. So, this claim that he's taking foreign money comes from Zionists. And immediately their opinions are already biased and rejected. How do you have the gall as a Zionist or a pro-Zionist, somebody who supports the idea of it, to tell Tucker Carlson he's taking foreign money? Hey, the whole base of how you control this country is on foreign interest, influence, and money. That's your thing. Little Muslim money comes into the United States. Little Qatari money comes into the United States for some influence maybe. Now it's the end of the world. Hey, that's your whole MO. That's like what you're doing. So, and whether he's taking money or not, okay, you're taking money, well, then you're a sellout. You're not taking money, then what the hell are you using these talking points for? There's some beneficiary somewhere here. You got a complicated operation. It doesn't just stop or end with you, and we all know that. And so to say, I'm willing to show all of my audits, I'm willing to audit everything, I'm willing to show all of my accounting, all of my bank statements, all of my transfers, all of my wires, that's fine. Doesn't make a difference. Clearly, you are afraid of telling the truth. For some reason, because I think Patrick Bet-David is actually intelligent enough to discern that America being in this war with the whole Strait of Hormuz issue, something that I spoke about for an hour earlier this stream, is actually not beneficial for us, and it's destroying our power structure as a nation. But if you're America first, I would think that that's obvious, right? So something's missing here, right? A leg of the table is missing, and it's not even. You know, this is lopsided. There's a gap somewhere. And by the way, this all started from you making a parallel between Catholics and Muslims because we adhere to a power, which is not true. That would be between Catholics and Shiite Muslims because they have the Ayatollah. Sunni Muslims don't have anything like that. Yeah, you obey the ruler, the president, the leader of the country, but if he tells you to do something that is against the religion, if he tells you to do something that's not in line with the religion, you don't listen to him. And that's only in a subsect of Islam, that being Salafiyah, like obey the ruler. They're kind of obsessed with that idea. But overall, Sunni Islam does not have this like ultimate power structure. It's God and the tradition of the Prophet. That's all that exists in Sunni Islam. Call me a Muslim apologist. I'm just telling you. You made the wrong. And of course, that was Adam who originally kind of harped at that whole, there's two theocratic ideologies. Shut up.
Some people may say, well, they can pay your wife and not through you. And I get that as well. And that's why I want to be a little bit transparent with you. I've tried many times to build a relationship with you. It's been challenging.
I wonder why.
But I do want you to know that as a Christian man myself, no matter how much you go to a place to not want to believe in somebody, I've been instructed by God to try to do my best to have some grace. And I believe in you. I believe in your abilities. But I believe in God and America more than I believe in any man in America because I've seen many great empires fall. And for as long as I'm alive and I'm kicking, and if God wants to use me as a voice to elevate how amazing of a country we live in, how lucky we are to be here, I'm going to use my voice.
I agree. We're very lucky to be here. And that's why I'll always go against the things that won't keep us here or will make it unfavorable for us to be here. And that's this war in Iran. And if you prioritize God over any man, truly, you prioritize God over any man, you would condemn Donald Trump viciously because he just mocked God on Truth Social the other day. You would condemn this administration viciously because they're using the idea of Christianity to propel this war against innocent people who, by the way, at the end of the day, don't have a problem with the United States. They have a problem with Israel that controls the United States. Death to America, death to America. Yeah, because Israel tells us to do something and we do it. But when they say that, of course, they mean the government. They don't mean the people. And Ayatollah Khamenei has actually said that in an explicit statement. Did you know that? He said it's not the people. He said it's the government. And I don't like Khamenei. Maybe some Shias in here. I apologize if this offends you. I really mean it. I'm not a Shia. I don't like him. When he died, politically, I thought it was an L, and so I was upset. But religiously, it meant nothing to me because that guy's not binding to my faith. But I'm telling you now, we are the aggressors and we're wrong. So if you really answer to God and no man, then you'd be the first to condemn Donald Trump because that's been the most evil aggressor and wrongdoer in the last 40 or 50 days of this conflict taking place. Reasonable ask there, I think.
To elevate that message. I've been doing that since the time I went to dinner with a few different people in LA and I was inspired and I was finally taught about how amazing this great country is that we escaped Iran after 11 years and went to Germany at a refugee camp. And I finally came here. I served the U.S. Army 101st Airborne Division, one of the most proudest days of my life when I went into the U.S. Army. So that offers back to you. Now, you have my cell phone number. If you want to call me, have a conversation, I'd love to. I'd love to. Your talent. I respect your ability on what you've done. But if you send your followers and you got a lot of people that will do whatever you do because you're the head guy at the top. And you know all the other people that follow whatever you say.
Hold on, guys. I'm going to call Myron on Discord. I think we're all good with this anyways, right? It's kind of a lousy response. So, give me 1 second while I just get him on. All right, there we go. Virtual camera. All right, let me get this plan for you. Sorry.
So I trust all of them are going to probably attack me. I hope they don't, because I'd like to see that if the day
I mean, there's a reason why everybody's attacking you now, right? I'm not the only one saying this.
Charlie passed, it was a heavy burden on me because I have young boys that love Charlie. I've never seen my son get emotional for 30 minutes the day Charlie died, and I was at an event that I couldn't even get to my son that night. I think there's a lot of movements that need our help. I'm willing to contribute in my own way. If you are willing to contribute, you know how to get a hold of me. You have my cell phone number. God bless.
Responded by saying absolutely nothing. Let's see the comments. How a Christian man who has influence in God. Bless. My goodness, Patrick. Hats off to you. So gracious. Yeah. We stand with Tucker. Okay? We stand with, because Tucker will say, hey, this war is stupid. Anyways, let's see. IMZ, remember Zubi said he felt safe in Saudi, and as a Christian, PBD was surprised and laughed, couldn't believe it. Yeah, he's an idiot. Saudi Arabia is the safest country in the world, one of the most safest countries in the world. Here, let's actually check out the most safest countries in the world. Let's do top 10. I'm not being I'm just telling the truth here. Let's see if any of the Gulf countries fall in here. No, not best. Top 10 safest countries in the world. Okay. Damn. All the European countries. Northern Europe.
All right, bro. I'll see you.
Race theory vindicated. Yo, you here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you. Here, I'll share the screen in a moment. Let me know when you're ready. W. Myron. Let's go.
One sec.
I really like that book, man.
What book?
I like that book there. Just maybe.
Oh, shit.
You're good. I don't have the screen on yet. Now I have it on. Yo, W. Myron.
You got a nuked.
Let's go. W. Myron. All right, let's see. What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm good, man.
We were just reacting to
hold on one sec.
Sure. We were just reacting to Patrick Bet-David and
oh yeah,
Tucker Carlson beef, and yeah, man, that was just bad.
Yeah, bro, bad. It was. Nigga, hold on. I'm about to start streaming on my side too. Hold on one sec, man. This shit was crazy. All right, you could oh. Can you see me?
I can see you.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good. We're good on my end. Audio's good. Okay. Everything's perfect. Here, let me read these chats really quickly. All right. Okay. Let's see. All men deserves peace. Dude on Black America 29, and my mom is a super feminist, and even she concedes Muslim nations protect women a million times more than America does. Yeah, some of them, right? To some degree, they have more jealousy over them. But the Gulf countries, certainly. Albo Ace, PBD is so embedded with you-know-who. He has to take every chance to critique Islam every chance he gets, but needs to keep that same energy for others. That's what I'm saying, man. My problem is not with his condemnation of Islam. That's his prerogative. He disagrees. No problem there, but it's like, where's the energy for the other group that clearly deals a greater blow? Shady, yeah, I respect that you were true to yourself and still back up your background. Integrity is the greatest W. Forget everything else. Thank you for that, $5. Fifth Elemento, these other Christians are shills for Israel and okay to mock Jesus, unlike Catholics. We do not tolerate violence or mockery towards Jesus. Yeah, Catholics are consistent. So, or are you saying these other Christians are shill? Yeah. At the end of the day, man, it was a very low blow to Catholics. I don't know if you saw what Adam and Patrick Bet-David were doing. They were like trying to draw this parallel between Catholics and like Shia Muslims to say that they respond to one authoritative power and they're both anti-Semitic in a way. And it's like, PBD, aren't you Christian? Yeah,
it was super, okay, I got my sound on. Sorry, chat.
Yeah, it was he didn't address the problem whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like Tucker brought up the issue that basically, you will not criticize people from Israel or Zionism, and it's a problem. And it's like he completely deflected and spent like 10, 15 minutes talking about his Christianity. Then he went on.
That's exactly what I did. I literally was like, all right, are we going to talk about the issue at hand here, or are we just going to talk about how much he loves Jesus? Because if you love Jesus, then you would condemn Trump for mocking him in a Truth Social post a week ago. So it's like, bro, what are we doing? But of course, there's no good way to respond to this war if you're in support of it. This is the kind of
only
runaround.
The only thing you could do, and I was telling my people this earlier, like you just got to understand like who butters his bread. Pause. And like people forget that the podcast, like the Value Statement podcast or the PBD podcast, that's just a funnel for the consulting service, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what it is. It's to build credibility. Okay, my thing froze. Sorry, hold on.
You're good.
Like it's to build credibility with to like get people to consult with him, because the money that he makes, the majority of the money he makes is from the consulting business. Yeah. So in order for him to be able to run the consulting business and generate as much revenue as possible, he just can't talk about certain things. It is what it is. And that's kind of what happened. So and same thing with Trump. He can't condemn Trump because he's doing seminars at the Trump Hotel. He literally just did one a couple months ago here in Doral.
That's what I said he has things set up in place with that hotel right outside of Miami where he can't really voice full condemnation. But it's gotten to a point where it's destroyed his credibility. And he just let out a tweet, I think earlier today or yesterday, where he was like, people are always going to critique you whether you're right or you're wrong, and so always do you. And it's obviously like his response to the hate that he's been receiving. And so that's true. I get it. You are always going to have people who don't agree with what you're saying. You can't please everybody. But of course, with this topic, there's a right side, there's a wrong side. And the wrong side is anti-America first. That's just what it is. And so you can't say that you're America first and you're Christian and you're America first and all that matters is this country and Jesus, but then not voice the fact that this war is in favor of Israel. And he actually weaponized Charlie Kirk's tweet by saying Islam is the sword that the left uses to slit the throat of America. But then Charlie Kirk simultaneously also held the opinion that going to war in Iran is Israel's war. So it's like, why are you using that guy's opinion when he actually disagrees with you about this war? And I get it. He has this bias because he's Persian and whatever. But if you're America first, then you're America first. And you can't let that overload that, and that's what he's effectively done. He's let that kind of Iranian diaspora sentiment overshadow the America first position, which has made him, without realizing, or obviously with realizing, I want to be gracious, a pro-Zionist voice.
Nah, bro, we just got to call it like it is, bro. Diaspora Iranians are fucking retards, dude. They're just retards. Yeah. I'm just going to call it like every single diaspora Iranian that I've spoken to is a fucking retard, bro. Yeah. Like they might be smart on other topics, but they're like retarded when it comes to Iran. It's actually insane how stupid they are. Like
the bias clouds them, yeah.
Bro, not only does the bias cloud them, it's like, yo, you niggas haven't lived in Iran for like 50 years. Like, the country's different now, bro. Like, sorry. There's not a monarchy no more, bro. Like, your way of thinking is like cooked. Nobody cares. It's wild because it's like all the, if you looked at Trump's social posts, play his Truth Social post with like, or Mr. Trump save us or whatever. Let me show you if I want the audience to see this because this proves what me and you have been talking about for fucking weeks, bro.
Okay, here. Give me one.
Yeah, if you could play that shit real fast.
It's on his Truth Social, you said?
It's on his Truth Social, yeah. It's like where they say like rescue us Trump or some shit like that. Niggas already laughing.
Is it the one with Joe Biden in the beginning? Is it this one? Hang on.
Nah, it should be like a dude spray painting save us Donald Trump or some shit like that.
Hang on. Sorry to my stream. I know everything's all over the place. One sec.
If you want, I could try to find it.
No. Hang on. I got it right here. Okay. You should be able to see that. Is this it? Is this what you're talking about?
No, that's not it.
No. Let's see. This is Truth Social here.
Yeah. No, that's not it. I think it was earlier today. It was like way earlier today.
Let's see. This is all from earlier today.
Keep going. This nigga Frank is.
Frank Slump. Let's get the Frank cam. What's he doing?
It was off. I'll turn it on.
W Frank.
You want to say what's up, bro? Yo, dudes, haven't seen you in a minute, man.
Yeah, it's been a long time, bro.
Yeah, he's been a while. Hey, Frank, come here. Come on. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
All right, nigga. Damn, you get fat. Okay. You want to say what's up to everybody?
W Frank. Bro, he's a mogger. I can't lie.
Yeah, this dude is really handsome, bro. I can't even lie, man. I don't even like putting this nigga on camera.
He's a mogger.
Yo, people tell me, oh, yeah, I watch your show so I can see Frank. I'm like, fuck you, man.
Yeah,
this is Myron Gaines X. It's not Frank Gaines X.
He's about 50 pounds, yeah? Pretty big.
Yeah.
Full size. Yeah, I guess that's a full size dog now, Border Collie.
Yeah, pretty.
But they're the smartest dogs. You walk them off leash. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, off leash, bro. He's still a puppy. He's not 2 years yet.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I've been walking him off leash. Bro, I've been walking him off leash since he was like 4 months old.
Yeah, he's incredibly
He learned how to
obedient.
walk off leash. He walked off leash immediately, man.
Yeah, no,
Like this nigga, oh shit. And he's pretty tall too. Like this is him on his hind legs right here.
Yeah.
So, and I'm 6'3", so just so you have a. All right, come up, Ninja. Come up. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's like, okay, he's big.
Yeah.
He's
and I'm
big.
wearing my boots too.
You're really like 6'4", bro.
Nigga, I'm 6'3". I'm not gonna lie.
Here we go with this. Okay, if you have the video, pull it up because I don't.
You can't find it.
It's always better.
No.
No, what the fuck was that? Yo, who is that nigga? What? Yo, why is your shit on doubles?
What do you mean? You can't see my screen?
No, I can see it, but it's like twice. Okay. Let me see if I can.
A short while ago.
Yeah, go ahead, pull it up.
Let me see if I can find it. Or you see JD Vance talk about, oh, I didn't say nothing because I might go to jail.
No, what? Pull that up.
All right, pull that up too. Hold on. You've been on stream, so you probably missed it. When you're on stream, you can't like analyze the news.
Yo, you miss so much shit when you're on stream. I find things out from the chat.
Yeah.
Because you can't.
Yeah, bro.
You
can't like you can't actively research.
No, you can't. And then you don't know if the chat is trolling.
Exactly. All right, let me. I got this shit. Hold on, let me make this shit big.
Sure.
Look at this shit, bro.
I got a couple chats I'll read very quickly. Fifth Elemental, these other Christians. Oh, I read that. It's Dia says, when I asked AI about Sharia law in the GCC, it says while it does make it objectively safer in terms of both petty crime and violent crime, it ranks low in preventing domestic violence. Thoughts? Yeah, well, then that's where you can make the issue of maybe it's a cultural issue or something like that. But even then, Sharia law would be effective in preventing domestic violence because if you hit your wife, you strike your wife, you actually inflict harm upon somebody, even in your family, you're punished with a crime that is equal or greater to that, which is not what we see here in the U.S. You'd just be in prison, where over there, somebody is senselessly violent to his family or a random person, well, then he's reprimanded in the strongest fashion possible. But I mean, to be honest with you, domestic violence is kind of an issue everywhere, and it's definitely an issue in this country as well. But by the way, in regards to the top safest countries, I guess the GCC is not in the top 10. So, okay, I'm wrong. Sorry. But I know it's in the top 50. And, of course, all of those Gulf countries are super safe. But, yeah, no, I mean, in regards to domestic violence, I don't know. Is it high there? Guys whooping on their girls? Okay, go ahead, bro. Play it whenever. I'm ready.
Yo, the only thing we got to figure out, Riyadh, is like how you can hear my sound effects when I play them. That's annoying that we can't hear some of this.
I don't know if there's a way to do it.
Chat, is there a way that we can like have it where when I hit my sound effects, he can hear mine and I can hear his? Like that's the only thing that sucks.
Myron's Punisher shirt says, "Tell Myron, wash me and bring me back, damn it." He's talking about your Punisher t-shirt.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, let's see here. Let me get rid of some of this stuff. I got you okay, and let me get rid of that. Okay, here it is.
In history,
please, President Trump, please help.
There's this magic moment. Somebody appears on the scene, and everything.
There's no way.
Yo, you already know niggas are retarded when you see that lion.
There's no way, bro.
I am with.
There's just no way.
We've never seen anything like this. I will fight for you.
Washington, D.C.
This was a man who's met his destiny.
and I will
Australia, Canada, Switzerland, Britain, Germany, France.
win for you.
He said he was saved by God in order to make America great again.
His victory was the greatest comeback.
Yo, like, does this nigga think we're retarded, bro?
This is
like,
so corny. This is so corny.
Yo.
And he's such a filthy liar these days, man. This is
Yo,
so corny.
like-
I just saw a video in the capital of Tehran of people like rallying crazy. This was like 3 or 4 days ago off of Drop Site on X. Let's see.
No, but like notice what have me and you been saying for months? What we've been telling y'all. Yo, the only Iranians that support Israel and the US like in this conflict are retarded diaspora Iranians that live in the West. Look at where all these niggas are at. None of them are in Iran, bro.
And
Canada, Australia, Britain, Switzerland, France. And what did Trump do? He showed diaspora Iranians in the West. Like I've been telling you guys, that's the only people that support this fucking war. Donald Trump is posting it himself. We've been telling you guys since February 28th that these Iranians, you cannot take them seriously, bro. Do not take diaspora Iranians seriously ever, bro. They're fucking retarded. They're stupid as shit. They don't know what they're talking about. They're completely out of touch. They're idiots. And quite frankly, like, bro, Trump said that he's going to bomb them to the Stone Age. He said he's going to destroy their power plants earlier today. He said they're going to destroy their bridges. Like, bro, nobody in Iran is like, yo, Trump, save us, bro.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no,
Because that's the
dude.
threat on the people. And he said he's going to end their civilian livelihood as a whole, you know? So,
Yeah, bro. Like,
and
come
look at
on,
this.
dude.
This
Like,
is what's happening in Tehran right now. This is April 17th or 16th. This was just the other day.
oh, shit.
So much for him saving
Yo,
them.
bro, they're not happy with the ceasefire, bro. Just so you know, just so you guys know, like, Iranians that actually live in Iran are not happy with the ceasefire at all. They're like pissed off about it.
Yeah.
Like, yo, oh my God. Look, I don't want to like beat a fucking dead horse here because I'm sure you probably already explained this to everybody. But like, what part of we are losing this war strategically do people not understand? Like, and this is like the debate that I had with Dinesh Souza. I was like, okay, Dinesh, anytime you're fighting to get pre-war conditions back, you lost the war, bro. Like, the United States is fighting to get pre-war conditions back. They're fighting to get the Strait of Hormuz back while their military bases are destroyed, while the Gulf states are tilted, while NATO is pissed off at us, while we're literally like billions of dollars in the hole. DPG, thank you so much for the 25, bro.
Yeah, DPG also on my end. Thank you so much for the 50. He says, showing some support, W Stream. Welcome, brother. Welcome home, brother Myron. We had a great OSS meetup. You got to come down next time. Yeah, definitely, man. Once my time is freed up, you'll definitely see me around. Shout out to DPG, man. God bless, bro. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. Go ahead, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, so yeah, like, you know, it's like, okay. I hate to say this all the time, but I think I just gotta like say it again and again so that people understand that the Fox News propaganda. Guys, the United States is losing this war. And let me explain why. Okay, I'm gonna actually like go through this and explain this, you know, A to Z. Because it is very important that you guys understand this. I know next time you guys, I'm gonna explain this so simply that you guys can go ahead and argue with niggas at the dinner table. Okay? All right, so I already know. You guys can take this and argue at the dinner table. Let's start with the beginning. Okay? Wars are fought to impose political whim and ideology. Okay? When diplomacy doesn't work, you go to war. Okay? So it's either you do it by diplomacy, where both parties concede to some degree and come to some happy middle ground to avoid war, or you can't make an agreement and you fight and the winner takes all. Okay? So wars are fought for a strategic and political benefit. Let me be clear with you guys. Before the war, what were the terms that the United States had? They had 3 terms. No nuclear, no enrichment, no funding of the proxies, and finally, the ballistic missile program completely dismantled or only a 300 kilometer range. Those are the 3 things that mattered. Okay? Those were 3 things that mattered. And they said, if you don't agree to these terms, we are going to war. Then what happened? February 28th, they moved the goalpost. We're going to destroy their Navy. We're going to destroy their Air Force. You guys want to know why they strategically put that in there? because they knew we have the capability of destroying their Air Force and their Navy, and we can put this in as a win. Okay? That is what is called a military win, but not a strategic win, because the whole reason why the war was fought, do not forget what they said in the beginning. Ballistic missile program, nuclear program, no enrichment, zero enrichment, okay? And no funding of the proxies. Hamas, Hezbollah, obviously the IRGC, Houthis, etc. Right? And what's the name of the Iraqi the popularization mobilization force?
They fund an Iraqi proxy as well. I got
the popular mobilization force or something like that. If you can give me the acronym real quick. They have like a rocket as their fucking thing with a P, with some Arab script. It's like, yo, these niggas all have the same emblem, by the way. You notice it's like a nigga holding a rifle? Did you notice that shit? Like every fucking, like these, yo, be original. What's wrong with y'all niggas, man? Like it's always niggas holding an AK-47. It's like, bruh, like damn. Anyway, so anyway, so guys, do not let Fox News and Donald Trump and Hegseth and Marco Rubio change the goalposts on you guys. Those were the three reasons we originally went to war. And then once we went to war, right, because the goal is to decapitate the regime. Once we went to war, then they switched it up and said, oh yeah, bro, we're going to go ahead and get rid of their Air Force, which hasn't been fucking F-4s from the 1970s when the Shah was in place. And then we were going to destroy their Navy, who has like old ass vessels from the 60s, bro. Like they knew they could destroy that anyway. Iran's military strength does not come from their army, their Air Force, or their Navy. It comes from their ballistic missile program, which the IRGC runs, which are heavily embedded in the ground and really can't be blown up. Okay? So that's number one. You guys need to understand they moved the goalposts on y'all niggas. The Navy and the Air Force is completely irrelevant. That's not what was dangerous. Okay? Number two. We did not think that they were going to attack our Gulf allies with the aggression that they did, and we did not think that they were going to close the Strait of Hormuz. And Donald Trump admitted this on the New York fucking Post. Like a day or two after the war, when they closed the Strait of Hormuz and started attacking the Gulf states so aggressively, Donald Trump conceded he did not know that they were going to fucking go that hard. Because for many years, the Iranians have gotten slapped in the face and didn't do shit about it. Okay? They got their embassy bombed. They got scientists getting assassinated. You're gonna die tomorrow, right? Like as my brother would say, right? Niggas like reckless, bro. Reckless. Like what were they called saying this side? Go ahead, you got it.
You're gonna die tomorrow. You talking about John Kiriakou's thing?
Yeah, bro. Like imagine Mossad niggas calling your nuclear scientists.
Mossad agents calling Iranian nuclear scientists' wives and saying, "We know where your husband's at, and he's gonna die tomorrow. Tomorrow he's gonna die." It's true. Those are the lengths that they go to, right? And like that's why their intelligence network is unstoppable, because it doesn't matter what the collateral damage looks like. As long as the goal is met or it's reached, then it will happen.
Yeah. So like these niggas are like, the Israelis, the United States been like pushing these niggas for decades, bro. Bombing embassies, killing scientists, doing all kinds of clandestine operations. Assassinating political diplomats in their country, embarrassing them like they did with Ismail Haniyeh. Like, bro, it's just like pushing these guys to the edge. So like when they got hit on February 28th, they said, fuck it, bro. We're not playing with y'all niggas no more. They closed the Strait of Hormuz. They started bombing the Gulf, right? They finally put their foot down. And Donald Trump did not think they were going to do that. And he admitted this in the New York Post days after. Look it up. Look it up. Because I got him on an interview and he was shocked. So clearly, and he thought that they were going to win the war in a couple of days. Now what? They thought they were going to win in 4 days. Now it's 40 days. Now, what do we have now?
Pushing 50
days. So what do we have now? Where we are now 50 days later. Strait of Hormuz is closed. 20% of the world's oil and gas pretty much cooked, right?
Gulf countries are suffering.
Gas prices are going up. Gulf countries are suffering. Saudi Arabia and every other Gulf country is going to look for security pacts with other countries, okay? Next, we've undermined our own ability to project power. Why? We had to move THAAD missiles from the fucking Indo-Pacific over to the Middle East. So we look weak in front of the Koreans, the North Koreans, the South Koreans, the Chinese, Taiwan, Japanese, etc. So we have not been able to show that we can protect people like we claim. Remember, guys, we are the #1 world superpower, right? We have military bases all over the place. People let us put military bases in their countries on the pretense that we protect them. We effectively demonstrated that we cannot do that.
Yep.
The Gulf states all got blown up and we couldn't do shit. And to add insult to injury, we defended Israel more than them. Okay? So, and then on top of that, which they all saw, the whole world saw it. And then on top of that, Russia has made a bunch of money, or one of our top adversaries has been making money. The Chinese have still been able to get oil. The Iranians are going to let them have an energy starvation? No. They're going to make sure that they get their oil with the shadow fleets and all that.
And on top of that, according to the Wall Street Journal just recently, a couple hours ago, the UAE is now going to depend on Chinese yuan for sales of oil and not the dollar. So there you go. That's the cherry on top.
You guys see what I'm saying?
Back.
You guys see what I'm saying, bro? That's a problem. That's a fucking problem. That's it. And you know what's crazy, Rad? That's not going to make the front page news tomorrow.
It won't. It won't.
That's not going to make the front page news. No one's going to care. No one's going to report on that because people are fucking stupid in America and they don't understand that geopolitical affairs control how much you're going to pay at the pump, how much you're going to pay at the grocery store. We are losing this war. Do you guys not see? The hegemon of the US dollar is slowly slipping from our hands.
Yeah.
The petrodollar is one of the 4 main ingredients as to why the United States is the world power. It's why we're able to borrow money and create money out of thin air with no consequence. Do you understand that a Gulf state like the UAE switching to Chinese fucking yuan is a big problem? Do you not fucking get that? That's what this war has done. We demonstrated to the UAE, who, by the way, we had the biggest fucking military base there, the LU Dead base. We let that shit get blown into fucking smithereens. $1 billion radar got fucking cooked by Iranian missiles. So the Iranians proved that we cannot defend the Gulf. So the Gulf is like, why are these niggas here? We're getting bombed because they're here. We can't move our oil. We can't fucking have our tourism. Our real estate is down 30%. Our allies are like, get these niggas out of here. So our ability to project power in the Gulf is cooked. That's why the 15-point plan, did you see the 15-point plan that they projected today, Riyadh?
Yep, it's way worse than the Iranian wish list.
Yo, did you notice in there that they said they're going to pull out the Persian Gulf?
Yep. And
Bro!
I harped on how catastrophic that is for the United States to project its power in a pivotal region in the world, that being the Gulf countries and the Middle East as a whole. That's a big deal. And the fact that even exists.
Fuck my brother, and I say literally a month ago, you fucking idiots, all you stupid ass Zionist motherfuckers, we told y'all niggas, we fucking told y'all, if we don't do regime change, we are done with the Gulf. We will never be able to have a military base there ever again. We will never be able to project power in the Middle East again. The petrodollar is going to be on fucking life support. We told y'all niggas back in February this shit.
It did say it, and this is out of the Wall Street Journal today. It says, but they have also argued that if President Trump's decision to attack Iran that entangled their country in a destructive conflict whose effects may not be over, some of the officials said, Emirati officials told the U.S. officials that if the UAE runs short of dollars, it will be forced to use Chinese yuan or other countries' currencies for oil sales and other transactions, some of the officials said. In that scenario is an implicit threat to the U.S. dollar, which reigns supreme among global currencies, partially because of its near-exclusive use in oil transactions.
In translation, that means we're not going to fucking go up and re-up on dollars, nigga. When we're done with the dollar, when we run out, we're not re-upping. Like, dude, do you guys understand how fucking bad this is? Like, see, this is why, like, look, I don't want to be an asshole or whatever. This is why you can't listen to niggas like Osmongold. You just can't, bro. You can't. Because if more people were complaining about this that had big platforms, right? Like, saying like what me and my brother are saying, like, yo, wake up. This is a problem. We need to fucking tell Donald Trump this is an issue. We need to fucking get these Zionists out of the White House. We got to get these lobbyists out of here, right? Like, if more big platforms were saying this shit, we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in. People are like, oh, look at these guys. Look, the Strait of Hormuz is open. See, these guys are melting down for no reason. Shut the fuck up, bro. That shit was grand opening, grand closing, nigga. They closed that shit down in less than a day. Like, are you fucking stupid? Like, yo, like what are we? Jay-Z saw grand opening, grand closing. Like,
and
what?
That's all Trump's fault because of the naval blockade on Iranian ports. And that's what the parliament speaker said. He said, if you continue to block our Iranian ports that are critical for our economy, where we receive goods and export goods, that's how we make a ton of our money. And by the way, we need that desperately because of the war that's hurt us in our economy. Well, then we're going to block the Strait of Hormuz again in response to that. And this is during the ceasefire. What Donald Trump is trying to do,
and Israel too. Israel kept bombing Lebanon too.
Yeah. Israel
they were
exacerbating
Lebanon the whole time.
Yep. And so
the
already fragile ceasefire could not afford for the United States to try and flex its muscles during such a critical period of time. But that's exactly what Donald Trump did. He said, you know what? Before this peace deal potentially happens on Sunday, which now have been tarnished, I'm going to try and flex my guns by blocking Iranian ports and showing that I'm blockading the blockade. And where did that get him? Nowhere, because now the global oil market is back suffering. It's back choked. And at the end of the day, the ceasefire that was supposed to eventuate into peace deals permanently have been tarnished today due to those exact actions and us hitting a tanker, or rather a cargo ship, Tuska, belonging to Iran earlier today. So it's like all these poor decisions of us trying to posture or be Brinksman and Donald Trump trying to show that he has the upper hand. Him doing that is costing us potential peace every single time. So it's like, you're not even letting, Israel doesn't even have to do anything. The Israelis are probably like, yo, we didn't even have to bomb Lebanon again. Donald Trump's being a dumbass. Like, yo, we were gonna strike Beirut tomorrow, but because this nigga's causing problems in the Persian and the Gulf of Oman, you know what? No problem there. They've already not stepped to the table for peace talks.
Yo, we don't got a bomb kiss today. Nigga like, hey, like,
yeah, bro.
Like, niggas start celebrating, like, we don't got a bomb kiss today, bro. This nigga Trump going crazy. Let's go. No peace. No peace. Like, yo, they're like, yo, these niggas are celebrating, bro. Like, they're dancing in Tel Aviv. And like, look, I'm not like, look, I know me and my brother are joking around and everything, and we're like, you know, kind of vindicated. But I wish, bro, like we had more people that were like looking at this, like, yo, this is really bad for America, because I have the wherewithal to understand, like, this is not good and Americans are going to suffer from this. So when stupid niggas come on here and say, oh, you and your brother are like IRGC supporters. No, bro. We don't give a fuck about Iran. My brother makes fun of Shia Muslims every day. Okay, these niggas send them death threats. Like, we don't give a shit. We just are smart enough to understand that this is an unwinnable war, because strategically, we don't have the capability to stop these guys and actually effectuate the regime change that they want to do. Okay? And since we can't do the regime change, the Gulf states are having to decide, if we allow the United States to stay here and the regime stays in power, they're going to keep bombing us. They're going to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. We're not going to be able to sell our gas and oil, and we're not going to be able to have tourism. We have to kick these military bases out. And I guarantee you guys, that 15-point plan, every single one of these monarchs told Donald Trump, look, Donnie, we like you. We get along with you. But you can't. We're not letting you rebuild your bases in the region. It's against our safety. We can no longer tolerate it. We've lost money economically. Our real estate prices are plummeted. We can't sell our energy. I'm sorry, bro. Your bases are the reason why we're attacked, and we had an agreement that you guys will protect us. Sorry. Guess what's gonna happen? Them Chinese niggas are gonna roll in.
Yep.
And then they're gonna start building infrastructure there. They're gonna rebuild those fucking bases, probably for free. Okay? They're gonna say, look, we're not the Americans. We don't want war. How about this? We'll have a joint base there with you guys. We'll give you guys some protection. We'll put assets there for you guys, and we'll rebuild everything. We'll pay for it. Just use some yuan. We'll support you guys. We don't make wars. We get along with Iran. You guys are good. You never have to worry about war again.
And the biggest thing here, and this is, of course, self-implied, but just to actually verbalize it so people understand, Iran and China are, of course, strategically aligned. They have been for a long time. And
for 25 years, Riyadh. Tell them. 25. They signed a strategic deal for 25 fucking years. People argue with me in the chat. Myron, well, China's not getting their oil, so what are you talking about? Shut the fuck up, retard. Are you stupid? Do you not know that the Iranians have shadow fleets that they get to get to China? China reports all of it as Malaysian oil. Did y'all stupid niggas know that? They report it as, I think Malaysia makes like 600,000 barrels of oil a year, but China reports 3 million barrels or some crazy shit like that, or per day, some wild number. And it's all Iranian oil to avoid the sanctions.
And that's the thing. The Gulf countries are now going to utilize Chinese military bases more than Americans. At least it will sound more attractive because Iran will never attack them again. Iran is China's friend. So that will be a friendly base now with the Gulf countries. And that may even mean now they can become strategic partners with the Gulf countries too. Because remember, a lot of the reason why these Gulf countries demonize relations with...
They have to be. They have a choice.
The reason why these Gulf countries demonized any sort of, or really were always against the idea of a relationship between the Iranians was, of course, because of ideological purposes, theological purposes, but really because, of course, they had U.S. bases there. And the U.S. has been in a Cold War, real shadow war with Iran forever. You know, maybe it was kind of ended with the JCPOA, but we return right back to that in 2018 when Trump destroyed the plan. So, you know, this is a perfect opening, and it hasn't happened yet, but you would not be wrong to speculate or have the theory that in the next few years, China will finagle their way into these Gulf countries and offer them military protection. It's the perfect situation to call for it. So that's the real concerning part. And then Russia's also got their nose in everything as well, because they give them intelligence. They give the Iranians intelligence, which is why they've been so precise with some of these strikes, like Prince Sultan Air Base or others. You know, not only are these independent missile launchers kind of hitting the right things, but they're critically hitting parts of infrastructure that like hurt us more than you ever think they would, like that Prince Sultan Air Base, those E3s, the AWACS, that hurt us really badly, and that was already a diminishing amount of stockpile that we had there with those weapon systems. So it's obvious that they're utilizing both the Russian intelligence and the Chinese radar systems for their benefit, and it's helping them in this asymmetric war.
And you know, just to put the ball on the thing here, we've already explained why we're losing this war strategically, but guys, understand. Like, if there's one thing you guys want to argue with your family members at the dinner table, just say this: whoever argues for pre-war conditions lost the war. Yeah. It's that simple. The United States went in with a strategy to disarm their nuclear program, to disarm their ballistic missile program, and to stop them from arming the proxies. All three of those things still are happening right now. Matter of fact, one of the proxies is fucking up the Israelis right now as we speak. Okay? Both sides are suffering quite a bit of casualties, but do not let the Israelis lie to you. The Israelis are taking just as much as, if not just a little bit less, casualties than Hezbollah. Hezbollah is fucking them up.
Yeah.
Okay? The Israelis are just really good at hiding their casualty numbers. I got reputable sources. They've lost somewhere between 1,700 to 2,000, bro. The IDF. Hezbollah's lost around 2,000. They've lost around 1,700 to 2,000. So they're right there neck and neck.
That makes sense, though. That lines up historically because on the ground, that's always been the case with the IDF and Hezbollah. They've always posed a large threat to them and made it very difficult to fight them in southern Lebanon. So, and that's why they're so obsessed with annexing that part of southern Lebanon, because they pose such a large threat. You know, and they always have. I always said the Lebanese people haven't suffered as much as the Palestinians, but their suffering is relatively close. You know, they've been bombed for years and years in doses out of nowhere randomly because of how much of a threat that group is. Go ahead.
Oh, bro, and the reason why Hezbollah fights so hard is because they saw what they did to the Palestinians.
Yeah.
They know that if these niggas come in and they take the Litani River, they're for their security buffer zone. By the way, whenever the Israelis say we're building a security buffer zone, that means we're going to occupy this land and make it ours illegally. Yeah. Okay? So when the Israelis want to go up to the Litani River, every time they try to march up to the Litani River, they get fucked up. Every time, bro. They tried in 2000, they tried in 2006, they tried in 1982. These niggas take L's every single time. So, and the thing is that the Israelis are not good on the ground. So, and Hezbollah, like, obviously, they're like a paramilitary group. They know the area. They let these guys, like, what's the name of Nabit Abil? What's the name of that town that they, with the famous stadium? That Nasrallah gave the speech at?
I think you just said it right. Let me see. I know what you're talking about.
The Israelis took it over for a day, right? And they started bragging and taking pictures and shit like that of them taking a picture at the famous Coliseum where Nasrallah gave that speech. Bro, the next day these niggas fucked them up and took it back. They let them have it for a day, and then they came back and did a counterstrike and then assaulted them, and there was a big fucking firefight going on for hours. Right? And again, this is like the reporting guys that, like, you're not going to get from mainstream media. You're going to have to watch, like, not even Al Jazeera is going to report this shit. You got to talk to niggas like from Lebanon to get that info, right? Because the Israelis don't want you guys to know that shit. But, like, yeah, they're taking heavy casualties, bro. They've lost like almost 2,000 people. Yeah, exactly. Yep, Ebed which is right around the Litani River. So, and that's historically where the Israelis have always wanted to go. And the reason why Hezbollah fights them so hard is because they see what they did to the Palestinians. They're like, not us, bro. Like, not us. So no one wants to deal with Israeli occupation. They saw what they did to the Golan Heights. They saw what they did to the West Bank. They saw what they did to Gaza. And they said, not us. And that's why Hezbollah was created in 1982. Was to fight these niggas, bro. They said, yo, we're not letting you come in and take our country. Because the Lebanese army was too fucking cucked to fight the IDF. So they said, no, we're going to fight the IDF. And they actually got them out of there.
Yep.
So, and historically speaking, guys, do you know that Hezbollah could have taken over, since they were the liberating military force, they could have taken over the government, but they chose not to because they didn't want a civil war. So they let the Lebanese army and the president and all them still stay in power. And they said, you know what? We're just going to fight the Israelis. We're just going to ensure that southern Lebanon stays taken care of. And like, look, bro, I hate to like be the person that has to fucking like tell y'all the truth about taboo stuff like this, but this is the truth. This is what it is. This is the truth of the Middle East. This is the truth of foreign policy. This is the truth of what's going on. This is what they're never going to tell you on Fox News. But strategically speaking, man, this war is an L in every single way, and we need to get the hell out of it. We need to get out of this. The Israelis have created a fucking mess that you can't even believe. Whatever.
And the people of Lebanon overwhelmingly support Hezbollah as well. Really quick, because this chat will probably remind you of something you intended to say. By the way, Easy Money Carson says, I'm Christian, married to a Muslim. She let me have 4 wives. Okay, W. DPG says, showing some support, or no, he says, Myron, drop that analogy you thought of tonight. Israel creates the bad groups that they claim to fight. I don't know if you said something profound.
Yeah,
OSS
so
300. Go ahead, expand on that.
Yeah, so like this is so this comes from the OSS 300. Shout out to all you guys. So I was with them talking today, and I was on stream earlier with Tactone, and someone in his chat was a retard and said, oh, this guy Myron doesn't know what he's talking about. And anytime people say that, I'm like, you know what? Because I am so fucking rock solid on the Middle East. I'm like, yo, I will debate any of you stupid niggas on this shit. Let's go. I told him, what am I wrong about? You know what this nigga said? He said, Israel, and then I said, what am I wrong about? He said, Israel and the United States. I said, okay, cool. Tell me how Israel strategically benefits the United States. This fucking idiot says, Israel kills more terrorists than NATO and the United States. And I was like, okay, who creates the terrorists, you fucking retard? Like, what? Like, like, and the analogy is this, like, this is what Israel is, bro. Israel is like is like that annoying ass cousin that comes to your house, leaves crumbs all over the place, right? Roaches come to the house, right? Next thing you know, you got 10,000 roaches in that bitch. This nigga kills 500, says, hey, I'm the #1 roach killer. Yo, like, if you, like what?
You brought them
Yo,
here.
you brought the roaches here. What are you talking about? Like, bro, niggas bring 10,000 roaches to your house, kill 500. I'd be like, yeah, I'm the #1 roach killer, nigga. I'm Raid. Let's go. Yo, get the fuck out of my house, bro. Like, you brought the roaches here from you leaving food all over the place. That's the Israelis.
Yeah.
Anytime people say they kill terrorists, they give us intelligence, blah, 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 they create the problems.
Yeah.
They create the problems. Are you serious?
They create the issues that they can't. They create the issues that they can't diffuse, and then drag the United States into it for everlasting groups in the Middle East that will always be upset with their existence. You know, that they've created all the problems that they're upset about. You know, and it's the same thing, kind of with like the Strait of Hormuz in a way. You know, we created an issue out of thin air that we're now trying to repair. But had we just kept ourselves at bay and not started this conflict in February, well, then the Strait of Hormuz would have never been closed off in the first place. You know, so it's the same thing with Israel. They only create the issues that they complain about, and then they make them worse by continuously not actually acting in good faith with diplomacy, like all the peace talks with Palestine, the deals that they offered. If you look at all those deals in detail, you'll realize all those deals were bullshit. And like, that's what they do. You know, they poke the bear, and then the bear comes and attacks them, and they says, whoa, what the fuck? Why are you attacking me? Let's do a deal. And then in that deal, they go through the back door and try to shoot them in the back while they're not looking. And it's like, you know, it's just a cycle that perpetuates more and more violence, because that violence breeds the resistance. You know, that's why Hamas exists. That's why Hezbollah exists, why the Houthis exist, the Axis of Resistance, and other groups within the Arab countries that existed before really 1980 or 1990.
Like, niggas forget that, like, before Israel was there, like, none of this resistance shit was a thing.
Yeah.
Like, well,
also, the anti-American sentiment comes from the existence of Israel. That's a fact.
100%.
Arab Muslims had no issue with the United States, had no issue with the quote-unquote West until the inception of Israel, and that's evident from Osama bin Laden's letter to America and everything else that you read in the media, if you're actually reading honest, non-biased media that favors Israeli policy. So that's very, you know, that's very key and important to understand, because unfortunately, one of the lines of rhetoric that have still stood strong since the war on terror era with Bush is the idea that Muslims hate the West because of freedom or Christianity, when Muslims actually just hate the West because the West does the bidding of Israel, which kills an enormous amount of people for no reason, or causes terror or disaster in these regions by regime change, issues in the Arab Spring, after the Arab Spring, Syria, Iraq, Libya, so on.
And like, guys, don't get it twisted. Like 30 to 40% of Lebanon is Christian, by the way, FYI.
Yeah.
Like 30 to 40% of Lebanon is Christian. That's basically like a Christian country. Are people, are there Christian people in Hezbollah?
I think all of Hezbollah is Shia. I don't know if any they have any Christian fighters, but they represent the Maronite majority. They're Maronite Christians in Lebanon, and a lot of those Christians support the resistance. That's what the thing is over there. They support the you call it, and I'm just highlighting how it's perceived globally. You call it the Iranian terrorist proxy-backed group that's this and that, and they just say we support the resistance. Long live the resistance. And to them, they view their fighting factions, these paramilitary organizations like Hezbollah, as the people who have been directly responsible for keeping Israel from annexing their land. And that's effectively what they did. Even with Hamas, Hamas is nowhere near as strong as Hezbollah, nor do they have the presence that they have, but they dealt, in a way, kind of asymmetric warfare to the IDF that eventually calls for a ceasefire, this kind of stalemate. And so the only way the IDF could validly respond is by bombing the shit out of Gaza and turning it to a parking lot, like carpet bombing the entire strip. But you got Hamas soldiers jumping out of the ground like fucking Mario, planting a landmine or a bomb on a tank and then jumping back in the ground. You know, that's painful to deal with. But those are the groups that keep Israel at bay. So the people support those groups for obvious reasons. You know, and you would think this is common sense, but like, people don't get that. You know, they think that these people are just senselessly violent for no reason. And that shows low IQ. No group of people are just senselessly violent for long periods of time without an agitator. You know, you got to be stupid to always start the story in the middle and go, well, why is that happening? And why is the key question that a lot of people don't have the ability of exercising. Like, why is that? And the people who happen to ask why are the ones who are always met with the truth. Like Dave Smith, sometimes Joe Rogan kind of gets there, but a lot of people just go, the Muslims, Islam, and it comes from Sharia law. And it's like, it has nothing. I'm sorry, it has nothing to do with that. That's why I attack PBD all the time and respond to shit Adam Sosnick, because that's their whole talking point. That's their whole MO is, but Islam. It has nothing to do with Islam, though. If you disagree with the religion theologically, that's your prerogative. No issue there. But you're talking about Islam politically. The only reason Islam flexes so hard politically, especially in the Middle East now, is because they're threatened. That's the truth. They're threatened. That's why they want Iran gone, because if Iran's gone, then the proxy network's gone. Then Israel's got a free playground.
Yep, to bully everybody in the region. And like, yo, look, again, I hate that we have to bring it to this and like tell you guys what the hell is really going on in the Middle East. But this is why me and my brother tell you guys, yo, the reason why we have the problems is because we're getting involved in wars that don't serve us, that serve another country, and we get dragged into it and get dirty geopolitically while doing it, costing us soldiers, resources, money that could have been invested into the country instead of invested in the war. How is that we got $1 trillion for fucking wars, but people are over here dying from not being able to get insulin? That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. So sad. It's like we focus more on fighting foreign wars that don't benefit Americans. Bro, most Americans don't even know where Israel is on a map, bro. Most Americans don't know where Iran is on a map. They don't even know what Tehran is, dude. Why the fuck are we over there? Like, why are we over there? And it's like, me and my brother have to explain to you guys, because here's the thing. Some niggas are going to be in here and listen to this and be like, man, these guys are glazers for terrorists. These guys are sympathizers. They're going to say some dumb shit like that. No, nigga, like, you have to understand your enemy, okay? If we actually want to fight terrorism, we need to understand why they're terrorists. Well, let me tell you why. If you go ahead and you occupy the Middle East and you kill them and you bomb them and you assassinate people and you undermine them and you tell them that they're second-class citizens and they have no sovereignty and you stole the land from them, what the fuck do you think is going to happen? Yep. Because here's the thing for all my Americans right now. I need you guys to listen very closely. Listen, you fucking retards. If Vladimir Putin, right, invaded the United States, okay, and a bunch of Russians came in and started occupying New York City, occupying LA, telling us, hey, just so you guys know, we're taking over and you guys are not Americans anymore. This is Russia land, okay? And none of you guys have any type of sovereignty. What the fuck would you guys do? I think I know what I do, and I think what the rest of you guys would do. You guys would take up arms to defend your country, wouldn't you? You would take up arms to defend your land, right? Right? You would defend the Constitution. So who the fuck are you to tell Palestinians, tell Lebanese, tell the Iranians, etc., that they can't defend their country? Like, do we not have the Second Amendment here? Do we not have the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness? Do we not have the ability to defend ourselves? If you're a red-blooded American that believes in the Second Amendment, that believes in the ability to defend your property with lethal force if need be, then who the fuck are you to be angry at some dudes in the Middle East that are doing the same exact thing? We have no business being there. We have no business supporting the Israelis that are over there, taking their land. And quite frankly, let them fucking fight them. You want to go in and steal land and colonize a bunch of niggas in 2026 like retards? Fine, buddy. You go fight that battle yourself. We don't need to be involved in it. So any American that sits here and tries to say some dumb shit to me and my brother, whatever, you're not American. Because I would argue these niggas are doing the most American thing ever. If someone tried to do that to us in the United States, we would fight to defend our country. Who the fuck are we to tell people they can't do it for theirs?
Exactly. Very true. Very well put.
Like, get the fuck out of here, because I already know some stupid niggas are going to be in here like, yo, you and your brother are anti-American. Actually, no. We are more American than you because we recognize that this sovereignty, the ability to defend your land, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, we treasure that, and we can't get mad at other people for trying to do the same thing on their fucking land. Dude, we have no business in the Middle East at all. It doesn't serve us. It doesn't benefit us. Did we not learn from Iraq? Did we not learn from the 4,500 soldiers that died for no reason? Bro, how is it that we have former Army Rangers going on fucking podcasts saying, I don't even know why I was there. I lost a lot of friends. So the ones that survived came home and killed themselves. We all got PTSD. We don't know, Nick Irving, Army Ranger, killed a lot of people, by the way. Decorated guy. You know what he said? I would not fight. I would not join the military if I knew what I knew now. You got a guy that served this country at the highest level, was over in Afghanistan, was over in Iraq, killed a lot of people. He's on podcast saying, yo, if I knew what I knew now, I would never join the military because it's not for America. And this is a very difficult talk that we need to have here because a lot of you motherfuckers aren't waking up. So look, as much as I make fun of people like Osmond Gold and whatever, and I say they're retards or whatever, the reason why I say they're retards is because they will never be able to give you guys this type of analysis, then come to the conclusion that we need to come to. We are an occupied country that's run by a foreign nation where our soldiers are getting sent to die. Americans are suffering at the pump. Americans are suffering by coming in with fucking coffins, flag draped. And if you guys got to go ahead and talk shit about me and my brother and say, you niggas are IRGC supporters, whatever, if that keeps soldiers alive in America, wakes you guys up about who really runs shit, oh fucking well. Because this time, in 2026, it's not 2006. We got social media. We can fucking tell you guys what it really is. You guys don't have to listen to the Fox News bullshit no more. You guys don't have to listen to CBS, ABC, all owned by Zionist fucking morons that have an incentive to drag us into wars. So I'm not going to let this shit happen again under my watch. I have a platform. He's building a platform. We are going to wake you niggas up. One by fucking one, we'll wake you niggas up. Okay? And that's why I tell you guys, you have to be very careful who you watch and who you listen to on this topic. Because most niggas don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I love Osmond Gold. I ain't going to hate on him. But he's retarded when it comes to this topic. Bro knows nothing about Middle Eastern foreign policy. Okay? I'm sorry. Based? That's not good enough for this topic. Stick to talking about the trannies and the gays and blacks and immigrants. Stick to that, bro. Just be a culture warrior. Stay out of this topic.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, most American political commentators have no fucking clue what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to this. Because this war in the Middle East is creating serious ramifications for our position in the world. Did you guys not hear what my brother just said? The UAE is thinking about using Chinese yuan.
That's a big deal.
That's a big fucking deal.
Yeah.
Big deal. And we told y'all niggas this months ago that if this goes on the way that it does and the petrodollar is removed, our ability to project power in the United States with the Middle East being gone, our dollar's going to follow next to it. Sorry, Red, go ahead.
No, you're completely right, man. You said everything that needs to be said. One thing I guess I can add to that, I suppose, is the fact that even if you are somehow in favor of supporting a foreign nation or whatever, you think there's some equal trade-off, even though there's not, and we've already debunked that a million times, morally, we're supporting the aggressor. You know, that's the thing, is like, we're not supporting a country that's defending itself. And I suppose some people, especially on the left, will make the argument like, oh, we're doing that for Ukraine. Here, it's black and white. We're supporting a country that is aggressive and is aggressing against every single country that it's neighboring. And we've been doing so for 70 years. And so that's why that part of the world hates us, because if it weren't for us, they would not be able to do that, nor would they dare to try and do it. And on top of that, you have people like Marco Rubio, who in the beginning of this conflict voiced the fact that we got involved in this war because we knew Israel was going to start it anyways. And so it's kind of like you're at the basketball park and your little brother keeps picking this fight with this big ass strong guy, and you're telling him, please don't start a fight with this guy. And he starts the fight. Now you got to get in and get your ass whooped for the sake of your little brother being safe. That's the case with Israel. They're a moral hazard. We always have to get involved, police, and make sure that they exist, because here's the thing. We've deconstructed Iranian's proxy network to some degree with the killing of Qasem Soleimani, Hassan Nasrallah. We greenlit the IRGC as a terrorist organization. We got rid of the JCPOA. And so Trump has systematically set things up to make it increasingly easier for Israel to eventually undermine and overthrow the IRGC regime. And they tried that in June, and it didn't work. And so we realized this time around, we have to get involved, because that 12-day war proved very painful for the Israelis, and they got rained on with missiles that they tried to cover up, but it didn't work because the media eventually came out. And so I think the line of thinking...
With no Russian intel. With no Russian or Chinese intel, by the way, and they got cooked still.
Because the Iranians were not ready. That was actually a surprise attack. And, sorry, were you going to say something else?
No. I was going to say, like, to add to what you said, the missiles rained on them, and they didn't have the intelligence that they have now. Why the missiles are hitting harder? Because they have the accuracy. Sorry, go ahead. Keep going, bro.
No, absolutely. And that's the thing. I think there was this idea if I had to go into the mind of Donald Trump, people say, well, he's blackmailed Epstein, Netanyahu, and sure, there may be some truth to all of that. Of course, it's all speculative. We don't know for sure, but there definitely is some truth there, as well as the fact that maybe he wants to completely distract people from the Epstein scandal as a whole. But I think Trump had the thought process or the idea that if I can weaken the IRGC systematically over the years, then I'll give Israel the open door to try and completely destroy them without us being involved or minimally involved. And then, of course, the 12-day war showed us, goddamn, we have to be completely balls in if Israel's guaranteed safety. And even with us being involved, it's been 50 days. We've been suffering from an asymmetric and economical standpoint. Israel's been suffering militarily from southern Lebanon and Hezbollah, as well as the IRGC raining rockets and missiles and drones down on their people. The Gulf countries have been suffering. And so Iran had the chance to prepare for this from the 12-day war. And this is the whole problem, is like we're supporting this aggressive regime. And now the Gulf countries are probably going to come to the realization that the United States actually doesn't benefit us in any way at all. They only just put us in harm's way. And that was the problem. So, you know, it's like, it's just increasingly obvious as this war goes on. Me and you become vindicated more and more every day. The Strait of Hormuz opens, then it closes. Donald Trump brags, and then he has to say the IRGC is undermining the peace deal when it's actually us because we're imposing a blockade to make it look like we're stronger or we have control of the situation. The fact of the matter is we actually don't have control of the situation. All we have is big guns and military might, but they're geostrategically located in a place where they can make it painful for us. And it's kind of a situation of who can fall first. You know, who's going to suffer from these blockades first? Who's going to actually give in first? And I'm telling you now, if at any point in the next few months, even temporarily, any of these Gulf countries depend on a different currency at any moment, that will pose catastrophic. That's disastrous for the United States. Remember, 80% of the GCC's oil travels through the Strait of Hormuz, 1/5 belonging to that of the world entirely. And so not only will it choke oil prices even more, but if you think you're paying a lot for goods now, you think you're paying a lot for gas now, wait till the petrodollar is not number one prioritization. It will get way worse. And that's the biggest asset we have in our hands, you know, and that's kind of why we did what we did in Venezuela. It was to try and mitigate that issue. And people try and make the argument, well, when we regime changed Venezuela, we cut off oil from Cuba, we cut off oil from China. Yeah, but China only took like 2 to 4% of Venezuelan oil anyways. That's easily replaceable. And I'm sure they've jacked that up with Iranians ever since the war had started. And so that doesn't actually make much of a difference, you know, and people are saying, but the United States is now the global oil hegemon. That's not logistically possible for a long period of time because of where we are located, as well as the fact that we have now choked out these Gulf countries so we can start selling oil, even though they have way more hegemon to do such an action for the next 10 or 12 years. When this is all over, you think the European countries are going to just go back to diplomacy with us and go, we're going to export oil from the United States anymore? Not happening, you know, or import oil, not happening. You know, everybody is, if you could imagine all of the EU countries, G7, NATO, whatever you want to say, they all hate Donald Trump right now. And by the way, besides the fact that he's made everything economically painful for them, I think the Netherlands just declared a state of emergency, or the fact that they're about to get into an energy shortage very soon. Aside from that, he's taunting them and mocking them and saying he's going to pull out of NATO and they're no help. They're no help because they don't want to die for Israel. You know, so now he's exposed to the entire world that he has no idea what he's doing. He's kind of senseless, but he's also exposing how much we're controlled. And that will warrant less and less and less respect. And the only thing to follow after that is us losing our number one spot. You know, it can become, it gets closer and closer every day. I used to say, that won't happen for 30, 40 years. Now it could happen in like a decade. You know, if this keeps going the way it is, it could happen sooner. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, and here's the thing, right? There's two people. As you guys can see, I got an American flag behind me, right? I took a oath to this Constitution, and that means I have to be honest, and I have to be truthful, and I have to be painfully honest sometimes when it comes to where we are. Me and my brother are hardcore American nationalists. We love this country. Let me tell y'all something, though. There's two people. There's people like us that are saying this is a problem and we need to fix it because we don't want this country to go down. And then there's people fucking celebrating, saying the American empire is going down. All these fucking stupid liberal socialist motherfuckers, these communist motherfuckers, are literally chomping at the bit looking at this saying like, yes, America's going down, the empire's going down, they're going to lose the petrodollar. Once they lose, they're going to lose influence in the region. Once they lose influence in the region, they're going to lose the petrodollar. Once they lose the petrodollar, reserve currency is going to be teetering. Once they lose reserve currency status, SWIFT is no longer valid, and then bam, China's going to come in and take over. All these communist motherfuckers are literally chomping at the bits saying, yes, let down with the American empire. You know what me and my brother saying? No, we must protect the American empire, okay? We must protect this country. We're not going to say some stupid shit like imperialism, American imperialism. We need to get rid of it. I'm not Hassan Piker, okay? Let me be explicitly clear about this. The difference is this. We both have identified the same problem. Our reaction is different. He wants the American empire to fail. No, we don't want America to fail. That is why we are screaming at the top of our lungs, this is what's going to happen. We need to stop this war. We need to get rid of these fucking Zionists. They're destroying us. They're dragging us into wars that we can't fucking afford. Okay? We're losing this war strategically. I have to be painfully honest with you guys. For some of you retard motherfuckers, smooth brain idiots, you look at it and be like, this is anti-American rhetoric. No, it's extremely American rhetoric. You want to know why? Because I'm telling you the fucking truth. We went through this 20 years ago in Iraq. Okay? And here's the thing. We barely got through that. We might not have another 20 years to wake up for this fucking dumbass war. That is why my brother and I are so passionate to yell about this shit. We're not like these dumbass niggas talking about, yeah, so, you know, Strait of Hormuz is going to get closed. Like, yeah, the U.S. empire is going down. Let's go. These niggas are happy. I'm watching these guys, and I'm fucking punching the air. These niggas are excited. They're happy. They want Donald Trump to fail. They want the United States to fail. We're like the only niggas that are saying, this is what it is, and we need to change course because we don't want to lose our country. I don't want you guys going to fucking gas pump, paying $10 for a gallon of gas. That's where we're going, though. A lot of you niggas, I ask you guys, every time when we're in the chat, when during the war, I ask you guys, please tell me where you live, how much you're paying for gas, how much you paid for gas before. Bro, you niggas were all paying damn near double the price. And we were sitting at only like $120 a barrel. Do you guys know if this nigga hits a power plant that we're going to go into $200 a barrel?
And that's kind of what's left on the table, because look at the current situation. We've blocked their oil ports. We've blocked their ports for goods, oil, anything else that's necessary for their economy to thrive or at least survive on its last leg currently. And in response, of course, they started to impose themselves in the Strait of Hormuz, block it, make money on tolls, fire at ships that were not listening to them. U.S. now seized a cargo ship. And so all directions are kind of leading in the fact that we may restart this war. I want to be wrong. The ceasefire has 48 hours left. Okay, it's over on the 22nd. Between now and then, the decisions that are made by Washington are critical to finally stop this issue. Now, I'm hoping Trump does a whole Truth Social frenzy where he goes, I'm giving them another 10 days. I'm hoping for that now. But if that doesn't happen, Donald Trump said on the White House lawn that if Iran does not come to the table for negotiations, which, by the way, remember, today is Sunday, they have not arrived in Pakistan.
Yeah, you know what? Let's go. Let's have fun with this. I think if me and you went to Iran, we'd come back with a deal. We'd save this country.
Yeah, 1,000,000%.
What would be the deal parameters? Let's go through this. Let's have fun. Let's say me and you, we fucking throw Wickoff and fucking dumbass Jared Kushner out the fucking White House. Nigga, we're taking over. We're the diplomats now. We go to Iran. Fuck it. We go there. Right? No fear. We go there. All right? Or to Pakistan, whatever. Pakistan's probably gonna smell. But whatever. We go there. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna say? We gotta save our country, bro. What are we gonna do?
Yeah. So I would say, first of all, the uranium enriching to 60%, I would make some sort of agreement where they keep it at 60%. They don't go any higher, and they promise to not make a bomb. And in return, we'd involve the UN, like this peace plan here that we had that hopefully is, I'm assuming it's true, is by Megatron on X. We also exchange some sort of guaranteed sanctions relief and a pact that we will not attack them again, so long as they don't go over the enrichment threshold that gets them closer to weapons grade, that being 90%. I wouldn't even want to deal with the uranium too intimately just because of the fact that we've attacked them for 50 days. So I know a maximalist demand is not going to create peace. I'm going there for peace. The other thing that I would do is make them promise to something in regards to the safety of the Gulf countries, because I would want to install military operations back there again. That's huge, and I can't walk away from the peace table without knowing that I can plant my military bases back in the Gulf countries and guarantee IRGC missiles won't reign over them, so we can continue to make money on the petrodollar and have some sort of presence in the Middle East. In regards to everything else, I'm not sure. They would probably ask for sanctions relief. Maybe they would ask for reparations. Maybe I would do a certain duration of time where they can make money on the ships that are going through the Strait of Hormuz, and then that'll expire. And then they'd have control of the Strait, but they're no longer allowed to tax the ships or make tolls like things were prior to the conflict. And I think that we would get it because we're not the Trump administration. I think that the Iranians are ready to talk, but they're not going to talk to somebody who's a part of the Trump campaign, because what did MAGA do when they came in 2016 and 2018? They tarnished the deal that gave them sanctions relief. So I would do something along those lines, and I would also make sure that the IAEA is involved in supervising their facilities and ensuring that they're not going over 60%. And then maybe in another 5 or 6 years, once the deal has reached that period peacefully, then we can make a little bit more of a maximum demand, entire or full sanctions relief. We can go to a full diplomatic relationship with Iran. Of course, this would prove difficult with Israel right next door bombing the shit out of Lebanon or whatever. So the real thing would be getting a deal with Iran and then reprimanding Israel and stopping them from everything they're doing to agitate the IRGC in the region, because that's the big issue that's been a struggle for every U.S. president to balance. What would you say?
No, I like some of your ideas. I like the uranium idea. I was gonna say the other option is they give us the uranium in exchange. We give them full sanction relief. They give it to us, right? And then we have IAEA oversee their nuclear program. We let them enrich. We let them enrich, monitor it like the JCPOA, right? We let them have the Strait of Hormuz for maybe, let's say, a year, 2 years. Let them collect tolls. It is what it is. But we agree on some kind of fair price so people aren't getting destroyed, right? It's that way we can avoid paying them war reparations. Let the rest of the world pay them for it, right? Immediate diplomacy. We show good faith. We open up an Iranian embassy in the United States, and we open up a U.S. embassy in Iran, and we actually start like doing it right away to let them know we're serious. We're gonna build an Iranian embassy in Washington D.C., and we're gonna build an embassy here in Tehran. We're serious about diplomacy. We want to work. We're gonna take the sanctions off. We're gonna do business. Well, non-aggression, or I like your idea too, because they want congressional. They basically want congressional approval that we can't attack them. I like that what you said too, where the other option is if they don't give us the uranium, fair, no problem. Don't give us the uranium, but if you guys are rich over 60%, the deal is null and void. We can attack you guys again. Which one do you want to do? I give them both options. You can give us the uranium right now, right? We give y'all full sanctions relief, or we can go ahead and get it where if you enrich at a certain level, then we reserve the right to attack you niggas again. Which one? Yeah. Right? I'm not even gonna fuck with their ballistic missile program or the proxies, honestly. It's not our fucking problem.
Table. That's off the table.
Nigga, I don't care.
You can't.
Yo,
you can't. That's
Hezbollah,
beyond the pale.
Hamas, not our problem, bro. Not our fucking problem. See, and diplomacy, notice how easy diplomacy becomes once you don't care about Israel anymore. Like, yo, I don't give a fuck. You niggas we don't care about the proxies. We don't care. We're building an embassy here. You're going to build an embassy in the United States, okay? And then also, I agree with what you said, Riyadh. We need to maintain some military semblance in the Middle East because we cannot lose that. And we'll have to come up with some middle ground. Look, we're only going to be here in a defensive posture, not in an attack posture. We'll be open with you guys. We'll notify you guys. But if we need to attack another country, whatever, we're going to be working in hand. And in exchange, we're going to sell you guys some weapons.
Yeah. And the science of the uranium.
We'll give y'all niggas some F-35s. Beef up your shitty ass Air Force a little bit, right? We're going to give y'all niggas some real boats, okay? But we need to maintain our bases here in the Middle East. We need to take care of our partners over here. You guys we're not going to attack y'all niggas, okay? But we need to be able to stage here from a defensive position only. And then if we need to attack, we'll handle it. We got embassies now. We got diplomats. We can handle this. And then we can work. This is a starting point. Boom.
Exactly.
Peace. Immediately. Yo, we're paying $1 for gas, niggas. Send me and my brother over there. We'll fix this problem instantly.
And the science of the 60% and not going over it would be to demonstrate that I respect their ability of deterrence, which means inadvertently that I don't want to regime change you. Because if I don't mind you enriching that high, I know you're only enriching at 60 so you can deter a country from invading you and destroying everything and planting a new leader. That's the reason why you're doing it. So if I display for 5 or 6 or 10 years that I don't care about your 60% as long as you don't go over, and I don't attack you in that period, in the next coming decade, now I can ask you to go down. Now I can ask you to go down to 3.6, just enough for power plants, but not enough for anything that can destroy humans. That's where that conversation can go. And that's, I say it all the time, that's where the conversation was with Obama, but Trump destroyed all trust, and systematically he did it so that we can get into this war. So
yeah, because
it's building that trust back up.
Because what Trump doesn't realize is that JCPOA would have allowed us to have a foundation of diplomacy to like eventually get to a point where it's like, all right, bro, y'all niggas don't need this. You would get this. Dude, who knows how far we would have been able to go. Let the sanctions, whatever. We could have had them like a Gulf state, bro, where we will help you guys with protection, whatever. You guys are allies, whatever. And that would have been a fantastic fucking ally against the Chinese and the Russians.
Yep. If we can get in there and maintain influence, that's huge. That's huge. That would guarantee we're going to be the same country that we are for the next 100, 200 years. The only issue, unfortunately, with all of these plans...
We secure a significant amount of energy at a great price. We're cutting off China's ability to have influence in the region. We're hurting the Russians. This is such an easy deal, but the problem is that Israel fucks up the diplomacy. Because me and you would go in there. We don't care about the ballistic missiles. We don't care about the proxies. We don't care.
Yeah.
We're working with you guys. Israel's out the fucking... I don't care about these niggas, okay? Straight up. Embassies, both countries, immediately. Diplomats being assigned. Okay? We're gonna lift the sanctions. Okay? We're gonna go ahead and give you guys a non-aggression thing, contingent upon I like your idea. You cannot enrich uranium past 60%. We're gonna sell you guys some military weapons. In exchange, you guys are gonna let us have a defensive posture, military presence in the Middle East. Okay? And we'll start with 1 base, 2 bases. And then we'll build from there, and we'll build the trust. And we'll sell y'all niggas some F-35s. Some people said it here, oh, Myron, selling F-35 is diabolical. Nigga, they already shot one down. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. They already shot one down. Yeah. They're literally about to get some Chinese, some fourth generation Russian fighter jets. Okay? The F-35 is no longer invincible. They already shot it down. Okay? Also, don't forget, when Americans sell F-35s, it's a nerfed version. Okay? When we sell to other people, it's a nerfed version. The Israelis have the closest one to the full-on. We would sell them a nerf version, obviously. But this is how you build trust, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you guys got to understand, we fucking attacked these niggas twice in the middle of negotiations. We got to be all in on this one. Building embassies, getting diplomats assigned. We're lit the sanctions. We're doing business with y'all. You guys can go ahead and charge niggas at the Strait of Hormuz. I don't care. Right? Just let's do a reasonable price so the international community doesn't get destroyed, because we're not going to pay the reparations. Fuck that. Right? You guys can go ahead and tax these niggas a little bit. And that's it. And boom, we put the olive branch. That's it. Because as soon as we distance ourselves, we don't fuck with the Israelis no more.
Yeah. And that's there's reality in those talks. There's reality in that kind of deal. It just won't happen with this.
I think they would accept that. What do you think, Rad? Do you think they would accept that? I think they'd accept that deal, bro.
If we offered any
sanctions
deal,
lifted, we do business, diplomacy immediately. We're building embassies. We got a strategic partnership, right? And then we promise them no aggression with a congressional approval, and then just contingent upon them not having enriching past 60%, and then we bring the IAEA in, bro. It's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah, as long as the Iranians are met with a plan that does not move the uranium, that does not have to do with the missiles or the proxies, and guarantees safety moving forward, they will 100% sign off on that. That's all they want. That's all Abbas Araghchi and Mohammad Ghalibaf have expressed, the delegation being the parliament speaker and then the foreign minister. So that's all those guys really want. Bro,
we sell them some weapons, they'll let us maintain bases in the Middle East. I think we can get them to come to the middle ground with we need to maintain, because that's going to protect our petrodollar. Right? Yeah. Because then we got to maintain the protection in the Middle East, and then we got to rebuild that connection with the Gulf states.
100%.
Right? And then we say, look, we're gonna work. We're gonna we're all gonna do business together, but we need to maintain a defensive posture here. You guys aren't who we're targeting. It's the other potential people that it is, and we'll maintain bases here from a defensive posture, and then we just build from there. You know what I mean? The deal goes good for a year, niggas start making money, etc. We can even do sanctions from a a portion of sanction relief, right? Hey, after 1 year, we just get more and more. We do a gradual sanction relief, right? And then I think we can maintain a basis there. It's probably going to be from a defensive posture only, but I think we can make that deal happen, man. I really do. And like, bro, and that's sad that me and you can go to Iran probably and get a deal done better than fucking Wickoff and dumbass Jared Kushner. That's sad.
And here's the thing I'll say. Here's the thing I'll say to play devil's advocate. That is all contingent upon controlling Israel. Because here's the thing. Israel is going to say that's not happening because of the proxies, as well as the fact that they can continuously fight the proxies and charge up Iran again for a full-fledged regional war. And so,
you know what the beauty is? The proxies and the ballistic missiles don't hurt us.
Yeah, they hurt Israel.
They don't affect us whatsoever in the U.S. But sorry, keep going.
No, yeah, absolutely. But the problem is if Israel gets involved, well, then they are guaranteed to be destroyed if we're not helping them, right? So it's balancing this fine line of maintaining peace in the region whilst giving Iran what they would want, at least for the short term. And the thing is okay, we may not care about Israel as a whole, but the entire region is subject to this devastation because Israel knows how to involve everybody. That's what they've done. So we've got to figure out a way to disarm their ability to agitate and exacerbate the issue. And once we disarm them from having the leverage in getting every country militarily involved and starting a regional conflict, because they have the power to do that, Marco Rubio admitted it, then and only then can we guarantee those peace talks actually have some sort of long.
Okay, so you want to start at the beginning. Okay, so then if we're gonna really do this, we got to go all the way.
Get Netanyahu out. Get Netanyahu out.
Okay, that's
focus on removing him from power. Get somebody else in power who is not interested in undermining and destroying every other country around them. And then from there, they can have their state. Of course, we're going to have to navigate the situation of the two-state, what's going on with the West Bank, what's going on with Gaza, what's going on with all these territories. What are you doing with Southern Lebanon?
You know what the easiest thing is for this? Because all of these problems, like no one wants to admit this, but all of these problems in the Middle East literally stem from the Palestine question. And I agree with you. We need to get Netanyahu in. Because we need to get Netanyahu out because Netanyahu is prolonging the war so that he can stay in power so he doesn't have to face his corruption case. So we got to get someone in that doesn't have charges hanging over his head. You know what? Give that nigga a pardon. Who cares? Yo, get out of here. You get a pardon. I don't care. Get out of here. Let's put somebody else in. That person that we put in, this is how this is going to go. You're going to make a one-state solution. And if you don't make a one-state solution, we are not going to give you aid anymore and support you. And the Palestinians are probably going to overrun you and destroy you. Which one do you want to do? And then that's it. You're going to do a one-state solution. You're going to go ahead and you're going to recognize every single Palestinian as an Israeli. They're going to have full citizenship. They're going to have full rights. And that's how this goes. Sorry, bro. No more the Jewish state. It's going to be Israel, which has Muslims, Christians, and Jews living in peace. That's the only way. Otherwise, you can either have it this way or we pull our aid. We no longer support you. And then you guys can fend for yourself. They don't have a choice. The reason why the Israelis never want to negotiate and deal with the Palestine question is because we never forced them to. Yeah. And once we force them to, we get a one-state solution because we know we're not going to get a two-state. Let's be honest. We're not going to get a two-state.
It's not because they will never. It's impossible because of Jerusalem.
Exactly. So we make it a one-state. No more of these stupid-ass borders. We establish real borders. Okay. We could probably take the Golan Heights, right? Syria, I don't think we'll care. We'll take the Golan Heights. Let them go. Gaza, West Bank, all that. It's all going to be Israel. One country. Okay. One-state solution, everyone gets citizenship. Palestinian question answered. Now the Palestinian question is answered, we don't need acts of resistance anymore. Now we can go ahead and deal with Iran. All right, Iran, you can go ahead and maintain your proxies. Not really needed anymore because Israel's not going to be crazy, but it's fine. You can maintain them. And your ballistic missile program, we don't give a fuck. Okay, just don't make sure that if they have the ability to hit the United States, then we got problems. They better never hit 10,000 kilometers or more. Then we're going to come after you.
Yeah.
So your uranium, 60%,
middle range only.
No more. Exactly. You can defend yourself in the region. 60% or less. Your ballistic missiles, which you don't have the capability of, can be intercontinental. No 10,000 kilometers or more. And then we'll make you guys full-fledged partners. We'll fucking do business with y'all. We answer the Palestinian question, so you don't need to use your ballistic missiles anymore, and you don't need the proxies. Boom.
That would work. That would work.
Yo,
you just would have to get Netanyahu and that whole Netanyahu entourage out, all of them.
Yep.
Gavir,
and we would have a deal, bro. We would have a deal. Like I mean, look, people might say, "Oh, well, that sounds too easy, nigga." It is that easy. It's really not that hard. Once you like like have balls and can stand up to the Israelis and tell them this is what's going to happen. You're going to have a one-state solution, or else we're going to just let the Arabs run you over. They're going to have to come to the table and negotiate.
So JFK did.
Because here's the biggest fear and I'll tell you what let me be a Zionist for a second. Let me be an Israeli. Their biggest fear is they don't want the Palestinians, because the Palestinians outbreed them, to have the majority and then put Palestinians in power and then get them out of there. That's their biggest fear. So we would have to put in some type of play where there has to be a minimum amount of Jewish representation in the government, no matter how much Palestinians there are. We would have to safeguard something for them, because that's their biggest fear. That's like one of the chief reasons why they will not recognize the Palestinians, because there's more Palestinians than Jews, and they want to save the Jewish state. Fine, no problem. We'll let you guys maintain 50% of the government. No matter how many Palestinians there are, we will let you guys maintain 50% of the government. That's the best I could do, nigga. So you guys might be 20% of the population, but we'll let you have 50% of the government, maybe even 51%, so you can say they're a Jewish state. How about that one? Okay? So you can still feel good. You got the 1% majority. And that's it. Palestine question answered. Middle East saved. Then we could go ahead and deal with the Iranians.
Yeah. That's the thing. Deal with the Iranians is easy, but you've always got Israel in the middle able to agitate it. So that would be really my first concern, to be honest. But you get Netanyahu out, you get Gavir out, you get all these guys out. There's a real chance there. There's a real potentiality. And the leader of the United States has to have enough balls to say, no more aid unless you listen. And of course, like we know, that's what John F. Kennedy did. No more money unless you actually listen to us. And that's what should have been the MO from the beginning.
And you know what's crazy, Rod? How much time did we spend on this segment? Like 20 minutes? Bro, we just literally figured out how to fix the Middle East.
It's that easy. People try to make it more complex than it is. Yeah. Because that's where all the issues stem from. That's why the entire Arab world hates them, is because of Palestine. That's what started everything.
Yeah.
So
I think the one state is the best solution.
Yeah.
And I think, and I just thought about that on the fly, bro. Yeah, we just give these niggas 51% representation in the government, no matter how much their population is. Even if they're a minority, we give them 50%, because that's an enormous amount of power.
Yeah,
so
it is.
We give them, no matter their representation. So their biggest fear of being like toppled politically is will never happen. You will always have 50 to 51% representation. It'll always be a Jewish state. And you guys just got to live in harmony, like you guys did to the Ottoman Empire. Don't give me this bullshit about Muslims and Jews can't live together. You guys did it for thousands of years. Okay? I don't want to hear that bullshit. So, and that's it. That's literally what it is. Everyone's an Israeli. Israel will know. And here's the thing. You'll fix your reputation. Countries will recognize you. Your government will be fixed. Like, people don't understand that if the Israelis fix the Palestine question, the entire Muslim world will recognize them.
Yeah.
Now you can do business. North Korea will recognize you. They're like, damn, like, what are you doing? Like, you could be friends with Kim Jong-un now, right? You could be Rocket Man. So, like, they don't understand, man, that like making a Palestinian state has a lot of other significant benefits for them in the long term that they're just going to have to accept. And then the biggest thing, because every Israeli's biggest fear is security. Bro, now you're secure. You're not going to be attacked by your neighbors. You have become a Muslim country, right? You have become, well, not a Muslim majority, but you have become a
the democracy you claim to be.
Yes, you become the democracy that you guys claim to be, with an enormous amount of representation despite your small population size. The rest of the Middle East is going to recognize you and do business with you.
Yep.
Like, it's a win-win for everybody, and nobody's going to hate y'all no more. Like Israelis can travel safely everywhere. You guys can go to Saudi Arabia now. You guys can go to fucking to Iran.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
it all does stem from that one issue, the Palestine issue. Once you solve that, I know it's hard to solve, but once you solve it, that's it. There's like an echo effect. There really is this kind of like ripple effect where there's no need for this violence or resistance anymore. Like, everybody's got their rights and their sovereignty now. That would be the biggest thing. No open air prison, no occupation, no violent occupation, no provocative actions with the Masjid al-Aqsa. Like, that would guarantee some sort of coexistence and sanctity in the region for sure. For sure. Let me just read these chats. I got a lot there piling up on me very quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Big Jizzleful. You saw Hungarian Prime Minister miss the wall and cry today? I think you mean kiss the wall. You mean the Argentinian one? I saw Javier Miele, whatever his name is. I think that's what you mean, unless the Hungarian one was there too. Aaron Angus says, hey guys, I have a question regarding PBD. Does it make sense to read a book made by this guy on business economics, seeing how he has positioned himself with Israel? Yeah, I mean, that's a separate topic. What do you say? Yeah, read his book, because maybe politically he's wrong, but economically the guy knows what he's talking about. He has a ton of money.
Yeah, listen, I mean, he's smart enough to know that like talking shit about the Jews will fuck you up. He's that he, like, you know what I mean? Like,
don't ever listen. How can I say this vaguely? That group of people, economically and financially, take advice. Like, you don't have to convolute or kind of like overlap all of the issues together. They know how to do real estate. They know how to do business. They know how to negotiate. Those are good things. Those are positive. Those aren't cons. So for better or worse, take it. You know, take the bad or take the good, leave the bad. 100%. Read the book. It's probably a good book. FAFO MAGA, that's from Shair. Thank you so much. Nino Assyrian, just in today, Iran rejects participating in a second round of peace talks with the United States. Yep. Yeah, we reported on it. Thank you so much. U.S. blockade is stopping Iranian oil revenue. Eventually, Iran might need to give up, or Iran just makes a fuck ton of money and replaces that gap in the Strait of Hormuz. And the Gulf countries are suffering as a whole, so they can fall first as well. Justin White, $5. So much for the $2,000 stimulus checks to Americans. He promised it all went to the war in Iran. Great example of America first. Facts. Jesus UCSB, Byron, where was this energy when Russia attacked Ukraine? Bum. I wasn't streaming. Daily Griff, love your shows and education. Thank you both as a Christian.
Wait, what did that stupid nigga say? What did that stupid nigga say?
He said, where was that? He said, where was that energy when Russia attacked Ukraine? Like, I don't even know what he means. Is bro Ukrainian?
Because we're against the United States attacking Iran. Okay, look, I know you're probably stupid. Do you not understand that Putin has far more political justification to invade Ukraine than we did bombing Iran?
And that's the real uncomfortable truth.
Like, are you fucking serious, dude? Like, you know, sometimes I be thinking to myself, like, yo, do you retarded niggas think before you speak sometimes?
Keep going.
Like, keep going to your chats. Because I'm gonna fucking. Okay, you're gonna go use the bathroom. Okay,
I'm gonna fix this slide real quick.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going this stupid nigga, bro. For decades, the United States promised Putin that they would not expand NATO, and they kept expanding it right to his fucking border. Ukraine is on the border. You fucking retard. Okay. Do you understand that if China decided to fucking go into Mexico and, you know, build or put biological weapons and put military bases or whatever the fuck it may be into Mexico, you realize we'd invade Mexico and kick them out, right? You idiot. Like, the fact that you are comparing us bombing Iran in a optional war to Putin invading Ukraine with an imminent threat, you are a fucking retard. You're an idiot. You're a complete fucking idiot. And also, just so you know, this war started not in 2022, idiot. The war started in 2014. And as always, what happened? The United States ran a coup, the Maidan Revolution, which led to the overthrow of the pro-Russian president, and it led to who? Zelensky, who is a puppet for the West. That is why they invaded Crimea and took it over, which led to a bunch of sanctions. I hate to say it, but Putin was acting in a strategic sense to defend the country from a national security standpoint, and we would do the same.
Yeah, it was a
so please
evil.
Shut the fuck up, kid. Okay? Like, I hate geopolitical retards that don't know what they're talking about, bro. You're a fucking moron. And if you don't believe me, go read the book Provoked by Scott Horton, how we literally have been expanding NATO despite the fact that we've been saying that we're not going to expand NATO for decades. You fucking retard. Sorry, bro. Like, yo, cooking niggas in the chat is like crazy to me, bro. Like, nigga really compared us bombing Iran to Putin invading Ukraine.
It was asinine.
Incredible.
Asinine. Let's see. Just a few more, actually. Daily Griff, love your shows and education. Thank you both. As a Christian, something that spooks me out. Can you clarify, please? What does it mean when Islam says strike the neck of Christians? Is this true? Because it's scary. You're referring to a verse in the Quran, and it doesn't say that. It says for the disbelievers, and that's talking in the context of the Battle of Badr, where the Prophet was fighting against the pagans that expelled him from his town after they broke the peace treaty multiple times. It never says Christians, and nowhere in the Quran or the tradition does it say to kill Christians. SKK1UX 5 pounds, thank you so much. I am Ket Ayo Love from Brantford, Connecticut. Shout out to you. F Netanyahu, bro spelled it Net and Yahoo. And the Zionist evangelists, us real non-denominational Christians who love Jesus, condemn Israel and Donald Trump openly and promptly, unlike PBD. No facts. And everybody's been ripping on PBD, all the Christians. So all is felt. Thank you for the love, bro.
And real quick, Riyadh, I want to tell them real fast. Guys, I'm going to get off JTube. Either you have two choices. You can either go to my Kick or go to my brother's channel, Riyadh's Report. Okay? But I'm going to get off of JTube right now. Come on over, guys. Or you can do both. You can come over to Kick and watch my brother as well. Let me see. How many people we got watching you right now? Let me open up your
13.
channel right now.
It's about 14,
nice.
In here.
Yeah. So yeah, guys, open up a tab on both, man. Open up a tab on both.
Open up both and like both. Appreciate it, guys. That helps us a ton.
That helps a lot, bro.
And just get in for everybody here, and I'm sure you've said it, just get in the habit, turn your notifications on for Kick on your phone. So like every single time Myron goes live, it just pops up for you. Because that makes it really easy to just start watching from Kick, which is where he stays for a majority of the stream most of the time. So just get in the habit of doing that. That way you don't have to like promptly switch on YouTube and then you're like, I got to switch. Just start on Kick, turn the notifications on. So you click a button, you're on the stream.
Yeah, I'm getting off YouTube right now, guys. So either go out to my brother's channel, Riyadh's Report, or come on over to Kick. Or if you really rock with us, open up a tab on both. That would really help because with Kick, it's all live viewership. So open up Kick and open up YouTube and watch my brother on there. But I'm getting the fuck off here because I hate this platform. So kick.com/MyronGainsX and then obviously Riyadh's Report on YouTube.
Aaron Angus says, can you give an update on Netanyahu court case? I haven't been keeping up with it. Have you?
He keeps getting he's able to keep deferring it.
Yeah.
Because he's wartime prime minister.
Okay. Jesus UCSB. Okay, the guy that you just cooked about Ukraine. Y'all hypocrites, your Trump loves Russia while Putin helps Iran. Where's the energy? Shake my head, posers. What do you have to say to that?
What
he says, you guys are hypocrites. Your Trump loves Russia while Putin helps Iran. Where's the energy? I don't even understand the point you're making. Do you even understand that?
It's a retarded point.
Yeah.
Bro, do you understand that like countries do bullshit like this? We support Ukraine and they're bombing Russia. What's your point? Like, welcome to geopolitics. Okay, there's no such thing as alliances, just aligned interests. Like, are you stupid or do you just start watching? You stupid nigga. Like,
and they don't obviously Russia's gonna help to a certain point. Yeah, they didn't sign this like fucking a super packed NATO alliance with them. Like, they helped them from the back end with intelligence, and there's always plausible deniability with Chinese or Russian support, which is why Trump said China's not going to actually help Iran in this conflict. And then the Chinese said, yeah, sure, yeah, we won't help. Allegedly to Trump saying he said that. Who knows if the Chinese even acknowledge that, but that's how the world works. Countries always support other countries from the back door if it means some sort of benefit in their region or maintaining power or influence. But anyways, it's not even worth the response.
Bro, this is stupid, bro.
Yeah, not too smart there. God bless you both. Grateful for all the shows. That's from Daily Griff. Mike is in the way. SKK1, I forgot to write in my super chat. Read my previous super chat. Please read the replies. Okay, I think I missed the chat from up here, so give me 1 second. And did you want to read chats or you'll wait?
Shit. Yeah, I can real fast. Yeah, man, I'm pretty sure that there's a way for Riyadh to listen to your sound effects. I'm sure that if you right click the speaker icon on the bottom right, click sounds recording, find the soundboard, listen, then check listen off. Okay, I'll have to figure that out. Yeah, man, take a vacation, man. No shame in taking some decompress. You've been going hard for 5 years, man. No, bro. No breaks on the train. Mehdi Baba says the monthly salary of a soldier in the Lebanese army is $470, but in Hezbollah, $2,300. Oh, God. Your next stream, I'll have update numbers, but I do know IDF have 1,900 killed in action so far. Okay, that's from Jarheaded. So Jarheaded confirmed we have, IDF almost 2,000.
Let me just read this really quick because this is some bullshit that I want to debunk very fast. And this was a reply in a chat the guy that spoke. He forgot to type in it. Riyadh, one thing you and your bro don't realize is 90% of Iranians don't support IRGC. I suppose you meant to put support. All of those people that you see that are going out there are like 10% of Iran. That's why the internet is blacked. Ask yourself why the internet has been blacked out for so long. I'm speaking as an Iranian who lived and experienced there all my life. Really well, our good friend Propaganda & Co. says the opposite, and he's been a journalist inside of Iran for like the last few weeks. I don't know if he's still there, as well as the fact that that's just not true. It's not 10%. And even if people do hate the IRGC, they dislike Israel more. And that's especially with the home base in Iran. And we know that. It's increasingly obvious because Israel has been the one that have put Iran in this position where they are, where they're currently sanctioned, where all their leaders have been killed. And it would have never been that way if it wasn't for Israel. Why would they now support the United States and Israel destroying the country for the sake of regime change, which would jeopardize their own lives? And since 90% of the people don't support the IRGC, why wasn't it organic regime change when Trump promised that the protests would be the beginning of the end? But it wasn't. And there were no people who came to the streets and took power because those people aren't there in great numbers. So that's just not true, man. Go ahead.
No, I go. Oh shit. Okay. Rich nigga, subscribe. Welcome. Myron 2028. All facts spoken. Got you. Cure me. Riyadh W. Myron. Thank you. You guys need to react to the Indian oil shipping being hit by the Iranian. Just the funniest shit ever. Okay, we can look at that. DHL says, and this is exactly why, Myron, I wish you would run for office like Bilzerian. I hate feeling hopeless and the direction our country is currently heading in. You would fix America. Yeah, but to fix America, bro, we'd have to get rid of the parasite, which is the Zio lobby, man. Like it's very bad, bro. Like, and I don't, and it really bothers me how more people like aren't aware of it or not understand how bad it really is. But you know, niggas just gonna keep watching Osmongold, bro, and Steven Crowder. I don't know. Like, it's like, look, man, it is what it is, man. It's really, yeah.
It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. I see, and Osmongold just gets so much views, and it's like, that's cool. He's a funny reactionary, but when it comes to the war, it's like,
bad. It's bad, bro. It's really bad, bro. It's really fucking bad, man. That shit hurts, bro.
You
like
know,
how unaware he is.
You know, it pays to straddle the line and tell people what they want to hear, you know, to say, oh, well, Iran is kind of bad, you know, so this is kind of beneficial to, because what me and you effectively are doing, we're not being doomsdayers, but we're telling people this is actually a big deal and it's negative for the country. And a lot of people just struggle with the truth. And so they'd rather hear somebody lie to them and coddle them with the fact that this is good for the United States and the IED roadside bombing and terrorists and Islam. And it's like that helps them sleep better at night. But those are the same people that can't come to terms with the truth. They're probably fat and stupid anyway. So, you know, they've got their own issues. But for those who are intelligent and have high IQ and actually can face the truth, and so that allows them to be able to fix it or find the first step of fixing it, be a part of the cause, well, then they have a home base here. And hopefully that becomes the majority.
Yeah, bro. It's I mean, we just fixed this Middle Eastern problem in 20 minutes, bro.
Yeah. And it's that easy. It's not hard.
It's not that hard, bro. It's literally, you just have to like kind of be like, all right, bro, we're going to make a 180. Like, we're not going to have relationships that no longer serve us.
You know, and the thing is, bro, a lot of these people in politics in the United States, Tulsi Gabbard always changing her opinions, all these different people, no one's really like ideologically centered. No one has like this core foundational set of beliefs and they want to run for power. And if they do, they can never actually win. You know, maybe like James Fishback is an idea. Zohran Mamdani, I mean, seems true to his opinions, even though we disagree with them. And it seems like there's just more like this obsession for power. Like, I want to be president. I want to be vice president. I want to be powerful. I want to have money. Not, I love my country and I want to fix it. And that has been void of Congress. That has been void from our legislative system, from our executive system for many, many years. So to see that revival of like true American pride and love for the flag and not worrying about money or power, that's what's going to save the country. Because all these guys, all they want is power. You know, they're just politically obsessed. So
yeah,
that's the unfortunate.
It's fucking bad.
That's the unfortunate reality.
It's really bad.
Yeah, here, I'll read these three. Easy Money Kirsten, my iDoc in Moscow like Syrian songs. Okay. Daily Griff, this war is not Christian. Innocent people are suffering. Yeah. And then also Daily Griff says,
Korkom is spamming in your chat that Tehran claims that it received intelligence information indicating that the United States and Israel are preparing for surprise attack. I mean, it's another day in office, bro. Like, niggas. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what it is with the United States always attacks during diplomacy.
And then Daily Griff also says this is ultra bad for the dollar and 30-year mortgage. Exactly. So you're thinking, bro. That's what we're trying to say. Thank you so much for the super chats.
Bro, the fact that the UAE is thinking about like not using the US dollar, that should be like on the news everywhere, but it's not.
It's not. I'm not seeing it anywhere. But yeah, I did see that there's some preparation for attacks again in the Middle East, but who knows? You know, CENTCOM has released footage of U.S. Marines boarding the seized Iranian vessel. We're seeing some things like that. So we'll see what happens in the next 48 hours. They're going to be critical and pivotal. Daily Griff also says they lost a lot of support after the school kids. Yeah, they did. That was big. Man Up G says, Man Up G, I think you chatted on my last stream. There is a delay in the stream. So when you chatted, I couldn't see it because I ended. So I responded to you in the chat. God bless you for the last super chat. I'm going to read this one. Been in OSS for years, but vast majority in there are fucking imbeciles now. Okay. Still support Myron regardless. It's okay, though, long as more Americans wake up to Zio scum. You two are like my younger bros, whom I'm very proud of. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the $20.
They probably bullied him in there and called him a Jew or some shit. You got mad.
Yeah.
I don't know. The niggas probably bullied him. Oh, it says they bully niggas, bro.
Yeah.
So.
Well, hey, bro, I really appreciate the super chat. And I saw your last one, but you just chatted like right when I ended. And then Bloomberg is reporting. Okay, Bloomberg is also reporting on the UAE bailout of the US dollar. That's what I'm saying. Daily Griff just chatted that in. So, yeah. I mean, let's see if it circulates tomorrow. That's a big deal. If I'm reporting the news, that's the biggest story, you know, because that's a development that's very telling of the next few steps that may be taken by the GCC as a whole. And remember, guys, the UAE and Saudi Arabia are like the big leaders. Those are like the big two. Saudi Arabia and the UAE, the rest of the Gulf countries kind of follow suit in some way. So those are the two most powerful, really. Qatar is in there as well. So we'll see what those three countries decide to do in the next few months, because they've got to have some sort of response. They can't export oil. You know, they can't make any money on oil. What are they going to do? There's got to be some sort of response here. And I'm sure all of our good friends over in the Eastern Hemisphere are waiting to jump on that opportunity, like China and Russia. Well, what does that turn into? Who knows? But that's why we just pray for a ceasefire to last, or we pray for the peace to actually take place. And yo, let's take a look at this peace plan. You saw this and you retweeted it, and I'll share my screen.
Yeah.
Take a look at this.
Yeah, I think that's a solid starting point.
So details of the latest U.S.-Iran draft proposal, according to Amit Siegel and other various sources. So these are all the stipulations. Iran agrees to a 15-year enrichment suspension with the exception of research reactors for medical isotopes. Iran's stockpile of 60% and 20% uranium would be partially converted to reactor fuel and partially downblended to a lower enrichment level. However, it won't leave Iran. That's reasonable. Full IAEA supervision on Iran's nuclear sites. They've agreed to that before. Opening the Strait of Hormuz with the possibility of collecting tolls. I would say that's valid, especially temporarily. The U.S. will offer Iran phased sanctions relief. The U.S. will unfreeze all Iranian assets currently frozen abroad, amounting to $20 billion or more. The U.S. will commit a non-aggression pact with Iran that is ensured through a UN National Security Council resolution and a treaty ratified by Congress. And then finally, the U.S. will withdraw all its military forces from the Persian Gulf. That last one is bad. And I don't know if this is legitimate. I've been seeing this floating around all over online, so I don't know if it's real. But, I mean...
That's the craziest one. I was shocked when I saw that one.
The scary part is the Gulf countries would want that, you know, at this point. Who knows? That might be something that's favorable for them.
Now, if I'm the U.S., if I'm in the U.S., I'm trying to come to a middle ground with the Iranians here, but they're such fucking dickheads that they've destroyed that.
That's what I'm saying. We lost all our ability to exercise good faith talks. They don't trust us anymore.
Yeah,
we lost that ability, which is why if we're going to have a deal that somewhat favors us or helps us at least, it may not be with the MAGA administration, bro. We may have to wait until 2028. And what does that look like for the Iranians waiting until the next leader to actually have good faith talks with? Because Trump has been nothing except the Iranians' number one enemy since 2016 to now. If you've been paying attention, he's done everything to destroy diplomacy with them. I don't know if we can even come to the table and give them demands unless it benefits them. This is a wish list for them. Aside from a couple other things, if this is fulfilled in its entirety, that's like a wet dream for the IRGC, you know?
Yeah, and notice how like this thing is conceded quite a bit, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, the peace talks are supposed to happen today. And that didn't happen. So, they wanted me to react to this. I actually don't know if I saw this, but the Indian ship that got hit, he's on the radio.
Oh yeah,
complaining.
Yeah, we could play. I already know this is gonna have a crazy accident or some shit.
Sepa Navy. This is Motorangastan Marhedal. You gave me clearance to go. My name second on your list.
My name's second on your list.
Bro.
You gave me go. You are fighting now. Let me turn back.
Yeah.
Yo,
but that's
that Indian
real.
accent is crazy.
That's real. That's a crude oil tanker, and like other countries, other vessels are gonna see that and go, "Yo, I'm not crossing through the fucking strait. I don't give a fuck what the United States says. They can't offer me no insurance." Remember, these guys have a powerful drone program. It does not take much to disrupt that strait. It really doesn't. It's not hard. That's their water. So.
Yeah, those Indian niggas were like, "Yo, fuck this, bro. I'm not dying for Iran." Like, no, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm not dying for America.
So I'm seeing out of
because India needs that energy bad. India needs that shit bad, bro.
Yeah, they're the first ones who get that energy, I believe, from the Gulf countries. So them more than anybody currently. And finally, that delayed gap of like no oil coming in, they're feeling it. And that's what I was telling people too. Even if everything is fixed right now, it'll still take like 4 or 5 weeks for things to actually get back to normal entirely.
Oh yeah, longer than that.
Pakistani media sources are also saying an Iranian delegation is expected to arrive on Tuesday, despite its public denial. Who knows if that's true? That's from Al Arabiya. So we'll see.
Yeah, I wonder who they're going to send. They're probably going to send the B team.
Yeah, not the same guys anymore?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the religious leader will be involved in some way on the phone, most likely. So, of course, he has final say over everything. So we'll see what happens there. But, yeah, man, it's crazy. But it's 1:16. I'll probably wrap up now because I've got to respond to the Matrix tomorrow. And
okay, you don't want to do the PVD thing anymore?
Oh yeah, I didn't know if you wanted to react to it. I thought you already did.
No, we
I'll
can.
pull it up right now.
No, we can.
Yeah, I was going. I'll just wait to see what you say, man, because it was a bunch of nonsense coming from Patrick. I thought that it was.
Oh yeah, it was ridiculous. We don't got to watch the whole thing because he like drones on and shit, but we could play the Tucker part so they see what it is.
Yeah. I have his version of the video, but you get a lot of Tucker sentiment in here, so let's see. Should be able to see that. Good? Can you see it?
Yeah. Give me 1 sec. I'm just gonna grab something real quick.
Okay, go ahead. I'll play the beginning. Let me just set the chat up. 1 sec. Doing it live, people. One moment. All right. I'll read some chats while we're waiting. Dunkzilla, thank you so much. Dunkzilla, is radical Islam really that big of a threat to the United States? Supposedly the current regime is psycho and is really crazy enough to attack the U.S. True. Not true at all. Radical Islam poses no threat to the United States if Israel is neutralized. Always remember that. And I mean neutralized as in their influence. If we don't do their bidding in the Middle East and we stop serving them senselessly, then there's no motivation for them to attack us. And anybody who's smart knows that. As well as the fact that only 1.3% of the country is Muslim, so they don't have the biggest base here. Zachary Walker, thoughts on Southeast Asian countries and South Pacific countries like Australia and PNG looking towards each other for security rather than the USA? Yeah, it's becoming more feasible day by day. It's becoming more feasible day by day. All these flirtations, all these ideas being thrown around previously, now it's reality, and now it's necessary. Imagine if you're one of those countries. You're not going to look to us for support anymore. Militarily, we pose a hazard. Because Israel always poking the bear is a guarantee for another conflict, and they always possess that ability if we don't reprimand them for it. So I think I'm caught up on chats though. All right, perfect.
Patrick Bet David on his podcast a day or two ago. Watch this.
I don't know why Catholics have this issue with Jews. I don't know what it is. They have this
like, shame on him, bro. He's a Christian. I don't know why Catholics have this issue with Jews. Because I'm a numbers guy and I'm seeing this guy Fuentes. And so I believe maybe his people, they're Catholic, and then you have the Pope. I'm just saying, I'm making observation, right?
I don't listen. I get the Jews have issues with Christians, and they'll make fun, and they'll say stuff like, "Oh, your Jesus is gonna do." They'll say, "Well, he was a Jew anyways, right?"
Yeah.
But then Catholics have that issue with Jews.
It's because those Crusader niggas destroyed that temple, right?
Yeah, that is why. That is why. I ain't gonna lie.
Those niggas went in there.
There's tension. Historically, there's
tension. Could you imagine just a bunch of angry white Christian niggas going into the fucking temple, just stealing menorahs and all their shit, bro? They're still mad because the menorahs are down there in the Vatican, bro.
Yeah. Yep.
Niggas got all the spoils of war there, bro. Like, still, and you know the Pope and all them niggas be going downstairs like, yeah, buddy, yeah, nigga, we got our lick back. Y'all niggas got Jesus, but we got y'all shit. We fucked y'all niggas up, man. And you ain't got no temple no more.
Yeah, and historically, that's
So
what
I
it's been,
know
like,
the Pope is
medieval
in there.
times.
I know the Pope is in there playing like some little Dirk or some shit. Say, yeah, we fucked them niggas up. We took their shit. We got it back in blood. Literally, we got it back in blood.
And that's what it is, man. Catholics and Orthodox, they don't have that whole like bend the knee for Israel thing. They don't, so it opens them up for condemnation, but it's just striking to me that Patrick Bet-David went that low. Because remember, like, let's look at the scene of everything. Let's understand the time that we're living in. Donald Trump just attacked the Pope. So there's like this whole kind of like MAGA versus Catholic thing going on.
Yeah. He completely missed that timing. He completely missed that timing.
Or I think he's picking a side, bro. To me, that's how I say. I think he's picking a side.
That too.
Yeah.
Yo, he can't talk shit about Trump, bro. He cannot.
Yeah. So
he probably gave Trump a bunch of money, bro. How much you want to bet this nigga gave like $1 million?
Oh, during his campaign?
Yeah. People forget. Yo, Patrick Bet-David guys has a lot of money, bro.
Oh, he's loaded. He's
loaded.
like
wild. He has he's like almost a billionaire, chat. He's like in somewhere in like the 100 to 500 M range, bro. Like he's wildly, like, just so you guys know, Valuetainment has not been profitable for years. It just started getting profitable. PBD podcast just started getting profitable. So for you to fund a media organization for that long,
very true. Very true. Yeah. Yeah, so he's picking his side here, but he's picking the side against his own religion and faith, which is pretty sad.
And they act like, they're all innocent and everything. And when you look at Catholics, the amount of centralized power they have. Centralized. If you know what the total Catholic population is worldwide? It's like 1.213 billion. Jews are 15 million.
15 million.
And pay attention, this is a common Zionist talking point. But you guys, Muslims have 2 billion people. There's only like 10 million of us. Nigga, you control everything, though. You're in the key strategic positions to have influence. I'd rather have influence than numbers. Strength in numbers. No, strength and influence. You are strategically propped up in the places where numbers don't even matter anymore. That's the whole point. You have 5 Christians running a country of 1 million Muslims. Guess what? The Christians are in control, dumbass. Like, that's not the whole, like, you got 10 million. We only got 10 million. You got 110 trillion people.
We only got 6 million. We only got 6 million, actually. What are you talking about?
Bro, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's such a preposterous idea that you think that would fly by my head. Oh, but there's 300 million people in America, only like 10 of which are Jew. Are you stupid? Yeah. And they all are in positions that matter. So that's what we're talking about. That's the whole thing that we're doing here. Like, that's what we're calling out. It's not the amount.
Yo, some nigga in your chat, and I'll help you with this. Some nigga in your chat, Zombie Killer, says gas is $7.10 in Cali. Took $200 to fill up my Raptor. Yo, what the fuck?
Thank you for the $5, Zombie Killer.
Yo, Riyad, do you show your chats on screen if you click it?
My chats are on my screen, like on YouTube. What do you mean?
Like when you're hold on, let me look at your. No, nigga, you don't. What are you doing, man? Bro, why are you being a black?
What are you?
All right, we need to get it where when they send a super chat, you could click the super chat and it pops up and it shows on the screen.
Oh yeah, no, I don't have that. Poverty setup, man, help me. I don't. I got no tech teams, bro. Help me.
All right, yeah.
I got no tech teams.
All right, nigga. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll handle that. You know what, Riyad? You know what? I think we can make it easy. I'm gonna put you on Rumble Studio.
Okay.
I'm gonna put you on Rumble Studio, and we'll get you Rumble Studio, or we can do StreamYard. StreamYard works too. Wait, are you using OBS, nigga? Like, what are you doing?
I have OBS, and then I have the browser hooked up to Streamlabs. That's how I have the chat on screen.
But you're using OBS, right?
Yeah, I'm using OBS.
Okay, fuck it. We'll just run StreamYard because I know on StreamYard you can show everything. Because you're only streaming on YouTube right now, so we can use StreamYard probably.
Yeah. No, I do need to set that up. While we're at that, let me just read this one that came in prior.
I got an account. You can just use my shit.
Okay, perfect.
I'll give you the login for that after. So yeah, chat. So I got you guys. So like that, you guys can get your chats fully shown on screen. So, you know what I mean. So my brother doesn't Jew y'all niggas. I got you guys.
My dad left says, "Yo, Riyad, happy to see your success, man. Also, keep
Hey, subscribe to my brother's channel, by the way. He's almost at 20,000. What the hell? Let's get him to 20,000.
Keep
and
it
also
up.
like the video, man. He's 842 likes. Let's get it to 1,000, guys.
Give me to 1,000, guys. The 1,000 helps.
You guys help him. You guys help me. Well, not really, but help him. He's a brokey.
Tell Myron I said hi. Okay. Hey, Myron. Also, okay. I got to be careful with that. We're on YouTube. F you know who and the Christian sellouts. We need to get those traitors out of government. Yeah, I agree. Thank you so much for the $10 though. Okay. Yeah, we'll get back to the reaction. 710 in Cali. Cali is historically trash.
Yo,
gas
that's crazy,
prices,
bro. Yo.
but that's really wild. $200 for the
710 is
Raptor,
wild.
and that's a big truck, but still, man, damn.
Yo, wait, hold on. What's the price of Brent right now? Did it shoot up, bro? Hold on, let me look at this.
95.
Is 95?
Yeah, it was like
How's this
90
nigga paying
yesterday.
$7.10 for?
Yeah, because
You know what,
here's
bro?
the thing. Even
This
though
nigga just changed it.
the oil shock, bro. Even if the physical number goes down, the price on the pump is still going to stay up until the oil level stays stabilized for like 6 or 7 weeks. So
Yeah, this nigga's over here. This nigga's over here bombing the freighter ships in the fucking.
it's just it's about to get worse. It's about to get worse. If Iran opened up the Strait of Hormuz like they did, and it actually stayed open for 24 hours, and that continued for a few weeks, then you might see a slight change at the pump. But just because of the fact that there's no peace deal, prices will always be elevated, even if there's a ceasefire.
Yeah, because the thing is like they'll exactly like they can still they go off Brent, but they also go off the news too.
Exactly.
So
the news plays a heavy role, not only in gas or oil, but in NASDAQ and S&P 500. All of those prices respond to that. So, AW Frank.
Yeah, this yo Frank, you
knocked
dead?
out.
Booked. Okay. All right.
All right, let's keep going with this guy.
But Jews are decentralized, meaning Jews don't have somebody they listen to that says, hey, you better do this. Catholics, God forbid.
Yo, some nigga in the chat said my German car doesn't take monkey gas.
What? That's crazy. In my chat or your chat?
Someone in my chat said that shit. Like,
of course, your chat. Fucking racist ass chat. It's funny. My German car doesn't take monkey gas. What is he talking about? Regular? Yo.
I don't know.
Are ruthless.
I don't know what that
You
nigga's
guys
talking
are
about.
ruthless. Zombie Killer. Oh, you live in Newport Beach. Prices are always high. Thanks, Zombie Killer, for the 5. Yo, hey, you're not pumping monkey gas. You're probably pumping what's a Raptor take? Premium or diesel?
I don't know, bro. But this nigga said my car is German and it'll take monkey gas. Like what the?
I mean, German cars typically only take premium. To be fair, let's see. Easy Money Kirsten says my eye doctor in Russia claims he ruled Syria. Okay, thanks for that, man. I don't even know what that means. I don't know if that's a hidden joke. I'm not getting it. My German car doesn't take monkey gas. Okay.
That shit's crazy. What the fuck is wrong with y'all niggas, man? What the fuck is wrong with you guys, bro?
So unhinged. Most unmotivated racist comment ever. Just complete use of free will. That's funny. That's good.
Man.
That's good.
There'll be racism. All right.
I'm caught up on chats.
Yeah. All right.
But you say something about the Pope. They're like, hey, man, listen, who is that Pope figure in the Christian community? We don't have one. No. If I ask you right now who's the Pope in the Christian community, you don't have somebody to look at. Who is a witch pastor?
Yeah, exactly.
No, they don't.
We don't have one.
It's an independent network.
Damn, he's really standing hard on the anti-Catholic line. He's attacking them for real, huh? I mean, he's you know
what, bro? I've realized, like, non-denominational, and maybe you could talk more about the lore. And I know we got a lot of Christians in the chat that watch us. And you guys know me and my brother have a lot of love for the Christians.
Non-denominational.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. Yeah, like from what I understand, like non-denominational Christians are kind of like niggas don't stand on 10 toes. That's the vibe. That's what I get. That's the vibe I get from it. Like Catholics, Orthodox, like they're standing on business, right? Non-denominational, like what? Like I don't.
Yeah.
You know,
because they don't really have like a set of rules. Like in a way.
Yeah.
For non-denominational Christians, I mean, this is not it's just so
like,
nuanced.
I look at Catholics and I look at Catholics and Orthodox Christians as like the real niggas.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Well, they have the earliest churches, but also it's just the fact that Catholics have a religious authority, Orthodox don't, but it's not just faith-based, it's action-based. You know what I mean? And they do have like a set of rules that they abide by and follow. And some of scripture they read literally, you know, where non-denominational Christians, Protestants and things, it's just like, oh, this is a relationship with Christ and that's it. That's what you'll hear them say. So they're a little bit less extreme, I suppose, or, you know, it's just all faith-based. It's just, you know, believe in Christ and you're good. You don't need this whole Pope, early church. You don't need Vatican. You don't need confession. You don't need the Eucharist. You don't need any of these things. Whereas like in these other faiths or these other traditions, those things are vital and those are things that are promised to them to be a part of the tradition, like in the New Testament or early church tradition. You know, here you could date it back. And at the end of the day, that, I mean, I'm not Christian, got no dog in the fight, but that would be more historically reliable, right? Because those are the earlier churches, whatever they were doing, very simple 101 is likely what Jesus would have been doing, right? So, or at least would have wanted people to be doing, spanning back from Paul, so on. But yeah, Protestants are really loose around the edges. They're not as hardline as maybe a Catholic or an Orthodox Christian. No doubt about that. No doubt about that.
Yeah. And I've always gotten along really well with Orthodox Christians. Really well.
Yeah. I don't know many, but a lot of them are Middle Eastern.
Yes. Yes, surprisingly, yeah. Like every Orthodox Christian I've met, I've gotten along with like really well. Like you guys know, I'm really good friends with Andrew Wilson. I like Andrew Wilson a lot. Even though he makes fun of Muslims and shit like that, but obviously he does, you know. Bro, you guys got to understand that like niggas are like, it's like it's case by case. And then I've always gotten along with Catholics too. Yeah, they're gonna always take their own side, exactly. And I've always gotten along with Catholics very well too.
Yeah,
always gotten along with Catholics.
I have a lot of Catholic friends. I don't know too many Orthodox people. I have met a couple Coptic Christians, which are Egyptian, but yeah, Orthodoxy is big in the Middle East. It is. You got Syrian Orthodox, you have the Egyptian Orthodox, the Coptic Church.
It's the real shit, because like I asked Andrew like a lot of questions about Christianity, and I asked him a lot because like I want to learn a little bit more, so I'm like more educated on this shit, so I'm not a fucking retard. And he's like educated on me quite a bit on this. I've asked him about other stuff too, which I won't say here because well, you're on YouTube, and then also I don't want to put people in weird spots. But you guys already know I love Andrew Wilson, good friend of mine. I truly do love him. Actually, I got to react to his trigonometry debate with the fucking retard Constantine or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah, I saw that. He's been doing a lot of debates, and he has some coming up, I think.
So like, yeah, I'm probably Andrew's like favorite Muslim. I'll be honest. Like I know a lot of niggas like give him death threats and give him a hard time and shit like that. But I would argue like you know, Christians and Muslims are definitely far more aligned than. Well, I mean, it even says so in the Quran, right? Riyadh, you could quote me here that with Christianity and Muslims and Islam.
Yeah, it's in certain contexts it says that you'll find the Christians to be a lot more gracious to the Muslims than, you know, the Jewish people. Yeah. It does say that in context, and honestly, generally speaking, that's the case. You know, that has been the case. Yeah. Historically, Muslims have always offered safe conduct and peacekeeping to the Jewish people, like the Ottoman Empire and stuff. But, you know, of course, you've had Salahuddin and him going against King Baldwin and all the Muslim, you know, crusader fights for Jerusalem and stuff like that. But overall, you know, at the end of the day, the two faiths do share a belief in Jesus. That's something that they kind of liken themselves to. That, of course, the Jewish people, they're completely excluded from that. Who Jesus is, now that's where it differs and that's where they fight. But in regards to respecting Jesus and believing the fact that he was either divine or divinely appointed, those are two things that, you know, Muslims and Christians are very aligned on. And in times where, you know, we're kind of desperate, I feel like that should be the thing that's most magnified. You know, like there's a lot more that we have in common right now when the adversary is so large. So it's definitely important to remember that. And I hate that's why I'm like not the biggest fan of religious debates. I used to be so into them, but now these days they're like so fruitless because of the state of the world. It's like,
yeah,
right,
bro,
I'll fight you Christian niggas when like the world's actually at peace and I'm bored and got nothing else to do. But right now, bro, there's just bigger fish to fry.
And also it like creates like really, it creates like for example, right? Like I'll give you all an example. As you guys know, like Andrew Wilson, right? Like a lot of Muslims hate him, whatever the fuck it may be. But I'm friends with him. I get along with him very well. I consider him a very good friend of mine. And like, instead of me like being a hater or whatever, like I'll ask him about Christianity to like learn more, right? And then he'll ask me some questions about Islam. I'm not the greatest. Like I might ask my brother some shit, like whatever. I know the basic fundamentals or whatever. But, you know, I agree with my brother. Religious arguments are kind of stupid, and I'll tell you why. Like, you're never going to change anyone's mind, bro. So, like, what I do instead is I never try to tell people, like, oh, this is what it is or whatever. I just, like, try to learn more about the religion. Like, that's how I look at it. I'm not going to change your mind, bro. I'm not going to change your mind. So I'm just going to ask you hella questions about your religion so I learn more and I understand the lore. Because it makes me a better debater later on when people try to go the theology route, even though I never try to go into that. Because, like, you know, you got some losers. I don't even want to say his name because me and you have discussed this idiot. But, like, they'll go into, like, theology debates when it's a debate on Zionism. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, so, like, that's very disingenuous.
Those are the deceptive low blows. And look, it's important to know about the three religions. That will help you understand the world better. So it's really beneficial to try and learn whenever you can. And of course, they all have their complexities. None of them are easy, but you know, I'd say Islam and Christianity are easier to find out about because there's no gatekeeping there. But Aaron Angus says non-denominational Christians are the equivalent of progressives. They believe in anything that benefits them. And then
yeah, I've heard that before, bro. That's why I kind of laugh because, like, I've heard that before. It's like there's no middle ground with these niggas. They're either like non-denominational and like super religious, right? And then they convert to like a more hardcore, you know, denomination, or like they're just like over here fucking off and like, yeah, bro, I kind of go to church whenever.
Yeah, and look, it's a religion that's understood many different ways, but Protestantism is the loosest. You know, the non-denominational. Like, that can really be anything. And you've got millions of different ideologies under that umbrella. Whereas, like, Orthodoxy and Catholicism, there's different variations, kind of, but it's really rigid, especially Catholicism. There's not many forms of it. So, Orthodoxy, there's a few different forms. My dad left says, Greek Orthodox here, we stand on that shit. That's what I meant about Christian Zios being sellouts. How can you be a Christian and a Zio fake piece of shit? Yeah, it's an oxymoron. It's impossible. That's impossible.
You know what? That's another thing, too. That's another thing too I like about Catholics, and like there's no like if, ands, or buts about the Zionism shit. They're like, no.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the faith.
Like, yeah, like that's another thing about, like, I forgot to say that. Like, Catholics and Orthodox Christians, it's like there's no question, like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, Zionism is completely antithetical to the Bible. What are y'all niggas dumb? Like, they make fun of evangelical Christians, or, you know, Christians like Pat that like are like Zionists. It like doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, right? As a Muslim, whether you like it or not, Muslims have their action-based things that they have to fulfill, like fasting, praying, whatever. But one thing that I can admire from Catholicism and Orthodoxy is they also have things that they must do, right? Whether it's Mass, whether it's confession, whether it's anything else like communion, or Orthodox Christians as well. I know that Coptic Christians even pray, similar to like Muslims, and I know they're going to, we prayed first, you know, we were the ones who prayed first. Okay. But overall, you know, I can respect that. There's actual action there. There's actual, you know, physical manifestation of the belief, which is something that I can't help but only respect. And so that's why they're so much closer to like something that I would find to be, you know, relatable, right? Like closer to Islam and things like that. However, the beliefs are vastly different, but the whole action-based principle system, that's a thing that I can recognize. And that's very foreign in Protestantism. You know, for them, it's just wake up and Jesus is king, and then it's all over. And it's like, it's definitely not that simple. You'd have to be crazy to think it's that simple. I don't think any religion really works that way. You kind of got to earn it, right? So,
we keep going though.
Easy Money Kirsten said, I was talking about Esed. He works here now. Okay. Oh, and where? You're confusing me, bro. Thank you for the super chat, though. You're confusing me. All right.
The Bible. So if you look at, only Catholics and Muslims have somebody that they look at as their supreme leader, like, you know, you got to go to somebody. But even more, it's
based
Catholic.
Well, there's only two theocracies in the world:
Catholicism, and
Islam. I'm sorry, the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yep.
And the Vatican.
Yeah.
Those are the two major theocracies.
Translation: the Catholics and the Muslims, they're so anti-Semitic. The Catholics and Muslims are so anti-Semitic. They've got the Pope and they've got the Ayatollah, and they want to kill us all. That's what the fuck he's actually wanting to say there. He's trying to draw a parallel as if, like, because the Catholics have a religious authority, then it lines up with Islamic extremism. It's just gross. And the fact that PBD is like sponsoring or endorsing that, it's just gross.
So actually, the Vatican is very much like the Nazi Iranian government, the theocratic government, the mullahs. It's all basically the same. They've got the complicated dress, they hate the Jews, as Patrick Bet-David just said. Catholics have a problem with the Jews. A problem with the Jews. It's slander. It's an attack on the world's largest and oldest Christian denomination, and is taking place openly. And it's all coming from the same source, which is Israel. The issue is Israel. Anyone who supports the Netanyahu government, not Israel as a concept, not all Jews, no, the Netanyahu government, anyone who ratifies every decision, no matter how violent or grotesque or genocidal of the Netanyahu government, those are the good people. And anyone who doesn't is a Nazi. And by the way, their religion itself is a Nazi religion. It's an inherently anti-Semitic religion.
So Tucker, it's interesting. I watched this video a few.
And before this, by the way, I'll just highlight the difference in the thing that Adam missed casually. Shiite Muslims make up like 10 to 15% of Muslims worldwide, if I'm correct. And so Sunni Muslims actually don't have an authority they respond to. That's not a thing. Sunni Muslims just have their tradition. They have the Quran, and they have God, and that's it. They don't have like this religious zealot leader like the Ayatollah. Shiite Muslims have that. So again, he's going even further to like liken Shiite Muslims and Catholics to think that they're like all cut from the same cloth and whatever. But
yeah,
just foolish. But it's like, if Shiite Muslims are the minority, is that even worth mentioning? And of course it's because we're at war with Iran, but just overall, you know, intellectually lazy analysis from Adam.
Times, and respectfully, I want to respond to you because you're a formidable voice. Whether I agree with you or not, you're somebody that's very good at getting your message out there.
Here's a compliment before the bashing.
I just said this is his biggest psychological trick. He'll give somebody so much credit and then shit on them so they can be receptive to the criticism. And it's like, fuck that, you know, and we're not falling for that again.
And I think at this point, you know, if there's anybody that believes in your ability, it's a guy like this who, after I sold my company, offered you a $100 million contract. I even went on your friend Megyn Kelly's show when I announced it, and she was asking specific questions. I said, yep, we went to your house, we made the offer, then we spent some time together. I came to Maine, and we did your show, and we had a couple good conversations together.
This guy's got money,
100.
He's got an operation.
Bro, 100M is fucking crazy, bro.
That's crazy.
The fact that he was willing to offer him $100 million,
yeah, that's wild,
is nuts.
Well, Tucker would have paid
that's
it back,
NBA
though.
money.
Like, Tucker's presence would have fulfilled that contract. Like, he would have made the money to pay him that. But I think Tucker's loaded too, honestly, man. I'm not watch thing, but
no, he is.
I don't know if that's that attractive to Tucker Carlson. Yeah,
all that time on Fox News, yeah, bro.
Investments, whatever else.
So I believe in you. I think you're funny, quirky, very good communication, and you have your way of doing things. It's almost like you do twist words a lot, and I noticed you did that with me. He hates Catholics. You know, he hates this. Catholics hate the Jews and all this stuff.
I mean, but that's...
He didn't really say that.
But hang on, though. Like, is that not what him and Adam were kind of trying to insinuate? Let's be real. Like, that's what they were insinuating in a way. They were like, oh, well, you got Muslims who have a leader, you got Catholics who have a leader. One thing they have in common, they hate Israel. It's like, that's what you're doing. You're doing that, you know? It was fine. Just stand on that, you know?
Stuff that you did. It's a little bit of you know, your shtick, which I get. But let me kind of get into a few things I want to address with you in this video. And maybe you're not aware of it. A few things you need to know about me. My number one priority is to make sure America stays as the greatest country in the world. Period. Full stop. I'm America first. I'm a Christian, non-denominational Christian that you need to know about me. And by the way, I'm Armenian, which, by the way, the first nation that accepted Christianity as their religion was Armenians. And the only ones that debate Armenians on them being first is Assyrians, and my dad is Assyrian. Maybe that's...
He's going to spend like 10 minutes, bro.
Here's the
yapping
thing.
About
he's overcompensating. This is an exploit right here. This is a self-tell.
Yeah.
Because if you feel the need to show how Christian you are, then obviously you clearly said something wrong, or your position is warranting some sort of attack to make you feel insecure about that. Why would you be insecure about that? It's because you're supporting the war in Iran that doesn't serve any Christians, nor does it have any sort of binding reality to like being a Christian. Actually,
or helping you
the right side.
Exactly. Not America first either.
And either is exactly, you forfeit your right of being America first if you're in favor of this war, and I've said that a million times. So that's why he's starting off with this, you know?
That's the reason why my parents divorced each other twice, married each other, and divorced each other. So Armenian, Assyrian, Christian, America first. I want.
Sorry, go ahead.
I watched this whole thing. No, I was watching this whole thing, and like, bro, he spent 10 minutes like talking about Christianity and shit. We could fast forward this.
Yeah, let's get to where he attacks the Sharia position. No, it's right here. Really quick, Easy Money Kirsten. I see what you're saying. Assad works here as an eye doctor in Moscow. Sorry for the confusion, Riyadh W stream. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. No need to be apologize. It's hard to like understand what you guys mean.
He's talking about Bashar al-Assad. Oh, he's talking about Bashar al-Assad.
Bashar al-Assad.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Artie Daly says, as a
that nigga really wanted to do, bro. How you in exile on asylum and you an eye doctor? That's how you can tell, bro. That's what he wanted to do the whole time, bro. Never wanted to be president, bro.
Yeah, and he never did. That's the thing. He really never did. Yeah, that was not something that he had the desire for. So
he always wanted to be a doctor.
Yeah. Artie Daly says, as a Catholic Albanian, only Muslims I pick on are Southern Albanians because they're usually 5'7" and pretty brown compared to Northern Albania. Okay, word. Sounds good. The whole brown, white Albanian thing is hilarious. But I love Albanians, man. Thank you so much for the super chat. I got a couple Albanian friends. Very good people. You can trust them.
So you said something a couple weeks ago.
Lots of those niggas are criminals, bro. Lots of Albanians are criminals,
bro,
though,
they're
man.
Wild. Mafia, all that mafia. All those Balkan countries, man. You Balkan niggas be breeding some crazy people, bro.
Yeah.
You know? But if I need if I need something to get done, if I need to rely on somebody, you know, Bosnians, Albanians, I've had good history with them. Good people, solid people. Just don't try and marry their girls, though. You'll be thrown out the house, nigga. They don't play that race mixing shit at all. They don't play that race mixing shit. A black nigga walk through an Albanian door, he's walking back out. They don't play that shit.
Even if you're Muslim, they're like,
even
nah.
if you're Muslim, yeah. I'll be fair. There are some religious Albanians, like Muslims. They're far and few between these days. Yeah. I've met a few that actually don't care so much. But yeah, you're cooked if you're a Muslim and you're black and you try and marry some Albanian chick, bro. Just go somewhere else.
Yeah, because a lot of them aren't religious like that, so that makes sense actually.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of them. I think Albania is like 60% or 70% Muslim, but even then, the Muslim population is overwhelmingly secular. So
yeah, very.
Igor Tiger says Patrick bet Star of David. Yeah, true. Thanks for the super chat.
Oh, you said
Patrick. Some niggas call him Patrick Shinbet David.
That's
crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy work.
That's crazy, bro.
Sharia law has made Islamic societies more advanced than the West. Huh. It's interesting. Sharia law has made Islamic societies more advanced than the West. It's a pretty bold statement. I mean, it's like you're selling.
The thing about Tucker, bro, he just acknowledges advancement. He acknowledges accomplishments. You know, I don't think that
also, I'm assuming he meant in ancient times before. He was probably talking like during the Muslim Golden Age when they were doing algebra and shit like that.
Tucker, you know what I mean? You're saying? Oh, yeah. So Patrick is stepping over that context. Well, I think Tucker is just referring to the UAE because, like, right, in the recent years, Tucker has been, you know, it's a cutter a reasonable amount of times. And, like, he always brags about how safe it is, how clean it is. And so he's saying, yo, the Sharia thing kind of works. This is the reason we went to war with Iraq. Wait, it's prospering this country. And I think a lot of that gets lost in translation. Like, oh, he's supporting Islam. And it's like, no, he's just acknowledging that Islam is not this, like, demonic, crazy, terroristic entity that we think it is. They're just charged up because we support Israel. Like that, Tucker just makes those acknowledgements and observations.
And for him as a conservative, he can't say that shit.
Yeah, exactly. But that's
they lose their minds.
That's become more and more of an acceptable talking point on the right. With the older right, but with the younger right, yeah, that's become something that's actually absorbable.
Yep.
Sharia law more than you're selling America.
Conservatives, your Sarah Palins and shit like that. Hell no, bro.
No, they're not going for that. Tucker's revolutionary in that case. I suppose he's like the first real boomer, you know, Gen X, millennial, whatever, like his fan base, at least that's what it's comprised of. That is not against Islam. And he's been very, you know, like he has.
He's transcending, bro.
Yeah.
He's transcending.
Yeah.
And he's going to be way bigger after this. Because he's going to maintain, I'll be honest with you, he's going to maintain a lot of his core audience.
And then he has the Muslim audience.
Now he's going to get a Muslim audience. And we all know how Muslims are. Them niggas are crazy. They're going to rock with him. You talk about Tucker, you have a problem with that. Like, you know what I mean? It's
they're highly loyal. Very loyal.
They're highly loyal.
Yeah.
They're highly loyal. That nigga's about to be the top Christian, the top C in the Middle East, bro.
Yeah. And he goes on to make some crazy accusations here actually about that. Let's see.
A guest on a couple weeks ago, your guest said you know, that capitalism should not be anywhere near Christianity. Christianity is socialism at its core. You almost agreed with them. And you're like, yes, and you almost agreed with them. So socialism, Christianity at its core, you almost sound like you're supporting maybe a Mamdani in New York. Or maybe...
Where the fuck is that coming? Like, grasping for straws.
I was like, you know what?
That's
I was like,
nuts.
Mamdani?
Like, what? I'm pretty sure Tucker has condemned Mamdani several times. I don't think he's a fan.
Yeah.
I can imagine Tucker responding to this. Well, Patrick, but David said that I'm a socialist. How crazy is that? I'm not a socialist. I never said that. He's going to be pissed when you respond. I don't know if he has.
Be an Ilhan Omar. Maybe those two will be.
Like Tucker talks like a white dude. You know how white people talk with their head?
Yeah, he does. He does have. He's super.
Niggas always talk with their head. Like, you know, what black bitches talk with their neck?
Yeah.
White niggas talk with their head?
Yeah. No, Tucker does the. And he said, I'm a socialist. I'm not a socialist. I hate Mamdani. Oh, he does that laugh after.
That's what I was saying. Yo, that laugh, nigga. That fucking that nicotine laugh.
Yeah, that is that Zid laugh.
That Zid laugh, bro. That's crazy.
Tucker's gonna be pissed when I'm sure he watched it. I don't know if he's gonna react to it. He's probably not gonna entertain this anymore. But let's see.
Nah, he ain't.
He's done. Yeah, he's done.
I guess in the next few months, I don't know. I'm trying to see what you're solving for. See, this is kind of where I'm at with my life that most people don't know about, but let me kind of share it with you. For 7.5 years, I worked with Mormons. Guess what? I read everything I could on Mormons, and I realized it's not a denomination for me. I'm not interested. I watch all the videos you're not supposed to watch. Ask me how many bad experiences I had with Mormons. 0. They're phenomenal people. I work with Seventh-day Adventists, and I learned that on Saturdays, you know, there's Saturday, Sunday, all these different things. Very interesting. Guy named Juan Rivas, big community.
This is all set up the spike.
Huh?
This is also set up the spike, which is coming.
Yeah. You can feel it coming from a mile away. Once he started, Tucker, I think you're a smart guy. I could already know he was about to shit on him.
Not for me, but guess what? I got along with them. Jews. I notice Jews, when I do business with them, it's very interesting. If you negotiate with them, they're going to be very, very...
Bro. Why did you start with them niggas, man? We all know that was why you... We all know why. That's what I meant when I said the spike. You were setting it up like, oh, I met Mormons and some other fucking random, obscure denomination of Christians. Like, bruh, like, nigga, just say you get a lot. You have no problems with the Jays, man. Just
I have no problem with people's religious beliefs. It would be a very radically simplified way of making this point, but you know, I guess he'll drag on here.
Making sure they get all the benefits on their side. But ask me how many times I've had issues with Jews. Never. Okay, if you ask me about Catholics, I built an insurance company with 60,000 insurance agents.
I think we know that, man. We know you've never had
that part we know, buddy. We're all checked there.
Agents, 54% Hispanic, and what do you think most Hispanics are? Catholics. Never had one issue with a single Catholic in my life. And last but not least, Islam, Muslim. I lived with them for 11 years. When you say Sharia law has made Islamic societies more advanced than the West, I lived with the IRGC and the Hezbollahs in Iran, where my mother and
I lived with the IRGC and the Hezbollahs. All right.
Yo, what? Nigga, there was no IRGC when he was there.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think the IRGC was even there.
I'm not sure when he was living there, but the Hezbollahs, even then it's like, okay, you're responding to Tucker's point about Sharia by saying that you lived amongst Sharia. No, you lived among Shia Muslims who have a completely different perception of what Sharia law entails. And again, they make up the minority, which is fine. I guess it's still Muslims, it's still Sharia, but you're not being gracious because that's kind of the exception, and the exception never makes the rule. If you want to see what Sharia law looks like in its full implementation from a majority of Muslims, which would be about 90%, that's being Sunni Muslims who take up the number around the world, then those Gulf countries would probably be the first place to look.
Sister were
I'm saying that because that's what Tucker's talking about when he says, well, Sharia's advanced. He's talking about Qatar, he's talking about Dubai, he's talking about these different Gulf nations. He's not talking about Iran.
Remove the context,
he's not talking about Iran at all, you know?
Frightened to walk outside. That's this guy. I lived with them, okay? Not hypothetical.
And remember, I will never hesitate to condemn the IRGC. They're not innocent, you know, but we'll keep going here.
And, you know, we are now both very wealthy. You come from a very wealthy family. I think you also may have married into a wealthy family. And you made a lot of money. You made a lot of money in your life, and your business is doing very well today. When you go to dinner, you're having dinner with people that are going to make sure you see the best side of everything you go to. When I went to Mumbai, they showed me the best part of Mumbai. I went to the slums because I wanted to see what it looked like. Whatever part of the world I go to, I get treated royally today. Why? Because they want to show me the best. But I lived in the worst when our family had nothing. Literally nothing is what we had when we lived in Iran. Regular places, we lived in the city of Tehran.
Maybe because of U.S. sanctions.
But you know, as crazy as that is, do you know my chef that lives with us? When we go on the road, he's with us all the time. Do you know he's Muslim and he's Turkish and he's still a Muslim? And do you know what Turks did to Armenians and Assyrians? You ever heard of the Armenian genocide or the Assyrian genocide? You ever heard of that? 1.5 million, 300,000, 200,000? I love this guy. He's a great guy to us. He's very good to us. Because I isolate the relationship with that individual. And I still tell him how concerned I am with what Islam could do to America. I am still
Zionist talking point.
Concerned of that, of what's happened in many different societies. Look at, what they're doing in Minnesota, many markets that we read about. Look.
And this is my response to this, and this is what I said earlier. There is Muslim enclaves in the United States. You have some in New Jersey, like Patterson. You have Dearborn, Michigan. You have Texas, obviously Minnesota. Muslims are just a staggering minority, though. They're a staggering minority, and they're not comprised of anybody who actually has authority in the government, Congress. They're not overly represented. They don't have tons of money. They're not able to lobby people effectively. They don't have these deep think tanks and where they can influence the thinking of politicians or very important people. So Muslims are really like a non-question. They're also 1.3% of the country. And so if you were in the UK, I suppose these talking points actually have weight. But here in the United States, these are completely empty and used to rouse or ruse people or kind of pull a veil over their eyes as to what the real issue is. And this is why I say...
Muslims have no motion in America, bro. I'm sorry.
None.
Niggas got zero motion.
None. They don't have any. And sure, there's some culturally significant Muslim areas, like I said, these enclaves, but in regards to the power structure they have, it's none. It's little to none. And so the fact that he's even going...
Like in Dearborn, Michigan, bro, like, put the fries in the bag, nigga. Like, it's like they don't have motion like that at all.
And even then, what is this responding to? Like, Tucker did not bring any of this up. Like, what is this even? Why is he going on this tangent for? Tucker was saying you're attacking Catholicism, which you and Adam quite literally were attacking. And now you're saying that you don't mind your Turkish driver, but Muslims are taking over the United States. What?
Yeah, because he's trying to frame Tucker as like, as a Qatari agent, as a Muslim sympathizer, and all that other shit. Because in the conservative world, shitting on Muslims is completely acceptable. But shitting on Zionism or Jews isn't. Yeah. But I am cooked. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I've been up for like almost 30-something hours.
No, you're good. I already reacted to this anyway. So
okay,
I'll just end.
We can finish it up tomorrow. Let me just finish reading this, Mr. Morpheus. Let's be honest. The West fears Sharia because the women would need to shut the fuck up. Okay. W Albania, Guerrero, Al Jazeera just posted. Here we go. Iran to skip Islamabad talks amid tensions over U.S. seizure of cargo. Ship Iran has promised to retaliate after U.S. seized Iranian flagship.
When was that? When was that posted?
I don't know when.
That's fine. It's fine.
He said this, but it's recent. It was probably within the last 20, 30 minutes.
Okay, then that's referring to Tuesday. Nice. Yeah, that's not good.
Nigga diesel is $8 plus in parts of Cali. Damn, you're cooked, bro. I don't know why you guys live in California. All these Protestant churches formed away from the Catholic Church because they wanted to do whatever they wanted, mostly to do divorce. Okay. Do you or Riyadh support American intervention in Cuba and Venezuela to kick out Russia and China from the West? No, we actually don't. I'm not a fan of the Venezuelan intervention or Cuba, if I'm going to be honest with you guys. We're at over stream on locals or kick. We will get them there. Appreciate both of your insight on this. I'm an intel analyst in the armies that spent time in the Middle East. In 2024, I'll be briefing my command team this weekend using my knowledge on the war along with what I learned from you both. Wow. Including diplomacy options. Wow, that's awesome. Shout out to you.
That's crazy.
Big intel analyst. They got a clearance, and they still. That's how you guys know our content is good. Here's a link of the Indian tanker. Okay, got it.
Sorry, please don't bomb.
Please don't bomb. You guys should react to give opinion on CNN poll on Israel losing influence on men under 50 in the U.S. Yeah, they're cooked, bro. Mike, please react to this video of a cop knocking out a lady on a wedding. I'll do it tomorrow. Give me that link tomorrow because I'm cooked. Can't stop, Chris. Do you really think Iran would preemptively strike us if we left them alone and they got to have a nuke? Yeah, well, they wouldn't, bro. They would not preemptively strike us. No, dude. That would be
No.
retarded and suicide.
It's just about leaving them alone, and then everybody's gonna fight them. Then the fact that they have a nuke, that's kind of scary. Go ahead.
Yeah. Dumbass Scott Oregon says, Myron, not sure why you bitch too much about the war when it was going to happen sooner or later, and why not let it happen while we have the greatest president ever. You're jumping shit before hitting the finish line. Yeah, you're a fucking retard, Scott Oregon. Like, I'm actually amazed that we got a retarded nigga like you in the OSS. You're stupid as fuck, Scott Aragon. You're a dumb fucking monkey, and you're probably black, honestly. All right. So that will do it. That was a good stream. Riyadh, you're gonna go to bed too, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna close out. I've been on for 4.5. Not bad. Half of what you do every damn day. But
yeah, I did like 4 hours earlier with Tectone, and I didn't sleep, so I'm cooked.
No, yeah, but we'll close out. No, it was a W stream though. Shout out to all of you guys in my stream. Like the video if you haven't. We had good viewership today. We maintained it pretty well throughout the entire stream. So thank you so much, guys. Love all of you for the support. Shout out to the OSS. OSS OSS making me rich, bro. What's going on? OSS 300 went crazy in the beginning.
Hey man, niggas are all successful, bro. They got their shit together, man. To meet up with them, it was great.
Yo, your community's got motion, man.
Guerrero said it was posted 20 minutes ago, Riyadh.
Yeah, okay. That's not good. That's very
dude, I ain't gonna lie. When I saw that they boarded that ship, I was like, yeah, it's done.
It's over.
There's no way. Yeah, I was like, it's cooked.
That's when all bets were off. And what motivated us to strike that ship, right? It was the Iranian ports being cut off. Totally unnecessary.
Especially when there's really no incentive for them to do diplomacy, because it's like the longer the war goes, the more painful it's going to be for us.
Yeah.
That's why niggas said that they'll pull out the Gulf. Like, I don't think people realize like how big of a concession that is.
If this war enters a second stage, anybody who's watching, take this to the bank. The Iranian port blockade was the dumbest mistake we've made besides attacking Iran itself. That was probably one of the biggest strategic mistakes. Blockading the blockade, that was bad. That was really
the whole
silly.
Ceasefire.
Yeah.
Defeated the whole ceasefire. Like, bro, the Israelis didn't even have to do no bullshit. Niggas actually pulled out of the ceasefire.
We economically screwed them even more. We already destroyed their country. Let's hurt them more economically during the ceasefire. Yeah, the Israelis were like, oh, the Americans, they stupid. Yeah, okay. You know, they were probably fucking ecstatic. No more bombs.
Yo, niggas was playing Havana Nagila, bro. Like, nah. Them niggas was stepping on glass and celebrating like someone got married. They're fucking throwing niggas on a chair and shit. Like, it's just like, whatever. David's lawyer, Blair Burke, is Jewish. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. Thank you for a wonderful evening, Myron. Words can express my gratitude. Join OSS boys or you're a brokey. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Rage Quit. Cool. All right, guys. Love you, ninjas. I'll probably be back on, my brother. Can you go on tomorrow?
Yeah, we can run it tomorrow night. Let's do it.
All right, ninjas.
Absolutely.
Love you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll be back. And later.
All right, bro. Peace.
All right, man. Later.
All right. That'll be it. I got some remaining chats, so don't worry. I'll catch these very quickly before I finish the stream. But shout out to all you guys. Good stream, right? Had me first for 2 hours and then had my brother for another 2 or maybe an hour and a half. All right. Let's see. Albo A says, bro, as an Albanian, you aren't wrong. I've seen Albo parents disown their daughters for dating black people. Straight up. Yeah, no, it's serious, man. You guys don't play the race mixing. I mean, look, that's their prerogative. I don't ever demonize groups of people for not wanting to race mix because, of course, you're going to have your bloodline's best interest in mind, right? So, and I'm not like super against race mixing. I've always said like I'd probably just marry a Sudanese girl for the sake of ease. Like I don't really want to mix up cultures, or at least an Arab girl. Uh-oh. Am I still good here? You guys may have lost me for a second. Did you guys lose me? Did you guys lose me for one moment? I may have just dropped. But am I back? One's in the chat if I'm back. I think I just disconnected from OBS very quickly. One's in the chat if I'm back. Okay. Gotcha, back. Okay. Sorry, we dropped for a moment. That was OBS, man. OBS sucks. Dion Smith, thank you so much for the $2. OBS, bro. It's been tweaking. Red Pill Media, thank you for the $2. Good stream, player. Thank you for you being here. All right, hang on, guys. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Is it bleeding? Elite meme reference. If you know, you know. Follow my clips page. Let's get it to 2K followers, okay? Appreciate all the love. Why does my soundboard sound like that? Yeah, my computer just glitched out. But, yeah. Riyadh Pilled on Instagram. And until next time, guys, we will be live likely tomorrow. If not, wait until probably Wednesday, and then we'll be back. You said read Super Chats? I missed your Super Chat. Did I? Assad told me he always wanted to be a doctor. I read it. Maybe it was when I dropped frames. But there's a funny Super Chat. Assad told me he always wanted to be a doctor. Yeah, I read it for you, bro. Red Pill Media, good stream. And Albo Ace, I read your Super Chat too. So hopefully you guys were able to see that. I don't know when I dropped. But W stream, at least we had connectivity issues at the end, not the beginning. And guys, until next time, God bless all of you 07s. Check me out on the gram, Riyadh Pilled. Riyadh F __ is my actual gram, but follow the clips page so you don't miss anything if you can't watch the streams. I know they're long-winded. And the schedule will likely be, I'm thinking Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday. And on a good week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday. I've just got to be able to balance it because of course, my brother who's live. I don't want to overlap his stream unless we're collabing. But 3 to 4 times a week is kind of the goal, at least for now. That's what I'm setting, so let's hope we can get there consistently. It's a little bit harder because I have a full-time job, of course, but there's no excuses. Keep up the grind regardless. Who cares? We're here. We're having a good time. We're streaming. We're covering the news. And you're not going to get better coverage of this conflict on YouTube, so subscribe if you haven't. But until then, God bless. Shout out to all of you guys. Happy Sunday. Shitty Monday. Until next time, peace out, people.